Keep moving on. Keep moving on. And they say I have a grim sense of humor.
We are a new team. We didn't expect to be here already.
It is definitely TSM's chance of redemption.
사람들이 저희 보고 좀 어렵다고 많이 평가하더라고요. 근데 그 평가가 저희 팀이 있어서기 때문에
我觉得会压力其实挺大的，因为挺多人都会看着我们是小组第一嘛。
저희들이 가야 되는 목표는 여기에 있고 저희는 딱 이 바로 앞에 있는데 저희가 엄청나게 큰 문제를 해결해야 되는 건 아니에요.
딱 이번이 마지막이라고 생각하고 도전을 했는데 이뤄져서 너무 좋아요.
我们队伍的粉丝们都希望我们队伍在这比赛取得冠军。
Qualifying for Worlds was the biggest goal we had for this year, and we did it. We just want to perform for our teammates. We don't want to perform for anything else.
The hometown heroes strike first blood. Cloud9, they will take down the #1 team from the LMS.
Death gets himself 3 kills in 4 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Le Doc Pullman in Paris, France, where after just 1 day of competition, the 2015 League of Legends World Championships are in full swing. And as you can see, the fans are just as excited today as they were yesterday for another 6 full games of action. And just moments ago, Dyrus and TSM were readying up for the first game of the day. They'll be facing off against KT Rolster, who are also getting into gear at the last possible moment. Origin will follow them on stage, and there, of course, you see Aranea and Expeke going over last-minute strats. Here we see Koma and Marin. They'll be showing up a little bit later in the day, so just relaxing as of right now. Everyone's eyes are on the big prize, the Summoners Cup. And we've got another action-packed set of games coming your way today. Hello, everyone. I'm James Dash Patterson, joined on the analyst desk by Aiden Zyrene Moon today. Welcome.
Thank you. Hopefully my contributions are more than just a sexy turn at the telestrator today. I'll try my best.
I like to hear that. I like to hear that. We're shooting high today. Christopher Monte Cristo Michaels, good to have you back.
It's great to be back, and I'm just really excited about finally seeing those Group D games today for the first time.
Very much so. And, of course, Jacob Yamato Cannon Mebdi looking sharp, my friend.
Battle cruiser operation, huh?
There it is. Well, our 16 teams from around the globe continue to fight for position today as the world's group stage unfolds. Yesterday's opening day left us with a lot to talk about with some strong showings across the field of teams. First up, we had Fnatic with a decisive win over the LPL's Invictus Gaming.
Like, I would say it was very decisive, but IG had such a poor performance. I think I wouldn't give Fnatic too much, even though they look strong. I wouldn't say they were super dominant.
But they did look prepared for their opponent. If we look at how they played the map, they were targeting the weak members, Kid and Kitties, constantly catching Kitties Thresh out. And that's a great way to defeat IG because we know that that is their weakest part of the map.
But we also talk about the inconsistencies of IG, where if Kakao is just going to farm all game, he did 888 damage on Skarner in that entire game, which is the lowest out of any jungler in summer in the world of 658 games.
I think it's also very fair to say
just
that
not relevant.
It's like I think it's very fair to say that IG's draft was very poor coming into this. I think that Skarner had no place blind picking it because Azir completely destroyed that. Paired with the Riven.
Which is
well, not a record you want to hold there as Kakao, but you know, to Monty's point about Fnatic, you know, being prepared for the team that they're facing is, and getting that first win is all important here, especially as we're through the group stages with only 6 games determining whether or not you make it out. Next up, though, we had C9 upsetting AHQ to start 1-0.
Well, I think Yamato and I have to eat some crow on this one, obviously, for our predictions.
Otherwise, I was going to force it down your throats.
But this game in particular, C9, when we talked about how they could win, it was through the shot calling. They seemed to understand how to play their composition, and they sieged very well. That said, I'm still not convinced about C9 because Mountain decided that this would be a great time to play his first Rengar game from the entire summer season up until this point, and he was terrible. I mean, there's no nice way to put this. That was some abysmal Rengar play. They had to win their solo lanes in order to win that game. Otherwise, their lack of wave clear was going to be supremely punished. So that happened. It was a very quick win for C9, but I need to see more from C9 before I am truly convinced.
I feel like they helped everybody else out in the group, too, against AHQ. Ban Rek'Sai, ban Elise, pick a Lee Sin, and you might force him to pick that Rengar again. He does still have Gragas up his sleeve, but they also looked extremely confused by Veigar. They didn't seem to know what Event Horizon did.
Yeah.
I have to add that I was positively impressed. I'm just comparing this Cloud9 to the one that we had in Gauntlet, and I think there was some improvement there. I think they did a very good draft coming into AHQ, but AHQ, I was very disappointed. Very, very disappointed.
And with C9, yeah, I was very disappointed too. And with C9, I'm now wondering, because if we can compare this C9 to the Fnatic that came into MSI, in the playoffs for EU LCS during that spring season, they were doing all kinds of wacky stuff that didn't make sense. You know, the teleport smite top lane Lee Sin. They really didn't look good into MSI, but they adjusted and they look strong there. Is Cloud9 a similar story? That's my question going forward.
Well, it's clear they've put in some work during their boot camp. We're going to push us forward to Group C, where things are going mostly to chalk. EDG, SKT starting off strong in dominating fashion. And if we move beyond that, there were some interesting trends from day one in pick ban. We had Mordekaiser, Lulu, Elise, Gangplank, and Darius all finding themselves in that 100% pick ban.
Yeah, I think that these are champions that are going to continue to be up there. But the one that I think should be up there as well is Fiora. I feel she's extremely powerful, but she kind of got through pick and bans and nobody went after her as much. I know base stats have been reduced, but she's still a huge powerhouse. We saw Marin take it and absolutely destroy a game in the mid game with some skirmishes. I think she's incredibly powerful.
Yeah, I, for one, will represent Crumb's opinion, who's not on the desk, and he feels very similarly that Fiora is being underrepresented so far at Worlds.
I have to say, what I'm looking forward to is, like, in the playoffs, I think teams will potentially make these very hard trades coming in from the purple side, where, like, we will see all these OP champions come through simply because of the purple side. You get 2 picks. I'm excited for that because I don't think anyone has the courage to do it in the group stage because it's very scary in best-of-1 scenarios to just get dominated by, for example, a Fiora.
All right, well, with each team in Groups A, B, and C having played once, here's how they stack up. In Group A, North America's CounterLogic Gaming and Korea's Coup Tigers are 1-0 over Flash Wolves and Pain Gaming. Fnatic and Cloud9 are on top in Group B over the LPL's Invictus Gaming and AHQ from the LMS. And in Group C, SK Telecom and Edward Gaming bested Europe's H2K and international wildcard Bangkok Titans. Of course, with 42 games left to play in the group stage, there's still much to be decided and anything can happen. Now, the competition continues in just a few minutes between Korea's 3rd seed, KT Rolster, and the North American LCS team, TSM, in today's first clash for dominance in Group D. Then the LPL's LGD will face Europe's Origin, and later today, the LMS's Flash Wolves will take on Korea's Coup Tigers.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to that first matchup here, KT versus TSM. TSM people are saying, oh, they've boot camped a lot. What do they have now? But KT is a crazy team. I honestly think they're the 2nd best team in Korea, even though they came out as the 3rd seed.
You've spoken to some of the inconsistencies of KT, though, Monty.
Yeah, one thing that we have to remember about KT is, yes, they did have an 8-1 streak in best-of-3s to close out the season after they put Peekaboo on their starting roster. But over that 8-1 period where they only lost to SK Telecom, they also dropped games in best-of-3s to the 3 lowest-ranking teams in Korea. So I'm sort of the opinion that anything can happen with this team in a best-of-1 scenario, and if they don't get ahead early, they often don't get ahead at all.
I'm just trying to picture Someday versus Dyrus. And
man, that's
I don't
a
think
little too graphic.
I was going to say, you won't have to picture it for much longer. We're almost into game. Group B, of course, has the day off, so we'll see them on the Rift tomorrow. And throughout today's games, we'll be fielding your questions about the World's group stage, so hit us up with the hashtag AskTheDesk, and we'll see what you want to know a little bit later today. Now, before we kick it to the casters for Game 1, let's see how you guys are calling it. Zyrene, I got to start with you, KT Rolster or TSM?
I got to go with KT on this one. You know, as much as I want to see Dyrus versus Someday, I think it's pretty much just going to be Someday the entire time because Dyrus is just going to be in the base dead.
This is a really interesting matchup for me because we probably have the biggest mismatch in favor of TSM in that mid lane, Nagne versus Bjergsen, but Peekaboo will gank mid lane as support at level 1, and so they put a lot of emphasis on getting Nagne ahead. TSM has to have a plan to shut down Peekaboo and score. SKT showed how to do it. Can they execute? I don't think so. I think it's KT, but I do believe that there is an upset potential here.
All right, finally, Yamato.
I don't think anyone but delusional TSM fans would pick TSM in this matchup.
Strong words, my friend. You had strong words about C9 yesterday, saying they were going to go 0-6 in groups off of the first day. You sure you want to be starting the day off with bold statements like that, my friend?
It's like maybe I'm doing North America a favor. Maybe I'm jinxing it all over the place.
There it is. All right, that's how we will take it. All right, well, the stage is set, and we're about to step inside the arena for Game 1. As we go, TSM's story has changed from a team that has dominated the North American region to a group that's looking to prove they are still a force to be reckoned with.
당연히 TSM이 지금 보여주고 있는 것보다는 훨씬 더 잘하는 팀이고 아게임 이후로 저희들이 되게 스포트라이트로 되게 많이 받고 되게 많은 주목을 받았는데 그 이후로 저희들이 되게 소극적으로 플레이하기 시작한 것 같아요. 소극적으로 플레이하고 어떻게든 빨리 이기고 더 멋있게 이기는 게 아니라 어떻게든 지지 않는 방법으로 그런 방법으로 플레이 스타일이 변해갔고
In League of Legends, you have to constantly be putting in your best effort all the time. When you put like 90% or 80%, that's when you start getting complacent.
Professional League of Legends has come to Florida, and this week they will do battle in the first ever mid-season invitational.
27 kills in 25 minutes for EDG. Another kind of puzzling game from TSM.
그 MSI 이후로 저희들 플레이 스타일을 바꾸려고 했지만 이미 너무 저희 플레이 스타일은 이쪽에 있고 다른 나라 플레이 스타일은 이쪽에 있어가지고
There's going to be a ton of questions raised back in North America and within the TSM camps about why this tournament went so poorly.
For our summer split, we had a really poor showing. I think we overall played really poorly. Andy had to come in, he had to start giving us a push.
When Andy steps in and Andy helps out, everyone takes it a bit more seriously. There's a lot more pressure on it. And playing versus CLG at Madison Square Garden, regardless of what anyone says, I'm pretty sure some of the players felt the pressure.
After losing to CLG, that gives me even more drive to do better. I want to show that just because we did lose against them, we still have a lot of potential, and with this bootcamp, we can be better than CLG, and we can be one of the best teams in the world.
After the group drawings, I don't think teams are expecting much from us. For the first time in our lives, like we're underhyped. People everywhere are saying, oh, TSM's done for. If you do show up and if you do put in the work and we actually do make it out of groups, like no one can say anything to us.
I definitely feel like this is where we can redeem ourselves. This is our time to show if we can really compete with the best.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the caster desk. We are here at the Season 5 World Championships. I'm David Freak Turley, and calling these first three games with me are Eric Doa Longquist from the LCK and Martin DeFiscio Lunga from the European LCS. We got a bunch of regions covered here in the caster desk.
A little bit of everything, yeah.
Very diverse. It's good. It's good for this game.
Like Team Solo Mid, we got some Danes in there. We have Koreans, North American players.
That's true. Exactly.
We're basically TSM.
TSM of casters.
Yeah.
Well,
We're
let's wait
missing
until
Jack.
after this game to see if we want to be that or not. Let's wait. We have to be careful.
Oh, man. It's going to be fun. Either way, we've got a lot of great games coming up today. We're going to start with our first one. It's Korea's KT Rolster. Many believe them to be the #2 team of the region, and Team Solo Mid from the North American LCS, definitely the #2 team from there as well. Now, guys, on the blue side, KT Rolster.
That's right. KT Rolster, guys, up in the top lane. Of course, it is Someday. In the jungle, Score, as always. In the mid lane, Nagne. At ADC, it is Arrow. And support, Peekaboo, their coach, Oh Chang-jong.
Meanwhile, on the red side, in this matchup, playing their first game of the World Championship, it's TSM. Dyrus up in the top lane, Santorin in the jungle, Bjergsen in mid, Wild Turtle in AD carry, Lustboy on support with Coach Loco Dogo, help with the picks and bans and all that. All right, so as we get ourselves into this game, I want to talk about first how these teams got there a little bit. I mentioned briefly KT considered to be the #2 team. They are technically Korea's 3rd seed coming in here. They had gotten 2nd place in the summer split playoffs. Then because of their spring split, had to go through the gauntlet and the regional to get there anyway. And they did qualify pretty soundly through the regional qualifier.
Yeah, they did. I mean, they're looking very good now. Like you said, a lot of people, myself included, would consider KT to be the #2 team in Korea right now, despite coming in as a 3rd seed. And KT has always been that team that's been on the outside looking in, right? So close to Worlds in 2013, very close last year as well, too. They won the summer split in Korea, but then didn't get to go to Worlds. Now here they are, finally in the World Championship. It's a fantastic team. A lot of great stories with this organization.
One of the big reasons they are here at Worlds, of course, the jungle support synergy, Peekaboo and Score. We always talk about it. And it's one of the problems Team Solomid has had basically since forever. Lost Boy and Centurion, what can they do together? If you do not shut down Peekaboo when he's moving around, you're in big trouble.
It's a big mess match, that's for sure. And we are into picks and bans. KT versus TSM, Gnar, TF, and Gangplank. The early to hit the ban bench.
Yeah, so what we see so often now, I say so often, it's been 6 games, but what we see in this patch is on red side, you're almost forced to ban away these top tier picks. We have Mordekaiser, Lulu, and Gangplank. You can see Team Solomid already with the first 2 bans. This means obviously for KT, they have like a third target ban they can aim for, or they can just pick the Mordekaiser, and therefore give Team Solomid a chance to at least ban something outside of the top tier picks.
Well, Darius being one of the champions that's still left up, of those 100% pick and bans, we see 3 of them banned away. Yeah, Elise is that 5th one. So they're going to leave both of those 100%ers up. Braum also, alongside Thresh, are next on support. So TSM get number 2 and 3 in the sort of pick ban tier list.
Okay, so I like this from Team Solomid. They're basically saying, we see what you're doing with this Mordekaiser. You want us to ban Darius and you get first pick Elise. Instead, they want to trade it. And because there's all things like Fiora, Braum is open, Kalista is open in the bottom lane. A lot of strong picks. You can take 2 of them and at least just trade the value of Darius for Elise. And I think that's a fair enough trade to make.
Can Dyrus handle a champion like Fiora, though? It's not exactly something that we see a lot in his wheelhouse. And keep in mind, we're about to see a game with Someday on Darius, guys.
I don't think it's Fiora. I think it's Lesboy playing Braum. He's 3-0 in the champion. I think Braum is far and away like the best of the supports left open.
I think you're right.
The thought, though, is Fiora is a flex pick. We've seen here some people play her in mid, as I would not like the Fiora Darius matchup.
Yeah, take the Braum here, because you want to take away as much as possible from KT. The Fiora should be open unless you want to run like a double physical solo lane composition from KT. I'm not expecting that at all. So Team Solomid making the right choices with the first 2 picks. Question is just, can they keep Someday down now that he is on a Darius that can really get out of control?
I wonder, because we haven't seen Darius perform like super spectacularly yet in the tournament, but it's only been 1 day. Rek'Sai and Azir, the 2 picks locked in for KT.
I think it's very smart of KT to pick up Azir here. I think they're both Nagne and Bjergsen's best champions, at least statistically and just from what I've seen of them play. So I'm glad for Rolster's sake that they took this away. It's a big deal. It does still leave plenty of the other big team fighters up. Very few mid laners were banned here. So Bjergsen's got to go down that tier list a little bit.
I mean, Nagne is a great Azir as well, too. In Korea, Nagne and Coco really were the premier Azir players in very different styles, but Nagne is on something he's very comfortable with. He can stay back, be safe, farm up, be relevant late game.
And that's the key for KT around this mid lane here. We mentioned how Someday should be a better top laner than Dyrus. We talk about how Peekaboo and Score can out-roam Lost Boy and Centurion. So the mid lane is where Team Solomid had the big advantage. A safe laner like Azir, even though it's picked blind, I mean, you are on the blue side, you're already showing your solo laners.
All right.
It shows that KT were definitely ready for this. You need to know this can happen with LeBlanc and Zed being back in the meta. Bjergsen's gonna take a matchup where he can win it. He needs help though from Centurion if they really want to shut down this Azir.
This honestly looks like a very good champ deck for Team Solomid. It feels like they've baited every single one of these picks, and like looking at the picks and bans so far, these matchups look all very good for TSM. Knowing that they can go in with the Olaf into the Darius, I think, which should be a very strong matchup for the Olaf. Elise can gank that lane. You can bully Darius out, and LeBlanc is a great assassin now. Once again, Azir is slower. Azir gets away from the ganks a bit weaker. There's some plays here for TSM.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see the last pick just being a Sivir. It's going to synergize with the Olaf. It's a combination we haven't seen lately, but we saw a lot of Sivir yesterday as, again, one of these AD carries who would just focus on fast pushing waves, and then that ulti is still very valuable in the fights for Team Solomid, unless they want maybe a tower pushing AD carry like a Tristana in there that can also handle herself in the lane.
You know, an Arrow just locked in Kog'Maw. This has been one of his best champions by far this last season, even though it's very weak and you got to worry about a Kog'Maw into a champion like Olaf. If there's anyone, though, out there that can pull it off, it's certainly Arrow.
And this is going to be interesting because we know Peekaboo likes to leave that lane a lot. Kog'Maw thankfully has a lot of ranged farming tools, so getting away won't be the worst thing in the world for him down there. But Peekaboo roaming at Alistar, a great pick for him. He's going to be very comfortable making these kinds of plays. I do agree that Sivir makes a lot of sense here. It allows TSM to say, screw that, we'll dive your bot lane, much like we saw earlier yesterday.
Yeah, the only problem about Sivir is the lane matchup is not great for Wild Turtle. Then it can be a little bit difficult for them to play it, especially once you hit level 6 on the side of KT's bottom lane. But all again, you're building it more for the team comp. You have an Olaf who can get onto a low mobility AD carry, help him get there. Because if he's only running Ghost and nothing else, it's very difficult. We don't see as much Righteous Glory anymore. It's been nerfed. Again, Talisman is then getting out a little bit. But it seems like Team Solomid are really looking for a lot of skill matchups here. They're not afraid to dance with KT.
I guess so. That is a bold pick for Wild Turtle. ADC has been pretty criticized about his positioning, his mechanics throughout a couple seasons now.
Yeah.
Bringing in that vein, it's going to be interesting.
I only played it exactly once this split, and he did win on the champion, so TSM feeling comfortable on this one. And it feels like whenever we get to these big tournaments, there are players that really do well on this stage and players that really play up to their big sort of expectations here. Wild Turtle had one of his very best games on his very first game on TSM when it was like, look, you can replace KX here if you show up. We'll see if he gets that kind of performance here today.
I want to see Team Solomid, though, punish up in this top lane. Olaf is a very strong early laner, and you have Elise for that early game gank as well. Do not play around Bjergsen in the first few levels. There's a cleanse on the Azir. Try and shut down the Darius. He's not going to run anywhere once you get onto him, and maybe try and snowball your side lane for once.
Yeah, like I said, I think that matchup is very good. Just the mechanics of the matchup itself, right? Olaf is going to run at you. He's got slows, and you can even pop the ulti to go away from a lot of things. The fact that Darius is so weak to chain CC and so weak to all the hard crowd control that can come through here, I do think Elise plus Olaf can be very strong. Dyer's been putting in a ton of practice over the last couple of weeks, so maybe we'll see him play up to Sunday's level. It's a tall task, but I think that is what's up here for Dyrus.
We see a very comfortable composition for KT as well, too. They've got a safe ADC for Arrow, and they can play for the late game like they prefer.
We'll see if that's going to happen now, guys. As we load into the game, let us know who thinks got the edge in this one. Tweet at Elemental Esports with the hashtag TSM win or hashtag KTR win. We will see who you guys think is going to come out as we start off day 2. KT Rolster versus Team Solo Mid. Both of these regions are so far undefeated in the World Championship, and either Korea or North America will end this game 3-0 across 3 teams. TSM, the major underdogs.
It's a high-stake match for both of these regions. And how about this, man? Korea 3-0 early on in groups at Worlds. Maybe not a big shock, but NA is stepping up. I mean, it's been LMS team so far. This would be the biggest win yet. I love this team flare spam stuff, by the way. This is awesome.
Good Tigers had the best one yesterday.
Oh,
After
they did.
Aces, all 5 running to Baron looked beautiful.
Yeah, definitely.
Early on, though, Team Solomid might look to have a lane swap here with Wild Turtle and Lost Boy, send them towards the top lane, have the Vayne sit in her own lane, get a few levels under her belt. We've seen a lot of teams try and lane swap on the Darius pick. Again, it's very hard for him to sit and farm on his own. He doesn't really have a whole lot of ways to get in safely. He just has to spin that axe and hope he can last hit a minion or 2, and people simply try and delay his build.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't seen Someday on this championette. Obviously, when the patch came out where these juggernauts got buffed, that was after Korea had already finished their League of Legends before Worlds. So it's going to be interesting. We're going to see how he can perform, but he's kind of the ultimate carry top laner in Korea right now, so I'm not too worried.
Right now, we saw Dyrus show himself in the top lane where there is a ward, so he was pinged by KT. I'm not sure if TSM were aware of the ward being there, because he then snuck out around it, so maybe trying to bait it a little bit, some mind games early on from Team Solomid.
There's a couple things that can happen here, especially if top laners like to start a camp early on. I've seen people will undercut the wave like Peekaboo's doing right here, and it really messes with the freezing capabilities. This will guarantee a freeze for KT, by the way. They've already piled the minions up. So already an interesting level 1 that I haven't seen before, actually, the support pulling the wave like this. Arrow and Peekaboo will have a very easy time getting this Gromp, though.
But obviously the map is completely divided. It also means KT can just start and take away everything on the top side jungle for themselves and not show anyone in the lane before minions were coming down anyhow. But same for both teams. Dyrus was showing himself on the top side. They do take a camp though for Wild Turtle and Lost Boy, so they will have to push this wave. But that's where Olaf comes in very handy. Because let him take a bit of damage in the jungle, make sure that passive really kicks in, and then get him onto these towers here, and he can take them down so fast. And 10-15 seconds matter quite a lot if you want to fast push in terms of how quickly you can turn back down to the bottom side and how much CS you can deny from the enemy top laner.
And they even made sure Dyrus took some damage. The bonus attack speed will help him clear that even faster, and we contrast that to the freeze that was initially started by KT. Here's the completely standard North American LCS turret push. Every team does this.
Yeah, they are going for a very fast turret, and it doesn't look like there's anything really that KT can do to stop this right now. Maybe a bit more pressure on the bot lane.
Yeah, but by contrast, they didn't pull a top laner or jungler over, so even though all these waves are getting denied, essentially the equivalent of a freeze, TSM gets so much more turret damage down.
Yeah, this is KT not reacting properly, in my opinion, when they see this fast push, because the problem now for them, they're not freezing, The only other play they can really make, unless they send members down to try and smack down the tower, is bounce it back from the wave and just let it freeze down. Just accept that you lost the tower, but at least you get a frozen lane for your AD carry. Because TSM is already killing the tower. They can send down a guy to this bottom side. KT is just very delayed. They do, however, get a little bit more farm between top lane and jungle, but we saw Santorin just sit in the jungle himself and solo farm all the time.
Well, the real question is, once KT starts trying to get into the enemy jungle, you know, what's TSM going to do to stop it? I mean, they need to keep Peekaboo and Score out of their jungle.
Well, having Elise is a big part of that for Team Soulmate. That's why they were happy enough taking a trade saying, you will get Darius for someday, we will get Elise for the early game for Santorin. So if you want to fight 2v2, we're ready to take it. They will not be able to get this tower. KT kept pushing the waves in, but there were only 2 members.
Well, TSM's picking different lanes. They're not sending the Vayne and the Braum down there. Wild Turtle's heading to the top side, which means Dyrus and maybe some help will be holding that turret.
Well, Dyrus now in the bottom lane. He will be able to pick up quite some farm. He will get solo experience, and even if he loses the tower, it's not the end of the world for Team Soulmate because he's getting solo farm, while top lane, 2 versus 1 and no backup for Someday will be very difficult for him to pick up farm. So this is basically TSM saying we can guarantee experience on Dyrus at least because he has a tower for safety. Someday does not. So he has to either have jungle help all the time or he has to just back away.
Well, I mean, this is one of the ways that you keep Score and Peekaboo out of your jungle. You give them something else to worry about. Specifically, you give Score something else to worry about. He's got to kind of babysit Someday right now, and that's making it go a little bit TSM's way so far.
And he's already unwilling to babysit him. You saw the Darius recall back. Wild Turtle is solo freezing the top lane. He gets that standard Vayne freeze that AD carries love while still getting the turret gold as well. Someday has to roam and try to make plays.
We have to see a 4-man dive on the bottom side for KT. That should happen right now, at least for Dyrus the way they're doing it.
They look for Dyrus.
Team Soulmate is reading it really well here, saying, okay, we've just seen Score move. We see Darius in the mid lane moving down as well. So we know exactly what's going on. So the best for KT now is just take that bottom tower and make sure that the Olaf does not get more farm and experience.
Yeah, looks like that's what they'll do right now. Someday Score lurking in the tri-brush. Dyrus obviously no scores around. They get the turret, so that ties things up gold-wise and turret-wise at least. But where do we go for a
Oh, Dyrus has to be careful about where he went. He just took a bunch of damage, but Bjergsen in the mid lane with his team coming in, flash forced away from Nagne.
Manages to make it out. That cocoon coming in just at the end, but it wasn't quite enough.
So 2 side lanes now are both pushing towards Team Soulmate. Up top, we have seen Wild Turtle freeze for quite a while now. And then this wave here with Darius going down, Dyrus might just try and shove it out, but they're going to go for him. He's getting a bit greedy.
A little bit of trouble here, maybe. No level 6. He's got no ultimate. Gets knocked up. He's in a lot of trouble. And that will be first blood going to Someday. And that is exactly who you do not want to get the first kill if you're TSM.
Yeah, they did so much to try and shut down Someday in the start. Gave a frozen wave to Wild Turtle. Deny him CS. KT reacted properly. They went all the way down to the bottom side, and Dyrus should just have stayed back. Because you knew there were so members, exactly.
Yeah.
You knew there were so many guys on the bottom side, and he gets punished.
It's a bit surprising. Bjergsen doing what he can in the mid lane. Nagne, though, behind in farm, trying to keep up as best he can. But this is perfectly fine for Nagne. He's used to being down in CS and lane. This is just kind of how he plays the game. Just wants to stay safe and be relevant later.
What's incredible about this, though, is that even despite the 600 gold worth first blood, KT Rolster actually just tied in gold with TSM here.
Yeah.
Soulmate are the only team at this tournament to normally have a gold deficit at 50 minutes in their region. We're halfway there, and TSM actually holding equal is better than their average early game, to be completely fair about this one. Up against KT Rolster, at least it bodes well. It's a promising trend for TSM, though of course there's so much more to play in this game.
Well, I'm a little bit worried about Dyrus on the other side, though. I mean, he's still down by a lot of CS. He's down in levels. And now that he's in the 1v1 versus Someday, he's got to be pretty careful. I guess Wild Turtle did show up. Probably pretty smart of TSM to give Dyrus a little bit of a hand there.
They can take the Dragon now if they want something, because Arrow is stuck on the top side and he's just slowly pushing it out. But Dyrus has to make sure he catches that big wave that's going to go near his tier 1 tower on top side once Arrow pushes it out. It's so key for him. He's already fallen behind and he cannot afford to fall further. Peekaboo is not going to see anything with the ward.
TSM heading for a 4-man dive on a Someday themselves, but of course Peekaboo is here for the defense.
Bjergsen is coming as well.
He's got some, yeah, Score is there.
3v5.
There's a lot of people down on the bottom side of the map. Is TSM actually going to go for it? That turret has a lot of help. Nagne moving down. Here comes the wave. They're trying to clear
gets aggro too early.
Comes with the knockup. Plusboy takes a lot of damage from the turret. Someday gets slow, gets taken down by Wild Turtle. The melee continues, so Emperor's Divide used. Santorin flashing away, and it looks like at the end of the day, only Someday going down.
And that was about 5 Summoner spells burned for TSM. They spent a lot of effort, and Arrow is still farming in the top lane. That will reach the turret and bounce right back. I don't know if that was even all that good for TSM.
There's teleport for Dyrus, so they got a kill down the bottom side. They played that dive really, really well, and he's gonna catch this big wave. So I like it still for them because they're getting some farm. They know it's only a 1v1 lane. I like the play as well. We had the situation, do you want to take Dragon and play it super safe? No, they said we can 5-man dive with Bjergsen because he had been pushing the lane. This is where the pressure in these lanes come in. He could roam first and therefore go for the dive.
Dyrus is taking so much damage though.
Yeah, I mean, he's getting hit a little bit in this lane, and also it's now teleport advantage for KT. Someday is already 6, and Score heading up to this side as well. Dyrus is getting picked on, and he can't leave the lane easily.
And that's the problem when you run out of a lot of good options. When there's only one left, it's really like we gotta just dive here because we need something for our top laner. He's already falling behind, and all of it is just trying to get Dyrus back in this game.
Oh, gonna try to make play. Dyrus starting the recall, has to burn that flash to get out.
He didn't actually have to. Score had no way of actually getting the unburrow underneath, but
scary, man, when a big monster comes out of the ground.
I understand the decision there by Dyrus, but just technically, even though it does give the red buff away, KT has control, and this is interesting. They're actually playing the top side of the map, knowing that Someday can get up there. And KT, instead of playing for Dragon, are playing for Arrow.
Well, it's beginning, guys. What are we seeing? Peekaboo and Score getting into the jungle, forcing people back.
Trying to do exactly the same.
And they will land the stun.
Someday.
He's gonna go in.
He's in a lot of trouble, and he gets out. All right.
All right, red buff
Not
trade.
as much trouble.
Yeah, red buff trade. Both top laners pushed out of their respective lanes, so both these guys getting very, very little farm.
Yeah, both teams basically mirror each other, but Dyrus seems to constantly get caught out a little bit and forced to either flash away or run away. Someday had no problem just walking out of the jungle, but both teams looking at where's the AD carry pushing in the waves. Do we want to deny it? Yes. Do we want to take tower? Yes. So therefore we have support and jungle as the backup around the lane. Just applying pressure, looking for some picks.
Yep. Nagne and Bjergsen still dueling in the mid lane. Nagne has managed to kind of stem the flow of CS as we see Wild Turtle take out this tier 1 down in bot. Nagne only 20 CS down now, but a lot of pressure on this top lane tier 2. Look at this
Score. 4 guys heading in. TSM did it 3 minutes ago. KT says, we can do it too, and beautifully executed. Wow. No summoners lost from what I can tell. Much better dive by KT.
So really KT was simply about 10 seconds ahead of Team Solo Mid. By the time they took down the tier 1 tower, pushed in for the next one, they could go for the play while Wild Turtle was still busy on the bottom side, hadn't recalled yet. They knew it was a safe dive. And we see so many tower dives in the early game in this meta here. And all of them so far, it's not even been that risky. There's always been a numbers advantage for the team diving. It's never been like a 3v3 or anything crazy.
Yeah, well, this is fascinating too because we're seeing KT kind of give up this first dragon. We're really in a very different meta now. And so the question is, you know, who's going to adapt better in this tournament? KT trying to show what they've got. Nagne taking a lot of pounding in the mid lane. Still okay for the moment anyway.
Ooh, well, that's what's so interesting about this game is it's an extended lane swap. TSM went back to the lane with the turret death when they first knocked it down. This game has never had a heads-up 2-on-2 matchup, including the AD carries and supports. And so based on where you are in the map, that dictates which objectives you get. TSM get the first dragon, and they keep the gold basically identical here.
And if we think about it, Team Solomon has never really been known for having a great 2v2 bottom lane with Wild Turtle and Lost Boy. So hiding them a little bit is a smart idea, and at the same time, they try to shut down Someday as much as possible by sending Wild Turtle back and zone him off the creeps, forcing him to go on all the way to the bottom lane. But Dyrus has just been sacrificed a few times. So KT has found openings where he stayed for too long, and then they just managed to get kills onto him, which has been important for them in keeping up in gold.
Do you feel like we're seeing kind of more of the same? Dyrus, like you said, sort of sacrificed?
Well, TSM has just played so hard around their AD carry. I mean, both teams really have. Someday hasn't gotten a lot of help from his team. He's been TPing in to get ganks for Arrow.
I think we've just seen a difference between the two top laners. Someday always seemed to know when he couldn't stay and just walked away and didn't risk getting killed.
That's a good point.
Where Dyrus was more staying in lane, trying to either push it out or stay on the tower. knowing there was a chance of a 4-man dive, and that's why he's died twice.
Very true. Now I think we're going to see the focus shift for KT down to the bottom half of the map. They've gotten what they need to do on top.
The problem is there's nothing to do down there. All 4 outer turrets on the side lanes are already dead, and Dragon's gone for the next 4 minutes. Arrow has a little bit of time to go till his Trinity Force comes in, but unless they try to siege down mid, which to be fair is possible, there's nothing to fight for unless you really want to commit down to a tier 2 turret.
It's some fairly unreliable wave play from Team Soldier mid. It's just Bjergsen who can like jump into the wave with distortion, and you can never do that if a team is already sieging. You have a Trinity Force 80 carry with Sheen completed, you have an Azir who's going Nashus. The siege is fairly decent for KT to start poking us out and keep Bjergsen under control.
Oh, Nagne taking a lot of damage.
Ignite
This could be the 1v1 Ignite. Will be enough, not quite.
And that's really the thing.
That cleanse.
Bjergsen keeps looking for these trades here. He does really well in this one-on-one, so KT needs to find a way to control him. That's going to be by sending multiple members to this mid lane and just push the LeBlanc into a tower.
Yeah, I mean, and you would expect a player like Bjergsen in a 1v1 dueling situation be able to beat a player like Nagne, but he didn't get the kill. The question is, can he get far enough ahead to make that difference in the late game? He's got a decent CS
at
lead
most
still,
of the
though.
turret.
Yeah.
Now here's
Good start.
I know. There's so many interesting things in this game. I wish I could talk about all of them, but as an AD carry, both outer turrets being down, it is so hard to play against Vayne as any other AD carry in the game. Arrow has to pretty much always respect Wild Turtle in the one-on-one because of the champion matchup here. And if you ever get an extended lane phase again, it's just hard to be Kog'Maw.
And we just keep seeing how the side lanes are pushed towards either team. So bottom side now was pushed in, then Dyrus gets a big wave. Before it was down to some that he got the wave and...
Nagne, that was not a good decision. Bjergsen
he missed
failed
that
the kill.
one.
He missed the Empress Divider. There's a kill for Bjergsen in the 1v1 in mid.
Bjergsen, he kept trying. This time around, there was no summoners in the mid lane. He gets another engage and some misplays come in from Nagne. But in the end, Team Solo mid, we highlighted how this mid lane matchup is where they can really get far ahead. And Bjergsen has been on fire so far.
I gotta say, Nagne's looking a little bit flustered in this mid lane now. That was a pretty poor duel we just saw from him, and you can't do that against a player like Bjergsen. He will take every advantage he can from every tiny mistake you make.
EU mid laners, man.
In NA versus Korea, the EU mid laners reign supreme.
It's a global game. Let's watch this one
so
again.
This is the E, wants the shield from it. Bjergsen somehow lands the chain while Nagne's moving, and then again, Bjergsen expects the ult or something, but happens to walk around the side to never get CC'd.
I thought maybe he expected someday to get there a little bit quicker too. That could have been part of it, but either way, not the strongest play we've ever seen from Nagne.
But due to Team Solo mid keeping the Vayne in the side lane, keeping the Olaf in the side lane, catching farm, pushing waves down, they force KT to respond and defend those side lanes so they cannot group on Bjergsen. And as we mentioned before, use your Azir, use your Trinity Force 80 carry to start pushing in and just avoid this one-on-one. That's going to happen again and again. So far, good job with the 1-3-1.
You know, the biggest thing to me is when I look at the minimap right now, what I don't see is wards on TSM's side from KT. And when you don't see that, it's usually meaning a KT loss is coming in. So, yeah, if you're a KT fan, you got to start to get a little bit worried about the situation now.
I mean, meanwhile, look at the vision. We're 50 seconds from Dragon. You can see 4 wards in this southern jungle. Score will clear 1. He's got a defensive pink, but there's 3 more that KT have yet to deal with here. TSM doing a very good job of kind of beating KT at their own game. The jungle support rooms have been okay, and they've been getting Dragon control.
And once again, it just opens up for Bjergsen to continue sitting in the mid lane. Slowly, he will push down this tower. If Nagne stays for too long, he might even die.
Big chunk of damage dealt there.
It is not going to get better for KT because they've lost control of their own jungle. So we get to see the pushes happening in every lane. Dyrus is just sitting and farming for himself whenever there's a wave. And now TSM saying, you know what? It's time to take down the tower.
Yeah, TSM starting to pull farther and farther ahead. It's a small gold lead, but it's much more about the vision, about the positioning. TSM's got it all right now. Oh, we might see a fight here in this mid lane. Score gets caught with the chains, but they're not going to follow it up. Dragon is live.
Arrow's getting a lot of damage down.
That's right, Santorin has to flash away. The flash gets 2 with the E. There's a Brahma coming in, but the knockup from Peekaboo. KT, this could be the fight they're looking for. Pushing TSM back right now. They got a kill on Santorin, and they are just going to go for this mid lane turret.
Exactly what KT wanted here. Someday is still very strong on his Darius. He's finally part of the team fight. They got together as a group. This team, they want to fight 5 versus 5 and not take these 1 versus 1s against the Vayne, against the LeBlanc. That's not in their favor.
Well, they got the team fight. They're going to get 2 turrets out of that as well. Can probably just go for Dragon on the way out. We'll see if they decide to do it.
It's a bit risky because there are all the respawns coming in for TSM. Santorin doesn't exactly have any ults to worry about here, so it's going to be interesting. Looks like KT will be recalling, which could give TSM the chance to knock that down.
And we'll see. Either way, a little...
Yeah, this is TSM's Dragon.
I think so. A little gold lead for KT. TSM, though, gets that second Dragon, so the pressure is on. It's bizarre to see KT in a situation where the other team is up 2 Dragons like this.
I don't think in this game, though, they care. Because you just got 2 mid lane towers. You just won a team fight as well, where you were in a very bad situation, getting pushed in every single lane, basically. Maybe outside the top lane, where Someday was always in control. However, getting that goal lead back for KT, and the fact that they finally got to group, that's what matters for them. So now they also get a chance to get a few wards into the jungle of Team Solomid, slow down the split push. And if we get to see them grouping up one more time with AD carry and mid lane together, KT should be able to at least keep track of where Team Solomid is.
Should be. They did also use that opportunity to finally get some wards into TSM's jungle too, so they finally got a little bit more vision to work with. So I'm sure, if nothing else, they're in a little bit more comfortable of a situation now.
And it's interesting as well, you speak about being more comfortable. The fact that a Negatron Cloak is now in here for Nagne means those Bjergsen solo kills are going to be much, much less likely to happen. Bjergsen got a good laning phase. He got the turret first. He got a solo kill. That's good for him. But Nagne is in a full team fight power now. Took some wounds, but he's already back and recovered. Nashor's Tooth done. Level 11 Azir. The team fight power is already here.
Yeah. Definitely is. And Score going into the jungle there. Bjergsen's got an eye on him, though.
And this is very risky for KT because the mid lane once again is pushed down so far. Wild Turtle is in the top side, so he cannot join in case there's a teleport coming in from Someday in a big team fight, but then he can just push in multiple towers towards the base. So once again, Team Solomid is in a position where they should be able to hold because Bjergsen can always roam. So KT knows we cannot push this tower. It doesn't matter that there's minions. If we do it, we might just die to LeBlanc.
You know, one thing we haven't mentioned yet is the blue control that KT has had for a lot of the game. They've been able to get a lot of those blue buffs.
Yeah, good steal by them. And this was, again, just where the people were sent around the map. Wild Turtle sent to the top side, the duel up against Someday, who has teleport. He can always show up on that bottom side. TSM has to respect that. And in fact, we saw a second ago, Nagne had run to the bottom lane to try to defend a top turret. They thought TSM was pushing, and that actually wasn't the case. Wild Turtle's just on an island. He's just getting farmed. They're not really pressuring with him.
We're going to see a lot more Vayne, though, in this tournament. With big bruisers like Darius, of course, in the meta, having a Vayne who can so easily duel them, or at least avoid getting caught by them with her mobility, is going to be very important. And being able to, again, split up this map and take care of the tanks.
I do wonder at what point this Darius pick's mobility challenges are going to sort of catch up with the strength that it has in team fights.
Oh, TSM aren't really very good at being anti-melee is the problem. If they had like an Azir or a Victor, being Darius would kind of suck a little bit, but LeBlanc and Olaf aren't really going to punish that in team fights. I think Somebody's going to be totally fine, and this first pick becomes justified as the game goes on.
Yeah, I mean, just meant in general with Darius.
Oh, sure,
This
sure.
game he's okay, but...
There'll definitely be a lot of games.
2 people, man. That's pretty decent.
We've seen it already with Darius, how he's been a fairly safe option, honestly, for teams to have over in that top lane. He has a lot of good matchups. It's very hard to deal with him. He heals for a lot more now in team fights compared to before, so even there he has quite some presence. But often it is, as you just said yourself, you need that flash pull to start a fight, so you should never be the main engage as a Darius on a team. There needs to be something else. In this case, Peekaboo is on the Alistar to engage in even a knockup from Score to start the fight, so they're helping Someday getting there and make sure he can always get onto targets.
Meanwhile, new item alert here for Someday. Sterix Gauge picked up for him. It's a big damage increase, and it's a great tank item, actually, with a shield that pops when you get low. But he's not buying items that make him go faster. No Dead Man's Plate, no randoms for the CC.
I'm surprised to not see the Dead Man's Plate specifically. That seems to be pretty standard as a second item on Darius these days.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about this before the show as well, how some of these new items like Sterix Gauge here is super good. However, it doesn't really give you what you need as a big, low mobility bruiser, in the sense that your main weakness is getting and sticking onto targets for yourself. Like, getting that engaging, that will not help you. Dead Man's Plate will, but it does make you insanely strong if you finally get the one-on-one.
Yeah, I mean, my general thought is it's a team game. You can pick champions for their strengths, and their weaknesses get covered by your teammates. Making Someday fast doesn't make him a better Darius. Making Someday unkillable and do 1 million damage makes him the scariest frontliner in the game. And if you can rely on your team to set you up, You've got Alistair and Rek'Sai for some initiation power.
Sure.
I mean, that's the role, just to be a big, heavy frontliner. Someday we'll do that.
You know, another big thing to kind of take note of, I think, item-wise, is that Score's been able to pick up his Aegis now. Talk about making Bjergsen, you know, more trivial in team fights. That's going to be even less damage that he's going to be doing.
What's another thing about the changes in 5.16? The Aegis Aura went down to 15 magic resist from 20. So for champions like Arrow who aren't getting any other MR, it's actually worse for him. Of course, it's still good for Score and the rest of the lineup who are buying other magic resist items.
I suppose.
No, I mean, it's still good.
It all helps.
I'm just referencing patch changes because I love items.
Now, Bjergsen is 14 at the moment. He's going to hit level 16 fairly soon, at least for himself, which is one of these big spikes for the Blanc where he can really start one-shotting the back line. Arrow, of course, is behind him in levels as an 80.
Oh, someday.
Don't care about that one. Jumping straight back to a distortion.
I gotta be careful, though. He took a lot of damage there, and with less than a minute until Dragon, they can't really afford to have that happen. Oh, Wild Turtle comes in, contempt for Score against the wall. Your Score has to burrow his way out. Shield thrown up by Lustboy as KT disengages. But again, Dragon is coming soon. You cannot lose someone right now.
No, it's going to be 3 Dragons for Team Soulmate if they get it. And with KT being forced back in base, giving up all control, at least towards the bottom side, not that Team Soulmate has taken over because they want to push this tower instead.
I don't know if you're going to get a lot done.
Siege on the tier 2. Arrow can do a lot of damage to Lustboy if he wants to, and he may. There's a chilling smite. Score comes from the side. Lustboy taken down. There's another kill for Someday. Lustboy just simply out of position.
Yeah, very strange. The rest of his team just walked back up the mid lane, but he stayed a little bit too long, and it's in the end. Score just ultis in behind him. Very important kill for KT.
Very awkward, and it may give them their first Dragon in the game, too.
Well, that's the thing is TSM, the rest of them had postured around Baron, daring KT to even try that. This is normal, like typical TSM. After 20 minutes, will dare you to take Dragon because they'll kill Baron instead. Lustboy didn't get the memo, went to the other side toward Dragon, and because of that pick, there is no threat, and a clean pickup for KT.
Yep.
It's been one of the problems we can highlight for Team Soulmate in this game is that some of their members have been caught out when they shouldn't have, and that has given openings for KT to get ahead in gold here, to now get a second dragon, or get a first dragon instead of a third dragon for Team Soulmate, which could have been a very key thing. As we know, KT as well, once they are behind, don't always know exactly what to do on the map, and often rely on getting towards these 4 or 5 dragons and then look to close it out.
And well, that train has begun for KT Rolster. Started with a dip, 2 dragons down, but now they're back up on the lift, getting 1 dragon for themselves.
I mean, at the end of the day, when it comes to the super late game, when it comes to 30 minutes plus, who do you really trust to make the better late game moves, better late game decision making? TSM is good in NA, but KT is just so strong overall. They have one of the longest average game times in Korea right now. If anybody knows late game, it's definitely this team.
Yeah, but for NA's sake, TSM is kind of the same way here. These are both the low kill, mostly map control focused teams. These are actually the 2 least bloody teams, kills plus deaths per minute.
We don't have a lot to
games.
do. It's sad for us, isn't it?
Well, this is why we kind of start talking about the histories of the players. That's why I'm glad you're on the cast. You know these Korean teams so well, and I start gushing about items. This is like how you expect KT versus TSM to go. 6 kills, 26 minutes.
And this is what we expect for Team Soulmate right now. They need to find a new objective where they can bait around and put Bjergsen in a position where he can assassinate a target. He's getting higher and higher up in terms of levels, but there's more and more magic resist coming on the side of KT, so it's not going to be easier for him to get these kills. And as long as there's map control or wards down, he can't find that assassination. And it's a problem, but we see them trying to use bait near the Baron. Come on, move closer. Someone gets out of position, then Bjergsen pops in and tries to get
Bjergsen Nagne tries to do some fancy dodging, just takes a lot of damage in return.
I mean, Nagne tries to land the E to get a shield to make that trade a bit easier. And you can see he keeps the control up in the mid lane thanks to the turret. But Bjergsen right now is about 500 gold shy of a Void Staff. That item comes through, that combo might actually kill Nagne in its own right. So that can always be a risk, but there's a lot of time that TSM has to wait, and Someday making a nice play here.
Yeah, slowing Dyrus down, doing a bit of damage. Misses that Q. Dyrus can always pop the ultimate to just walk right out if he needs to.
And Olaf is one of these champions here who's normally extremely strong in the early laning phase when it comes to his early duels here, but late game, it becomes very difficult for him to really take down anything, especially these big tanks like Someday. The one-on-one has been very much in favor of him because Someday's been getting the early kills as well. And by him just constantly having this pressure, he will keep control over Dyrus is, and that means KT might be able to make the proactive move. Because again, they're still just waiting. They're just waiting, making sure Bjergsen cannot kill anyone, and then slowly scale up on your AD carry, scale up with your mid laner.
Yeah, KT has all day as far as they're concerned.
They're actually controlling the minion waves much better as well. Take a look at the farm leads on all these players, aside from specifically Bjergsen, who is ahead considerably. Every single one of the other 4 roles is better for KT, and now Dyrus pops the ult. The slow is enough to get him away just barely, but he's out of this lane.
Afraid it might be the end times for him.
Here's typical TSM play, though. Right away, they're trying for it, and Dyrus can teleport.
Oh, Score comes in, too. With that ultimate himself, Nagne coming up, Bjergsen trying to zone him out. We can see on the minimap. Here comes Peekaboo, teleport coming in for Dyrus. Peekaboo goes in for the knockup.
No
Kog'Maw coming in. Where is Kog'Maw? Someday needs to do the damage. Here he comes, arrow right there. Bjergsen very, very low. Kills coming in for Wild Turtle though, but a double comes in for Nagne and KT. They've got the fight as Wild Turtle caught by Someday. That's 3 kills now. A double kill for Arrow, that's 4. Might as well be an ace because they've got the Baron.
Very big mistake from Bjergsen in this fight here. He starts up by using his abilities on Peekaboo, who's popping his ulti anyway. So suddenly Nagne knows, oh, there's no threat of me being one-shot. I can move close and start dealing damage. Arrow obviously comes in fairly late, but because Bjergsen was not a threat to Nagne, he could pick up the kills. The rest of KT comes in. Team Soulmate is stuck in the Baron pit, and then there was nothing they could do.
Beautiful stuff. KT replying to this Baron attempt so very well. Here comes the Bjergsen combo. Q, E, gets chunked down, dodges away with his W, jumps back in. He's doing no damage whatsoever.
And look at Nagne here. He was on 50% HP, and yet he just stepped forward right next to Bjergsen. I don't care about you. You have no cooldowns right now. So I'm just going to take care of the rest of your team instead. So well played from KT, but also, again, a missed opportunity for Team Soulmate. Never, ever focus the Alistar. It's just not worth it when he jumps in.
You know, and that's exactly what Peekaboo wanted. He wanted to scare him, wanted to get right in their faces and force that out, and it worked like a charm. Not like an Ari charm, like a different, like a metaphysical kind of charm.
A little bit mixed communication as well from Team Soulmate here. Arrow was gonna be late, so it could be a 5 versus 4 team fight. But it's like half the team were kind of staying on Baron, some of them were turning around, a little bit of everything, instead of just instant call saying, okay, disengage from Baron, take the team fight while the AD carry is gone.
Yeah. Bjergsen looking for a bit of redemption, nearly gets it with close to a kill on the Arrow. Should heal up pretty quickly though.
And now it's how much can KT Rolster take while this Baron buff is on. Dragon will respawn during its tenure, but they can also try to keep sieging. Azir and Kog'Maw, 2 of the very best of what they do, while Alistar plays bodyguard. This should be incredibly difficult for TSM to do anything. You guys mentioned earlier the low wave clear by TSM.
Oh,
and
Bjergsen from the side nearly takes down Score.
They do some damage, but the turret it can't run away. It can't heal up really. And you can see very little gets done by TSM as the turret loses more and more health.
Yeah, Bjergsen poking. Dyrus going very, very low. He's got to be careful here, but as a minion wave dies, KT needs to wait that cannon minion. And still doing a bit of work.
Azir loves being in this position where he has his own turret behind him, he has the Baron buff minion, and nothing you can really do to stop it right now. They're just waiting for Bjergsen to pick off a target on the side, and that can really be the go button for Team Soulmate. Yep. There's really no other main engagement.
Oh, the stun hits him!
By Peekaboo.
Bjergsen's got to get away from this one, but now the dive in towards the turret. Few more hits will do it, and Arrow's still safe in the back line. But the W's down, he's got to buy some time. Bjergsen again can only find Peekaboo as his target, who pops the ult, knows he's safe, and now KT can run right for this dragon. TSM are on the hunt, though.
Wow, they're actually going to try to tie up the dragons here, and this, if they can get this dragon, pretty much undermines everything TSM's accomplished this game.
Well, they're coming down for it. Bjergsen down to 50% mana for himself. The rest of Team Soulmate, though, except for Lostboy, are fairly healthy. Arrow,
he's gonna
back down. Maybe KT said, you know what, we don't want to risk it. We're in a good position right now.
No flash for Someday. Score coming back in with the ult, but the burst comes down. What a pull! It stops the W, but the dragon comes through. No steal for Score. Ult's in for Lustboy, but it means Dyrus is by himself. He doesn't get the memo, takes so much damage. Oh, does not quite get sniped, but TSM does at least sneak the dragon.
Man, Vikings are not known for like running away, but Dyrus, he made it a thing that I think other Vikings will consider in the future because he actually lived.
This time he stayed alive.
Right.
The other times where he didn't run away, he died for it, and that has put him really far behind in this
might
game.
Cost him. They're going to lose this tier 2 turret for sure, and KT, even if they don't get the dragon, has been able to at least get something out of it each time.
And we got to see an early game here from Team Soulmate where it was clear what the plan was, you know, trying to shut down Someday. We have a strong laner in Olaf. If he can get rolling, we maybe can keep Darius down. However, because of these early deaths with him being caught out on the Olaf, the fact that KT managed to get a few picks other than just Dyrus dying, of course, left and right, kept them even in gold at least. And then they get that first 5-on-5 team fight where the combo or where the composition is so strong. And from there on, they've kind of been in the lead. Because Team Zombie could no longer just put up this 1-3-1 split push because suddenly the map control were evened out. And KT's just been leading the charge from there.
And it looked like a lot of bad decisions in a row from TSM. There's Lustboy getting caught, taking the wrong exit from the mid lane after a kind of lackluster siege. Then the Baron attempt where they could have forced a 5v4, came around the wrong side.
They're going to go after score here.
It's some poke, it's not that important, but TSM again trying to make the exact same play. Can we set up Baron? If they put wards down now, they will last until that respawns. It's kind of the only play left. KT Rolster up so much gold right now.
I feel like I've seen this before. Pickaboo comes into the flash, headbutt pulverized Dyrus right away, pops out almost to get away. Lustboy taken down. Another kill for Arrow. Dyrus just immediately had to flee along with Wild Turtle. TSM was not ready, and now Wild Turtle caught on his own. Another kill for Nagne. Disaster for TSM.
There's so little they can do now. They're just trying to make some aggressive plays, maybe surprise KT, but it's not going to happen. KT are in full control. Bjergsen once again looking to see if he can flank and get one kill.
Yeah, it doesn't much matter what TSM do here. Pickaboo has been so incredibly good this game. 90% kill participation, practically a perfect score, taking almost all the damage and yet finding picks all the same. The Moby Boots Alistair just not being stopped at all. Again, trying to stop Bjergsen mid-combo, and KT in control of everything.
Now, what a great story for Pickaboo throughout this year, too, was the support for SK Telecom, sidelined with wrist issues, quit the team, said, I want to play, join KT, and was a big part of getting this squad to Worlds, and he is performing at Worlds now. Awesome story for this guy over the course of the year.
Every single kill in the early game was him, and of course his trustworthy jungler right next to him.
Yep.
Walking down and finding Dyrus out of position, getting the kills. And that jungle support synergy is just so key in this meta here, because it's what sets up all these tower dives. It's what sets up the vision on the map. I will say, Santorin and Lostboy, though, were making plays as well at the same time. They just weren't able to find the same openings because Someday knew when to back away.
And just to kind of underscore how much Pickaboo has done for this team, the only best of match KT has lost has only been to SK Telecom T1. They have lost to no other teams in a best of series. Since that roster addition, he's been so much miracle sort of work for this team.
Even though that was a 3-0 loss to SK Telecom in the LCK Summer Finals, you still see this KT team come in and look so good. But on the other side, TSM not looking bad at all. It's relatively small things, isn't it, that they need to go back and look at with this game. If they can fix them, they can be much, much more competitive going forward.
That's the thing with this World Championship. I feel like these teams are actually fair. Oh, dear Lord, that damage.
Whoa, that was a lot of damage from Arrow.
So these teams are all fairly close in skill level, a few outliers notwithstanding. It's one or two very catastrophic mistakes that pull the game out of contention anymore. Lustboy getting caught, TSM making the bad Baron call, game blown wide open, and KT no longer having any issues.
When you're talking about the world's best, it doesn't take much to separate the wins and the losses. Arrow just chasing away TSM. They've got that ward. Score maybe trying to come in from the flank here. Bjergsen catches him, but he's just not doing a ton of damage now. They catch Someday. They get Pickaboo. Oh, could be back. KT coming in, though. Arrow manages to get the kill. Arrow, this Kog'Maw is untouched, and he is raining down chaos on TSM.
There is no threat on him whatsoever. This team has done so well to create chaos in the beginning. KT engaged the fight. TSM can't go back in. Arrow can do all the damage he wants. The front line is doing all the work.
Yeah, pretty much, man. Bjergsen trying to make plays. Got a big chunk out of Someday, but that's not going to save this inhibitor. It's not going to save the turret either, in reverse order, I guess. KT still pushing ahead for that win. Bjergsen just desperate to make plays, and TSM needs him to, but they need more than Bjergsen.
Yeah, KT now full control. They have been for the last 10-15 minutes. Really just a strong performance to show how you can get back into the game. Because they were suddenly being put in situations in the early game, maybe they didn't expect them, where Team Soulmate had that strategy, and instead we saw KT say, you know what, easy boys. What do we do now? Okay, where do we punish them? Who's out of position? And that's how they kept it even until we got the grouping. So smart game for KT.
Yep, very, I would say, other than a few lost dragons early on, a very typical KT game. You know, it's playing it safe, methodical throughout, waiting for that late game strength, using the vision they gain to make those plays.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. So KT
Is it
taking
rush
care of
time?
business.
It might just be for Team
There's
Solomid,
two in base.
They kind of...
TSM had the opportunity to force really hard and make something happen there.
Right now,
Kog'Maw
you
was
have
in
to rush
base.
it.
Kog'Maw was in base and Azir was far. That was actually a window TSM could have used. It's too late now.
Still, you got to do just to take the fight and force KT to move
They
down
haven't
near
even killed
the
all the
river.
wards. They're standing on one. The sweeper missed it. TSM have nothing to do here. Two
all
inhibs are
going
dead.
wrong.
The mini waves are already pushing and nothing TSM can do.
Yeah, side wave control has been good for KT as well. TSM looking for an opportunity. Wild Turtle gets caught though. Push back. The pulverize actually did not knock him up, I guess.
Peekaboo doesn't like the patch notes right now. The slowed headbutt.
Dude, it was that was a close call. If they had caught Wild Turtle there, that would have been basically game.
They're just going to stop the recalls because super minions are already in the base. They're going to be a fight though.
And there's the dive on in. That gets the Sterix shield pop, but here comes the rest of the fight. Peekaboo on the side. Ult already popped. TSM cutting away, but that's okay for KT Rolster. The minions can win the game for them. And the big tantrum score. In comes Nagne. And it's going to be a bloodbath there. Here comes the Chaos Dug. Here comes everything. What can TSM do aside from run and cry and lick their wounds? Santorin going to be the last one to go down as Dyrus is already somewhere else on the map.
I don't even know where
already
Dyrus is. I know he's back to base. He's like, sorry guys, there's some minions in the base. I'm kind of worried about him. Good luck, bye.
They would have won the game though for KT, so Dyrus will, for now, delay it. But come on, we're talking 10 seconds, and then KT's going to push in. They won this game. They played it well. They got back. They got to late game, and they showed what they could do.
Death timers are too long. I mean, yeah, KT showing what they can do, and what they do is play a very, very solid mid and late game. Stayed safe early on, and second inhibitor goes down, and there goes the Nexus. KT will take down TSM Korea 3-0 and a 2-1.
Big congratulations there to KT Rolster. They only gave up 3 deaths the entire time. All those pretty much in the early game. Closing this game out was pretty much textbook by these guys. Good job, KT.
I saw a very early game focus, composition, and strategy for Team Solomid here. The LeBlanc in the mid lane to apply pressure. Olaf up in the top lane. Vayne, once she gets to play, can always be a split pushing threat as well. But just the individual mistakes really hurt Team Solomid here. It made KT always have a way back into the game.
Yeah.
They found their way. And honestly, Team Solomid is going to look at this game and be very disappointed at some of these early mistakes they made, because they are fairly easy for them to fix.
I mean, we saw some hope for TSM too. We did see Bjergsen, I feel, pretty comfortably outplaying Nagne in the mid lane.
Exactly.
It was fairly small things. You know, Lustboy cannot get caught. Basically, it's if people cannot get caught, TSM will have much better results in this tournament.
Yeah. I like the early game strategy from them. Pig and Manface made sense with the way they were playing. It was just executing it perfectly. Wasn't there for Team Solomid.
That's right, and as KT Rolster takes a bow, we will see another win by a very, very strong team here. And this is exactly how they wanted to start this tournament. KT Rolster, again, finally at the World Championships, getting a big win over TSM right off the bat.
And it's still a sub 40-minute win, so even though it did look fairly close for, to be fair, actually one of our longer games at Worlds, actually, with how snowbally they've been. It's, yeah, KT doing exactly what KT does. I do want to see a lot of growth from TSM. Honestly, like I don't have much more to say about KT Rolster. I thought they played a solid game overall. TSM, it was fraught with individual misplays. The very first tower dive they did, they had a guaranteed wave pushing in, and Lustboy went before the minion waves were there. He took 3 turret shots before even dealing damage just from jumping the gun on a dive.
They got a kill on that one, though. So it
yeah, but they
wasn't
lost
all
6
too bad.
summoner spells for a kill.
Sure.
By contrast, a single TP was ulting for KT to do the exact same thing 2 minutes later.
Thing is, we're looking also, again, at Dyrus and how he dies.
Yeah.
When he's overstaying his welcome, he gets killed then by KT sending down 2 or 3 guys. Those were the big ones that really put him so far behind. And as an Olaf, we talked about a little bit in game. If you do not get a good start, late game, again, your impact is just so little. You don't really offer a whole lot for your team. Your damage isn't that great. That was a big problem for them, because someday on Darius in the late game as well, once he got some items under his belt, he got the Dead Man's Plate as well, became fairly strong at least.
Well, I feel like you said it best, right? Where someday sensed the danger, he pulled back, didn't die. Dyrus didn't quite pick it up for whatever reason, and those deaths really hurt TSM.
Yeah, champ select-wise as well, it felt like there were things that felt weird to me. I think TSM were looking for standard lanes, I don't think you'd pick Olaf if you were planning on starving him of gold for the first 30 minutes of the game there, because they played all around Wild Turtle's AD carry and tried to get both top laners 0 farm at all. And okay, that was successful, but you don't pick Olaf if that's your goal there. Yeah. So that didn't play off very well. Also, I just don't know what Vayne was supposed to accomplish when you saw all those various champions in here. You saw Alistair and Kog'Maw, and like literally every champion can reach Vayne and try to kill her, and she could have been played, a more utility role like Sivir or something longer range and safer.
If they want to try and match the team fight, but they already saw what KT were building, which was, again, with Azir and so on, a fantastic 5 versus 5 composition. And when you have a LeBlanc, you rather split the map up. So Vayne made sense because, again, she could take the 1v1 duel against Arrow, force him to sit there and not start pushing towers down with a Trinity Force in the mid game. Okay. So I like that, at least from Team Solomid, in terms of how they were building the comp, because they played the way the comp was supposed to be played. There was just too many individual mistakes, so we never got to see the comp at its full effect.
Okay, I get that one.
That's true. I mean, the early game looked promising for TSM, despite the loss in the end. It's just, you really can't make mistakes like that against a team like KT.
Well, thankfully for them, they've got 5 more games to play. We'll see if they can shape it up throughout the rest of the group stage. But for now, for a closer look at that KT Rolster win at 2015 Worlds, going to send out a shock to the interview lounge.
Thank you very much, guys. Joined here by Score and Homan to assist in the translation. First up, congratulations, fantastic victory over TSM. I want to ask about the game and especially the early kills that TSM got on their carries, Bjergsen on LeBlanc and Wild Turtle on Vayne. Did that worry you guys in any way?
스코어 선수 우선 승리를 축하드립니다. 지금 TSM 팀이 픽으로 이제 좀 하이퍼 캐리가 가능한 르블랑과 베인을 골랐고 그 뒤로 그 두 챔피언이 좀 킬을 먹었을 때 이거 좀 위험할 수 있겠다라고 혹시 좀 걱정이 됐었는지 말씀 부탁드립니다.
일단 저희 팀도 하이프 캐리인 코고모가 있었고 그리고 그 베인 르블랑이 크는 동시에 저희 코고모도 되게 많이 성장하고 있어서 걱정하지 않고 있었어요. 저희 그 에로우 선수가 코고모를 되게 잘하거든요.
If TSM had Vayne and LeBlanc as their hyper carry, we had Kog'Maw for Arrow, and Arrow is a very talented Kog'Maw player, so we weren't that worried. Yeah.
Not that worried, and you guys had a fantastic game in the end to close it out. You had a great game together with Peekaboo once again, and you've only been a jungler since this season. Can you explain to me how it comes that you have such incredible synergy with Peekaboo?
스코어 선수는 이제 정글로 전향한 지 이제 고작 막 1년밖에 안 됐는데 지금 같은 팀의 서포터인 피카보 선수랑 엄청난 시너지를 보여주고 있습니다. 그 둘의 호흡에 대해서 좀 말씀해 주세요.
일단 피카보 선수가 들어왔을 당시에 그 전에부터 조금 제가 잘해지고 있는 단계였고 피카보 선수가 오면서 더 많이 저한테 도움이 됐어요. 제가 원래 말을 많이 하는 스타일이었는데 말을 많이 하니까 게임 플레이에 집중을 못했었어요. 근데 피카보가 같이 말을 하면서 이제 제가 말할 거를 피카보가 조금 더 덜어주니까 그 상황에서 제가 실력을 더 많이 늘릴 수 있었던 것 같아요.
When Peekaboo first joined our team, that was when I was at the verge of actually getting adopted to the jungle position. And before, I was the only one talking on our team, and because of that, I couldn't really concentrate at the game. But when Peekaboo joined the team, we both divided that role of talking and giving orders. So that really helped me focus on my jungle role. And overall, I think we have a really good synergy together.
Yeah, you guys did fantastic in this game as well. Now, this is dubbed by a lot of people as maybe one of the group of death. Yet, you won that first game convincingly versus TSM. Who do you think is making it out of the group?
이제 KT 로스터 팀이 죽음의 조라 불리는 그룹 D에서 첫 승을 거두셨습니다. 마지막으로 그룹 D에서 웃게 될 두 팀은 누구라 생각되시나요?
일단 오늘 지면 당연히 저희는 가능성 없다고 생각했는데 이겼기 때문에 저희는 일단 무조건 올라갈 것 같고 다른 한 팀이 이제 제 생각에는 LGD라고 다들 많이 생각하시는데 오리겐이 될 거라고 생각해요.
So if we lost our game today to TSM, I think it would be a very hard trip for us. But since we won, I would say KT is pretty safe going to the next round. And a lot of people say that LGD has upper hand, but I actually think that Origin has a very good chance, actually.
Well, very interesting, and we'll see them playing LGD versus OG right after this one as well. Thank you so much, congratulations, and back to you guys over at the desk.
Thank you, Shocks. As Score mentioned there, we will get to how the team has been playing since the addition of Peekaboo and how much better they look. But first, I want to take an opportunity to dissect that early game because we saw a lot of really interesting things come through in the first 10 minutes from both teams.
I feel most definitely like the biggest part was like the first 5 minutes, I felt that KT kind of felt lost because I felt they misplayed the early game, but they repaired it very well. And the moment it became standard again, I felt that TSM were just completely lost because the principle in lane swaps is that you put your weaker lane in the wave that is coming in and the stronger lane that is like the wave that's coming out.
I mean, if we're talking about that lane swap, I do feel that the initial tower push was in favor of TSM, but I wouldn't even say, I mean, beyond that very first initial part, I really think that Someday just played it a lot better. You noticed his pathing. He just completely abandoned the top lane, went through the jungle, set up the dive, and you can see KT in that game played a very risk-averse style. They just waited for their opponents to make mistakes. We saw Dyrus taking a little bit more of a risk walking forward, giving up that first blood. And KT is a team that wins the overwhelming majority of their games in which they get that first blood objective.
Yeah, and they only take the risk. Like, I wouldn't say they're completely risk-averse because they did go for 2 tower dives. There was that one where there was a tower dive as well that they actually pulled off pretty easily. But I feel like they wait for the situation where they mess up and then the risk goes down drastically, right? But I also feel like TSM took that risk with the 5-man tower dive bottom. It was actually rather good. I feel like TSM and KT both played a really good first 8 minutes of the game back and forth. Then it just got completely out of hand.
Well, let's take a look at that because, you know, it was relatively even, as you mentioned. There were a few slip-ups on the side of TSM, but things really blew open when we got to that Baron fight about 28 minutes into the game.
Yeah, and I think this is the big difference here when we take a look at the team fighting. Starting off this clip, we do see Bjergsen here. He's going to use his combo on Peekaboo. Q, but he's already in his ult, misses E, and then W to the side. So the biggest carry right now in TSM, the most fed member, basically has no damage. Meanwhile, Dyrus TP'd into this fight without having his ultimate up because he used it to escape a gank in the bottom lane. And TSM thought they could do this, but KT responded. They had the Rex side just to ult into that Baron fight. They had the TP up. So it was kind of an ill-advised fight. And then on top of their disadvantage from cooldown timers from that Olaf ultimate, they also had the disadvantage of not using the carry spells properly. And there was a big difference. Even though Bjergsen crushed lane against Nagne, Nagne played that team fight so much better. Yeah. You cannot, if you are a Fed LeBlanc, use your spells on an Alistair. That is a no-go.
Yeah, spells aside, being absorbed by Peekaboo, Peekaboo played every team fight incredibly well. The one where they were ending up catching out Santorin and it was the hook in from Someday onto 2 members, played that one great. Played that one great as well. Peekaboo, the addition to this roster, changing them around, his mid-late game shot calling and playmaking is what put KT in this spot and brought them all the way here.
Yeah, and I've been in the KT house and I've watched them scrim, and Peekaboo and Score, definitely you can see the synergy between these two as a shot caller. They never stop talking.
I want to jump in here. TSM had rather low expectations. People had rather low expectations of TSM coming into this tournament. You mentioned that the first at least 8 minutes of the game was pretty solid for them. Yamato, I want to get your opinions as to whether or not they have met the expectations, whether or not this is at least promising for them to have started out with the right macro sense of the game, just needing to clean up more of their individual mistakes.
I feel like that when we jumped into this game, the first thing we saw was, of course, a pick and ban. And the Vayne, as we discussed in Monte Cristo, brought up a very valid point with the Sivir. Like, he should have just picked Sivir there. It would have made so much more sense.
Yeah.
Okay. What was Vayne doing there? I was like, what?
You can go first.
Yeah. So if you want to pick a losing matchup into Kog'Maw, because Vayne is going to have a very hard time in that 2v2, well, you can pick the Vayne, but if you're going to pick the Vayne, why not just pick the Sivir? Because you've already committed to losing, and at least you have wave clear. Because the big problem that TSM had is as soon as they were unable to push and TSM got the vision control back over their own jungle, okay, well then KT can group. Who is going to stop the Azir Kog'Maw combo? You can't really get onto them. There's no wave clear. Sivir would have provided that. Sivir also would have provided a way for Olaf to get into that backline. Not that Dyrus ever used his Ragnarok to actually do anything besides run away, but at least that's an option.
All right, well, that's going to do it for Game 1. We need to take a quick break, but when we return, it's another Group D clash between China's #1 LGD Gaming and Xpeke's Origin. Worlds 2015 continues right after this.
either Korea or North America will end this game 3-0.
Here comes the wave. They're trying to
Plusboy
clear
gets
the best
aggro
they
too
can.
early.
Comes with the knockup. Plusboy takes a lot of damage from the turret. Someday gets slow, gets taken down. Has to flash away. The flash. Someday gets two with the E. There's a Brahma coming in with the knockup from Peekaboo. KT, this could be the fight they're looking for. Here he comes. Arrow right there. Bjergsen very, very low. Kills coming in for Wild Turtle though, but a double comes in for Nagne. Can win the game for them. And the biggest game from Score. In comes Nagne. And it's going to be a bloodbath there. Here comes the Chaos Stunt. KT will take down TSM Korea 3-0.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of the 2015 World Championship Group Stage, where China's LGD is setting up to take on the European LCS's Origin. Now, LGD, this is a team that when we look at them on paper have incredibly strong lanes across the board. But in this matchup specifically, where do we see the largest mismatch?
The first thing that comes to mind, like when I viewed Origin as a coach during the EU regular split, was always like the weakness I saw was Xpeke. He plays only very, very few champions and has a very weak champion pool generally.
Yeah, and this summer split was not kind to him as well. And Xpeke is up against Godvi here, who plays assassins against his control mages. So I feel like Godvi has that large edge over him. But if we look at the history of international play for European mid laners, they've never come to a tournament and been just shut out by Eastern mid laners ever. They always seem to show up. So if the plot armor comes in for Xpeke, that's going to give him that edge here today.
Maybe it's about time.
It always seems to come in, though, and that's the thing, is European mid laners always perform on the international stage.
I mean, I do remember Fnatic's performance against, SK Telecom in the All-Stars competition in 2014, where Fnatic bombed out very quickly. But for pretty much every other time, you're right. And in fact, Xpeke has had some of his biggest highlights. One of my favorite moments from Worlds last year was his duel against Dade. That Talon versus Zed was absolutely incredible.
All right, but then if we move outside of the mid lane, we pop up to the top lane. We have Acorn versus Soaz. Thoughts on that one, Monty?
Well, I've loved watching Soaz in the ULCS, and I think on an individual level, we can talk about Soaz and say that his gangplank is obviously exceptional, and he's a smart and very large champion pool player. That said, Acorn is a team player. He always has been. Acorn, when he was on Samsung Blue, helped to really innovate the lane swap meta that we see today. That was one of the biggest contributions of Samsung Blue and why they were so dominant in 2014. And he continues to be that kind of team player. His teleport game is absolutely on point. Soaz puts up great stats, but in the mid game, he can tend to wander off and die. Rarely happens with Acorn.
Well, he's definitely at home here in France. I have to go to the bot lane here because I think a lot of people, myself included, are very curious about watching Niels, a rookie, first Worlds tournament going up against Imp, reigning world champion here in the bot lane, Yamato.
It's obviously, it's favored in Imp's. It's super obvious that Imp is the favorite AD in this. But, when I think of Niels, I know him as a person. I've had the opportunity to play with him as well back in Season 3, but it doesn't really faze him that he's a rookie or not. I don't think that matters at all. He has that kind of I don't give a damn attitude, and I like that about him.
Well, you definitely have to step on stage with that kind of attitude when you are going up against the reigning world champ and a guy who's been very vocal about making sure he wants to see his opponents cry at some point.
I love Imp is just the villain of League of Legends.
It's fabulous.
I absolutely adore him.
And he owns that role fabulously.
He always does.
Yeah, Imp is definitely, in my opinion, probably the second strongest player here at Worlds, and he's going up against this rookie. So Niels has his work cut out for him, but I want to look at a little bit of a closer matchup here, which is TBQ versus Amazing. I think this is the closest matchup here, but TBQ, he gets a lot of flack for being the weakest member on his roster, but look at his roster. Look at his roster. And TBQ had an amazing finals up against EDG. He was a big part of why they won. So even though this is the closest matchup, it is still a rather lopsided matchup.
Well, and anytime we get Lee Sin back in the meta, that's a buff for TBQ too. It's traditionally been his best champion. So will that be a ban here? I'm very curious because I think you kind of have to target TBQ if you're going to play against LGD, because the other players have such large champion pools that it's very difficult to handle them, but maybe you can get an edge over their jungler.
Yeah. All right, well, before we throw it over to our casters, we're going to go down the line, get your predictions here, starting with you, Zyrene.
I got to go LGD on this one. I feel like they're definitely favorites here. Even though LGD has been having some coaching issues, I feel like just individual talent across the board is going to bring them out today.
Yeah. And that's the thing with LGD. These are guys, a team that definitely could win this entire tournament. I think Origin and LGD will be a bloodbath in the early game, but I think LGD will come out on top just through better control of the map later on.
And finally?
I feel the teams are very similar, but LGD is just a better version of what Origin is. They kind of rely on that raw talent to carry them through games, and I feel like LGD obviously has the better talent in this matchup.
All right, well, there you have it. A very uniform desk once again, day 2. Though I can't argue. I'm not gonna sit here and say it's actually Origin. So that's all I've got for you.
Right.
Now, yeah, exactly. As we head over to the casters for a look at the lineups, Xpeke says Origin doesn't have the pressure that some of the older and more established teams face.
We are a new team. We have a lot of experience and everything, but at the same time, it's really good that we don't put that pressure on ourselves, because that's the worst you can do. Normally, teams don't really mind much of pressure from outside. It's yourself in the end.
Well, his first game's going to be up against one of the favorites at Worlds, all the same, though, as Xpeke is going to be taking on LGD here. But, guys, we get ourselves into the game. Let's check out the starting lineups. We're going to start with the LGD gaming here. Up in the top lane, they've got Acorn. In the jungle is TBQ. In the mid lane, Godv, an amazing, amazing mid laner. Imp on AD carry, believed to be the best in the world. And PYL, the support, the player that so many come to play with. PYL, an incredibly famous support over in China, an emotional leader for that team.
And of course, on the side, for Europe, we have Origin. Swords up in the top lane, we have Amazing in the jungle, Xpeke in the mid lane, he's gonna have quite a tough day. Nils as the AD carry, Mithy as the support, and the new head coach, Hermit, former analyst for the team.
He kind of looks like the mighty Thor, doesn't he?
I'm sure he has something prepared.
Bit.
He's a very smart guy. I think what he's done for this team, especially leading into playoffs when he started, being on side with Origin in Europe, the pick and ban phase really improved for them going into the playoffs with, of course, Fnatic in the end not managed to beat them, but they took them to 5 games. That was a big deal for Origin. LGD, though, is a whole new monster.
Oh, yeah, man. I mean, they are so strong right now in China. A lot of people picking them as possibly a contesting team to China's EDG, which all year we really didn't see. It was kind of EDG on top, and now at the very end, here comes LGD providing this big threat as well.
And the funny thing is, LGD was always a sleeper, is the weird thing. Before all the Koreans came over, they were the next team in line to go to Worlds last year behind Starhorn, Royal Club, ONG, and Edward Gaming. Now here, they got second place in the spring split, and that went to 5 games, by the way. They were nearly the team that went to MSI and faced all those teams. LGD then crushed the summer split playoffs. This is the team that's always been right on the cusp. Here they are now. They're first showing up at Worlds. Of course, their roster, definitely an incredible talent pool on it.
Yeah, I think it's the most stacked roster we have here at Worlds. Really, if you look at it, Imp, a lot of people will say he's the best AD carry in the world. I think we can agree on it. Godv in the mid lane, obviously you won't put him above Faker, but he's very, very, very close to him, together with Rookie as well. Akon is one of these guys who always do well, even though you don't call him the big superstar up there. The team player, and he also does a lot of the pick and ban talk with the team. Very smart guy. Obviously PYL, my favorite support in the world, probably. But TPQ, you can argue, how good of a jungler is he? He's doing what's needed. And that's the key thing for him.
You know, the big player that jumps out for me on LGD is actually Godv, and that's because in the Korean scene, where I cast, you don't often hear about the Korean players talking about a player from another region that they really need to learn how to play from and be like him. But Godv, especially that Diana, has been an inspiration for Korean mid laners, and I know a lot of these guys look up to him.
Yeah, Godv is absolutely incredible. And actually, speaking of him real quick, we do have to delay the game briefly. We had a mouse issue for him. They're actually going to swap his computer out. So
I blame you completely, though, for you.
Yeah, this is all on me. I sabotaged the computer. I wanted so badly for the Europeans to win that I sabotaged the red side computers. I think it was that Bjergsen played so well because TSM is the best team in the world that the computer overheated from his APM, and so that computer's now on the fritz.
That mouse right
You really want it to be like TSM free. Yeah, that's all you're aiming for.
It's like you see these mouse warranties, it's like good for 64 million clicks, and Bjergsen's like, I need 3 for this game. Sorry.
Anyway, though, with these two teams, Origin, what can Origin bring to the table? Mithy and Amazing. The jungle support synergy we often talk about is top-notch for Origin. It's what they really rely on in the early game to kind of get Swords rolling, to get Nils rolling as well. Both the side lanes are big carries. It's Xpeke in the mid lane, who's more the passive guy. They don't play around him at all. All he has to do in this game, I say all he has to do, is stay even with Godv and then look for Origin to play around side lanes.
So the thing is, Peke is never going to go equal to Godv. Not even talking about the skill sets here, but Godv has the highest gold share of any player in the LPL. Even though there's this great AD carry on his team with Imp, Godv gets so much resources. It's because he's getting kills, he's getting a lot of farm, he's doing so much, but he is the richest member on any team ever. So this is a guy who's going to get a ton of resources. Peke is used to being left alone, and the thing is, there's not that many hyper-aggressive mid lanes. Think about the big mid laners that he has to contend with over in Europe. Xpeke, Febivin, also gets no gank. So the difference in style that Peke suddenly has to deal with here could be very jarring.
A very, very different style, but for LGD as well, while they have all these insane players on the lineup, it's not just like we see LGD always just stomp the early game and just like snowball completely out of control. Often, it can go a little bit back and forth, but they are a very smart team. And when they get to the mid to late game, they always get praised so much for how they control the side lanes with the minions, how they always manage to have these big waves pushing before they go for any objectives. So even if they make a mistake and lose a fight, the other team can't really get anything from it because they have to then push the minions all the way back towards LGD, and then there's time for them to respawn. And that's always been a big problem for other teams in the LPL. Origin like to play on all 3 lanes as well with these side lanes pushing, but then they always group together and team fight. So they got to be able to match what LGD is doing.
And the thing is, you talked about the waves getting pushed out so that if you lose a team fight, things don't go poorly. We actually saw that at play just last game, TSM, when they lost their very first team fight, 2 turrets went down in the mid lane. So there was certainly, you can see the evidence there today of what that wave pushing can mean for your team, because you get to keep that buffer up there. Now, guys, our delay is going to be a little bit longer, so as we work out the issues on the stage, I'm going to send it over to the guys in the analyst desk to talk about this match a little bit more.
Thank you, Freak. I have to say, I love just this sight right here, this shot here, the French crowd, showing their support for Soaz and the rest of the team. Yeah, yes, exactly. That's fabulous. But I do want to continue the conversation they were having, which was about LGD's side wave control.
Yeah, I think they actually have the best side wave control out of any team in this tournament at the moment. The way that they manipulate the waves before they end up going for a team fight or an objective, and the preparation that they put into it, just like Deficio was saying, if they lose the fight, they still have waves pushing and you can't capitalize as much as you would like to. So that's a huge strength of LGD, despite the fact that I did bring up coaching things before where they've been back and forth with coaches. They've been trying to figure that situation out. But that has always held true, that part of their macro play has shown through.
Yeah, and a lot of that's been credited to PYL's shot calling also. So you're playing an important role within this LGD team. But they put together a team that really does know how to do that, because that was always one of Samsung Blue's strengths as well. So, bringing in a guy like Acorn, who is one of the side laners, is a massive boon.
Like, I wouldn't go as far as saying they are the best in the tournament.
Who would you say?
Playing sideways. I would say SKT is the best simply because of their consistent play style. I think LGD at their best could compete with SKT and EDG, but I feel the inconsistency is the problem for me when I think of LGD.
All right, well, since you pinpoint, or you're claiming there's some inconsistency there, I want to delve into, since we spent so much time in the pregame setting up this Cinderella story for Origin, how is Origin going to find a win in this matchup?
Plot armor.
This is not helpful, Simon. We have a few minutes as they swap out the remainder of the PC. So let's dive into this.
What LGD likes to do sometimes is lane swap to hide TBQ in the early mid game to make sure that he doesn't get picked on. If they're able to actually call the lane swap, match them 2-on-2, but it's still Imp and PYL, right? These are still guys that Niels and Mithy have to go up against and try to break through. But that's how you do it, is you get their jungler off of his groove.
So when you say target TBQ, are you talking specifically counter jungling? Is this ganking heavily and forcing him to show into lanes? How are they specifically picking on him?
So you make it so that TBQ, he is, of course, the weakest player of the roster. We've already gone over that. But what you do is you push him onto champions, not like Lee Sin, but you also make it so that you counter gank him, you put wards in his jungle, and it's easy to keep track of him, and you make sure that you're able to pick on him and just put pressure on him so he's not applying pressure on the map, because that allows your laners to thrive, that allows you to continue to push up. I feel like just overall, you do standard counter jungling things against him, and then you see the weaknesses of TBQ.
And I've really liked watching Amazing this last season, too. As the jungler for Origin, I think he's been a huge playmaking force in the early game, and that could hold true here. If Amazing can come in with a big game, maybe they can slow him down. If they can win some of these skirmishes that TBQ is a part of, that is a big point also.
Yeah, and of course, this is not saying that we think Origin's going to win, right? We're still reaching for the plot armor here.
Yeah, I want to push for these scenarios.
The fantasy desk hour right now.
Something that I would like to highlight is that we've seen the tendency that blue side is usually the team that gets the stronger jungler simply because of Elise. I feel like if you're red side, you don't really have the room to ban out champions like Lee Sin. So it's very interesting that we'll see these matchups twice this tournament.
Another thing I want to touch on, we're going back in history a little bit. Expecta's time on Fnatic, they were a team that was relatively comfortable with the double TP. We have talked about the possibility of double TP playing a role in this tournament. Haven't seen too many examples of it yet, but is that a way that they can open this game against LGD?
I don't think so. I think LGD is very, very good at using double TP. Godvy's the player that sort of brought Diana into the current meta. It really rippled out from his usage around the world to see this TP Diana play. And frankly, I haven't been that impressed by Xpeke's use of global abilities. So I would say that double TP is something that you want to avoid if you're trying to be Origin and win this match, because LGD will just pile into that bottom lane and kill your duo.
I still feel like you take the TP, though, on the mid lane. I feel like you just take it because it's going to help you get back to lane. It's going to cover some of your weaknesses. Then you can follow them down to the bot lane. If you don't take it in champions,
I want to defer to
like
Yamato on this one.
Zarin, my friend, when you pick TP, people need to understand what you give up. That extra summoner loses so much pressure in very, like, a lot of matchups that are going to come into Worlds. That's why we haven't seen that much
You lose a lot of pressure. Are you implying that he's going to kill him?
Hold up. I want to hear the rest of this first.
Something that we saw Xpeke running TP against Ryu, against his Orianna. He went TP Ari, and he got completely demolished in a way that he got pushed into the tower where he was not allowed to use TP a single time until 30 minutes into the game when they completely just won the game at that point. So that is very important to keep in mind.
So what would have been a better spell?
Like Ignite, then he has pressure in lane because you lose so much kill pressure. Cleanse has also been very important in this tournament so far.
I don't think he'd ever would have had an opportunity to actually use Ignite and kill him.
It's not about killing.
I don't want to get too in the weeds here. Now we're starting to jump down a rabbit hole. You know, again, let's we're gonna return to the notion that this is a game that has yet to be played out, right? And so as of now, again, here you see the God V signs in the crowd, LGD fans out there as well as the Origin fans, the European LCS fans. So there's definite fan representation on both sides. But when we talk about a game that hasn't been played out yet, and especially when we look at something where we set it up to be such a lopsided match, the thing that I find most intriguing is looking for the holes that the underrated team can poke into the more skilled team. Also too, I'm curious as to what you guys are most looking forward to figuring out with these teams, as we haven't seen them yet for a month. If anything,
it's like I kind of hope that Origin will take the approach that they will just do everything it takes to make sure they have stronger matchups. If they have stronger matchups, I can feel the responsibility for them to win the early game and transition that into something. Because usually if Origin loses the early game, it kind of just falls apart in most cases, that Origin.
Yeah, I agree. I think that Origin has improved a lot in terms of their macro play, which I think was a big weakness of theirs earlier in the season. And they came back and they demonstrated that they could hold the map a little better, especially in the finals of the summer season. But I'm still not confident that in a late game scenario, all things being equal, they could go toe-to-toe with LGD.
Yeah.
All right, well, we have approximately 3 more minutes until the tech issue is resolved. So another thing that I'm curious about with you, Monty, is, and actually all the rest of you, because I think most people on the desk are in agreement that SKT might be considered the favorite for the tournament. And we talk about LGD being able to compete but not win. What could they do in this match to show you that they have improved to the level of competing on fair ground with SKT?
Nothing.
Yeah, that's an unacceptable. No, that's an unacceptable answer because there has to be something that I can show you.
Tell you why.
Game, no kills, no turrets given up, no barons, and absolutely crushed them.
So then we've at least established that there is something that you can give them.
Turn their opponents into SKT, slow, and then crush them. That would be convincing.
I really want to press you on this because I refuse to believe that in a game there is not a single thing that a team can work on or can showcase that could later play a factor into winning this entire tournament.
It's like, I can elaborate why I said nothing. It was kind of plain, but it kind of depends on how good Origin is playing. If they are put up a good show, it kind of puts LGD to the test, and we can make some judgments based off of it. But if Origin is going to have like a weak performance, we cannot really take anything away from it.
Yeah. Right, but you said inconsistencies. When you talk about inconsistency for LGD, where do their inconsistencies lie? If you can establish where they lie, I want to know how they fix them, and what in this game could they do to show that they've been fixed?
Ooh. It's tough. Because, like, in the games that LGD loses, they just kind of, it just looks so underwhelming. It's kind of hard to pinpoint why things go wrong. Sometimes draft mistakes, but it just looks underwhelming. It's like saying they have a bad day. And it kind of feels weird to say that, like from an analytical point of view. But I cannot really add more to it.
I think it's when you can control their teleport usage. It's like going back to the what Yamato was talking about. If you have a more aggressive summoner and you can decisively win that mid lane, you can shut down their ability to play the globals on the map and skirmish. So I think that's going to be a big key. But I agree with Yamato when we say nothing, because Xpeke, I don't think is going to be able to do that. You have to have a strong mid laner to try and control Godv and tie up his time so he doesn't just show up in random places. The other thing about LGD is What I don't like about them is sometimes their Baron calls. Sometimes they take too big of a risk going onto the Baron, and then they can lose team fights around that objective. They're a little bit too hot-headed when it comes to taking that Baron in some of the games that they lose.
I think they also get pretty arrogant, too, especially Imp. I feel like Imp is super susceptible to getting too much hubris, walking forward, and getting caught out and dying. That's the one thing that I would be like, you know what, if they reel that in, then I'd say that that's a step forward for LGD.
All right, so we've identified a few things. Origin can work on containment of LGD as well as their own explosiveness in the early game. I kind of want to expand our conversation now away from this match specifically and start looking at trends that have come up. We've talked earlier in the day about pick ban, and you've spoken, quite a bit about the importance of the blue side and how much control they have given this meta. I just kind of want to take the time to elaborate on which champions we see having the biggest impact and why.
Well, it's obviously the first thing that comes to mind is the Elise. Elise just gives so much pressure in the early game, and there's not any jungler in the game that can really contest that, and it's just so important for the top lane.
I'm going to interrupt you because the technical issue was just fixed, so the teams are ready to head into Champ Select. We're going to send it right back over to our casters for the call.
Thank you very much, Dash. We are back here, and we are ready to go into only our second game of the night, actually. Game one went pretty fast. Game two, Techie just started out there. But as the analyst talked about, of course, a very difficult situation here for Origin coming up against the #1 team coming out of China. LGD waiting so long to get to Worlds here with a stacked lineup of skills players.
I want to talk a little bit about pick and ban phase now that we're about to get into it. They were talking about Elise coming up. I could see Origin try and bait Elise first pick for TPQ and take like a Rek'Sai pick or a Lee Sin pick for Amazing and try and match him in the early game, and then also get a very strong dual lane for Mithy and Nils down the bottom, because I think those two guys can make plays and they can use that in the early game very well. We're gonna have to see. LGD for now is banning away one of the top tier picks in the Gangplank, so Origin can just remove the Lulu and then go for a third option as well.
The Lee Sin the second though for Origin.
Yeah, so these are just these teams doing their standard research, though. Yeah, the Lee Sin member. These are teams doing the standard research into these teams. They know Soaz is an amazing Gangplank player overall, not wanting to risk first picking it. The Varus, we saw Peke win a game with it in the finals, then immediately get banned every single time by Fnatic afterwards. So, again, just standard prep work actually paying off here.
I don't think, though, you should ban the Gangplank on blue side. I think you can always first pick it. It's a safe matchup in every single lane, unless you specifically want something for your own
bad matchups.
Because this is now allowed. Okay, there are a few counter matchups, but we haven't seen them in action. So far in competitive play, Gangplank has done well in basically everything, and he's been considered a very safe flex pick. However, it means for Origin, they could ban away the Lee Sin, they can take away Lulu now, and then the normal first pick would be the Elise come in for them, but that would leave Kalista open, which has been such a key pick for Nils. They're going to give him Lulu
Lulu and Elise up, so Origin saying, hey, at least we'll get one of these two.
Yeah, and again, keep harping on Kalista just for Nils, because we know how much he likes to play it and how key it can be for Origin to have that winning matchup one way and also get a last pick for Source maybe up top against Acorn.
I don't know if Kalista is actually that high priority anymore. I know she's gotten a couple of bans here, but she's been unpicked a lot as well. After the 5/16 nerfs, I wouldn't ever first pick Kalista in a game here. Lulu, I think the obvious choice.
Oh yeah,
there
not
it comes
first pick,
through.
not first
But
pick.
even as like the first round red side either, like personal opinion, I don't think it's all that good. We'll see which teams do care, but a lot of teams let it go completely. But as you mentioned there's the hover, there's the lock-in.
I think, yeah, so you have a good point, how a lot of teams do not value Kalista that highly anymore. Origin is one of those teams, though, whenever Kalista was open, Nils would just go for it. And in Europe in general, whenever it was open, teams would very often quick it super early. Now, of course, been a few nerfs here and there.
That's the thing, is we haven't seen it since 5/14, so even with those nerfs, he's still really happy to grab it early.
Yeah, talk very highly of it at least. You can still even do the combo with Thresh for Mithy, one of his main picks, unless he wants a Braum. So LGD either has to pick the Thresh away if they want to avoid the 2v2 lane. But they can go full Juggermore here with the Lulu first pick. I really think Origin should not have left Lulu open and just let him first pick an Elise instead and go like Rek'Sai into it.
And they got the Braum as well. I mean, of course, you have to be afraid of Imp's Kog'Maw or Imp's Kalista as well. Of course, he's very good at the champion all the same, but Yeah, if we're just looking at tallying up power picks, LGD looks so strong with their first 3.
I mean, Gragas is still available too.
Yep.
They could pair that along, you know, with the...
Origin needs a Thresh so they can dominate the 2v2 lane. I can go Alistar as well, and you have that insane dive combo of like Fate's Call, Alistar, and of course an Elise who can take care of basically everyone on the turret. But they need to win the laning phase here to make sure that Imp doesn't just farm up to be a late game monster. Kennen would work as well in the support role. You just need something that can bully, and then you aim for that 2v2 lane if you are Origin.
Kennen Kalista, man, this is a matchup we don't see all that often, but when it comes out, it's certainly a delight here. Mostly known for his laning phase there. And we're going to take a little bit more time. All right, safe mid laner comes in, and it's going to be Annie support after all.
Yeah, so Origin is basically adapting to the Juggernaut being built and saying, you know what, we wanted to run like Kennen and just try and go completely crazy in lane. Annie also works okay, not as strong as the Kennen, but she offers the hard engage you of course need, otherwise you're never going to reach that back line. I like the pick here for Pekka as well in the mid, just as a safe pick. Mentioned very quickly how getting Source a counter pick could be very key in this matchup, so you can have a winning bottom lane and then a winning top lane for Origin, and therefore try and get that early lead. So safe mid lane pick for him. He's most likely expecting it to be into the Lulu, which is a good matchup for Orianna as well.
He can't even expect that. Acorn's second most played champion was Lulu this split, so even though we see PYL hovering a couple of top laners, you saw that click on Syndra briefly as well. LGD gets to decide who's going to actually face Orianna. Will it be Lulu or anything else we want to do? The Hecarim actually the very most played by the champion, or by Acorn up there. And
for TBQ as well, looks like they might lock in that Vi actually. A lot of popular junglers banned up or taken. The Vi would certainly be good at getting in on the Kalista. They're going to lock that in with Malphite. So it was Juggernaut. Now it's kind of like a weird hybrid of like a little bit of protection with some really, really hard engage.
It's a bunch of hard engage with Kog'Maw in the backlines. It looks exactly like how KT Rolster won their last game. Alistar goes in, starts all the fights, and you can't possibly get to the AD carry in the backline because everyone's already stunned and dying. So LGD with a very aggressive composition. I mean, this fits their play style, picking on people all the time. Vi and Malphite can start fights whenever they want.
Knockups for days on that team.
And that's what Lulu, again, offers your team, because suddenly you can make your AD carry so insanely fast that he can also play super aggressive in the front line with this hard engage. Vladimir is a counter matchup into the Malphite up in the top lane. Another option could be Fiora, who does well in the early game at least, but that would really require Origin to start snowballing from there. Vladimir gives the more late game scaling with the Orianna. A lot of AP coming in, though only Kalista is providing the physical damage.
I actually like the idea of having composition that can absorb the engage and then sustain through the rest of it. They've got some shields from this Orianna in the mid lane. They've got the Vladimir to tank things up. I do think this quick style switch there for Origin to have a more absorbing backline may work out, but it does leave the Annie kind of by herself.
Yeah, and LGD is going to be very happy to lane swap in this game here. Get the Vladimir in a lane swap where traditionally in the early levels he doesn't do a whole lot. It can be fairly difficult for him to farm.
Yeah.
And then also avoid this Kalista lane that can be such a pain to play against, because it's very clear what Origin has been doing here. They want winning matchups on the side lanes. We talked about it earlier. Pekka sits and farm in the mid lane. He won't do anything else, and then you win the rest of the map Origin. So they had the last pick for Soas, early pick of Kalista. LGD should look just to lane swap in this one here and try and at least avoid Origin just getting these fantastic lanes from level 1.
Yeah, I mean, every single one of those matchups just feels so good to lane swap against there. So LGD definitely looking for mismatched lanes, and we'll see how the level 1s play out and how the lane swaps play out. Curiously, as much as you say matchup-wise and you know, in an agnostic game, a lane swap would be better for LGD. Every single time we keep seeing the Western teams are still playing the lane swap games better. I mean, every single time they're getting the first turret, they're getting more farm, and they're getting the setup afterwards to go well. It's the late game decision making that's getting these Eastern teams to do better. That's one thing I'm going to watch for in this one. Either way, guys, you at home, let us know what's going on. As we hit the Rift, tweet at LOL Esports. Tell us who you think is going to win this one. Hashtag LGD win, hashtag OG win. We'll check back in during the game, but let us know who's going to be the last team to start 1-0 as we finish up our Group D games for the day, and then we start going into the repeats after this one. But starting your group stage off right is the way to do it. Getting ourselves into our second game of the day.
Yeah, it is time, guys. This is what a lot of people have been waiting for. LGD taking on Origin, and it is just about time to move on to Summoner's Rift. In fact, it is time. And we will see if the European powerhouse, the second place team out of EU, can take on an extremely strong Chinese team that a lot of people think of as a counterpoint to EDG. Let's see if they can handle it. Here we go.
Yeah, we talked about how KT, despite being the 3rd seed from Korea, were the 2nd best team. It's the same for Origin. They had to go through the regionals. Didn't have enough points, obviously, which is what H2K qualified on as the 2nd team. But Origin is regarded as the 2nd best team in Europe, and they have to show it here. They have some good lane matchups.
They've got the Mecha Malphite skin too for LG. It's a big cause of concern for Origin, in my opinion.
The Mega Malphite. What about that terrible early skin we had for him, where he just green and nothing else?
Yeah,
no
Shamrock
nose.
Malphite is
Yes,
great.
no nose.
I mean, that's his mouth is like his face in the middle of his chest, basically. He's not really supposed to be that humanoid.
Maybe he's got other scent organs, you know? I mean,
Obviously,
some
no
creatures
offense to whoever
smell through
made
their
that
legs or
skin.
something.
It is a classic.
Absolutely, man.
Glacial
If we ever
Malphite.
play in Ireland, is the only one you're allowed to play.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yep,
Wow.
it's actually locked. You're not allowed to use
True
champion
facts
select.
from Freak.
Yep,
From Freak here.
that's how it works.
Huh.
Irish summoners, you can tweet and let us know it's true.
Completely true. Indisputable facts from Freak. Facts with Freak.
So,
Prove me wrong right now.
Where's the video series coming?
one thing we see in this game here, we
Maybe
have
we don't want to hear those.
some early vision down, obviously from Origin on the side. And also notice the one ward they put here on their own red buff. It's very important because they're expecting LGG to start up there. At least they want to see if they do. And therefore, they're going to spot 2 members moving in. So they get some extra information, and we'll steal away a camp on the bottom side. So it is the expected lane swap.
But also some interesting choices. You're seeing Imp being left alone on the top lane. He's going to essentially build a freeze by himself as LGG goes for a late invade. Meanwhile, similar for Soaz, he's hiding up the top side and wants to actually scrounge up a little bit of golden experience, and he'll be able to do so. That ward you mentioned does in fact spot the LGD invade. Origin is aware of that push, and actually no, Imp is going to fast push it. And this makes it difficult for Soaz because he can get dived.
So what Imp does very, very often is he will fast push the first wave. And I don't mean like just wait to last it. I mean literally start hitting the minions instantly. Mythy was looking at the mid lane. God Video moves to his strong side of the map. But what Imp does, he will instantly fast push because he wants to bounce it into the tower as quickly as possible to get some early experience for himself and then freeze it there after he gets the bounce. Obviously, he's going to share experience early on with PYL. They might look to just dive onto Source because he's sitting on the tower. He's going to be intercepted between the 2 turrets as well if they move straight in from LGD.
Yeah, TVQ looking to come in from the side with the Acorn to provide some pressure. Soaz, though, wise to the ways of the top and jungle from LGD, and at least he's going to be able to stay safe for now.
Now he's still trying to mess with TBQ and Acorn a little bit. Gets slowed. Still wants to try to steal the big one. Takes a
careful, man. Soaz takes a lot of damage
to the face.
Oh, has to burn that flash. He could have just stayed out.
Yeah, that's such a Soaz move. I just want to see what happens if I step a little bit closer.
Gotta get the Krug, man.
Yeah, maybe I can steal it away, but it's such a risky play. No flash for him. LGD get to push their wave in. It resets, and Soaz has not been double jungling because he was sitting in the top lane. I'm not sure if he was expecting a freeze to happen from the start, and therefore he could try and absorb some experience.
I think he was.
Because right now, he's just really far behind. He's calling for Mythy to come help him.
Well, that's the only reason you do this, if you expect the rest of LGD to start somewhere else on the map, and for Imp to freeze, that didn't happen, and so Soaz's bluff got called. He's going to walk into this top lane alongside Mythy, and thankfully for him, TBQ isn't exactly close by, so maybe they can keep this lane afloat.
But they don't know that. Right now, LGD is keeping Acorn and TPQ out of vision. They're just hiding in their own jungle. You have no clue. You can see how concerned Origin was moving. They had to wait for Amazing to come as well to be 3 guys. And now they suddenly moved through, because in case they were waiting in the bush where the pink ward is from Origin now, they would just have jumped on Soaz, jumped on Mythy, forced them off again, and then Soaz would have been sitting on 0 CS by now. So what LGD likes to do is always, again, play in the shadows. Sit out of vision. You don't know where we are. We could be farming, or we could be sitting here. Do you roll the dice and just move in? Might cost you the game.
Apparently.
Well, sometimes, yeah. This time he didn't. The second time around.
He at least has a little bit less shadows to deal with. He just got trinket wards from both Mythy and Amazing, the Tri-Brush and the front by the Raptors there, so he knows no dive is coming. Now he sees the Vi here, but Mythy able to be defensive.
And I want to see now just Acorn get down to this bottom side as quickly as possible. The reason he doesn't teleport down is because he doesn't know where Amazing is before now. Now he spots him here. In case he TP'd down and used the summoner, and then he started trying to shove the wave out, you see it's being frozen by Nils, then Amazing could have sat there and just ganked him instantly. There would be no TP, and you'll be super far behind as the Malphite. So it's safer to walk, but Nils has a massive experience advantage down there. Not even massive, I'm lying to you guys. It's only 1 level. It is a big deal in the early game, but it shouldn't be enough to completely deny Akon by now. He's going to at least sit and just get some experience.
He's even going to get free gold and a tad of experience as well from this top lane turret going down. LGD actually, in my opinion, winning out in this lane swap, and the Imp's still getting all the farm he wants, but they're getting a turret kill as well, so as absorbing experience. But Acorn is double jungling, they're both level 3.
So they're winning step 1. Sorry to interrupt you here, Dora, because look here what Amazing is doing now. We just talked about how this wave was pushed up towards Nils, opening up for Amazing to be there. This is again why Akon didn't use the teleport at first. He can still get punished a second time, so it's all about denying him. Amazing is moving in now.
Coming from behind, Acorn recalling though.
He knows it's too risky. I cannot show myself. My entire team just showed on the top side of the map.
Oh, no Malphite.
So right here, we see what Someday did so well in the last game. Reading, okay, if I show myself, will I get ganked? Is there a chance? Okay, I'm not going to show myself. Exactly the same move here from Akon, and therefore he stays alive and still has both summoners.
Absolutely great play by him. You can see exactly what it means to be so on top of your game. It's not flashy to have 0 deaths, but that was an incredibly intelligent play to make sure he got away in time. The recall before Elise would show.
Yeah, you have to. I mean, we saw, it's very similar to last game, really, where we see top laners really, really pressured, and we saw such differences between Someday and Dyrus in terms of who played safe and who died.
And now, as we saw, LGD won the first phase of the lane swap by taking down that tower. Problem is, as soon as the tower died, Source picked up a lot of farm for himself, and now the second thing starts in this swap. When Nils managed to sit in a lane for himself, he has an experience advantage. He got a decent back timing off, and now he has to start bullying this lane where he's ahead of him already in experience. And then he needs to push that wave into the tier 1 tower of LGD, and that's where Origin can pull the trigger with TPs and Amazing coming down and like 4v2 dive them. That is the next step. A lane swap is more than just the first tower dying. It's the following 5-6 minutes as well, and what happens from there.
Well, there's still a pink ward up aggressively in the tri-brush down on the bottom side, so a return path by Amazing can certainly happen. You see Imp and PYL, pretty heads-up play. They push the wave in, then take Scuttle. Yep. Really very smart things by them. Overall, LGD sitting up 400 gold. Amazing has been power farming this whole time. He wasn't defending any turrets. He wasn't even double jungling, so he's level 5.5, getting his red buff here up against TBQ.
Oh, PYL and Imp smash a scary face coming at him when they come back into lane, but more farming, and we didn't really get to see a 2v2 at all last game.
We will get it this time.
Now from Imp and PYL, yeah, but Niels and Mithy, they're going to struggle a little bit. I mean, this is a terrifying bot lane that they're playing against.
Yeah, Mithy had a bit of a poor timing here for himself. He had to go back and get a few wards, so he couldn't stay in lane with Nils and try pushing it out. But we have level 6 now on the Kalista, so again, there's an advantage. It has to be used from Origin. The other one, as we highlighted before, with Source being a bit greedy and staying in lane up there, he did manage to get up quite some experience. And because Amazing went down to the bottom lane with the frozen wave from Nils, Akon didn't get any farmer experience, so he is behind.
On to Mithy, trying to build up that passive for the stun. Mithy just backs off, though. Doesn't go as badly as it could have. You got to wonder what's going to happen a little bit later in the game with Kalista throwing Annie into the fight. Do you do that? Or do you just let Annie engage by herself and then pull her out?
Pull out. You let her flash in. It's way too telegraphed otherwise.
Boring.
Hey, man.
Throw her right in there,
You can still be bloodthirsty by going into the flash tippers, okay?
Think about the range. Throw her in,
5-man tippers, and then you take her and you throw her into the 5-man tippers as well. Is that what you want to see?
Yeah, absolutely.
Double CC. That's how you do it.
Time to show it, Mithy.
And the thing is, actually, Origin playing their bottom lane pretty well, though. You can see Imp and PYL can't really deal meaningful damage because Mithy can always get pulled out of the all-in.
Teleport coming in for LGD. They really want this Bloom of Shockwave. Brings TBQ in, and the Bloom of actually goes over to Expeke. Grabbed it. Meanwhile, LGD using that teleport to put a lot of pressure on the bottom lane. Flash out from Acorn does not connect. They still want the turret, but that's a lot used for not a lot of kills.
Very smart move, though, from Nils. Notice how far back he was standing already, knowing, okay, Mithy, in case anything happens, I can pull you in, and then we can just flash out. And they're going for TBQ.
Hello, TBQ taking a lot of damage. Timbers drop, but TBQ over the wall. Tries to get away with that ball breaker. Peke coming from the top. With the command attack, that's first blood for Expeke, Acorn, and PYL on the run right now. Imp there to try to support, and that'll be the end of the chase, but first blood goes to Origin.
And it gave a ton of time for Soaz to farm up in the top lane, 51 CS, no teleport on Acorn, complete map control, and Soaz can even equalize the turret score from all of this. So the TP from Acorn horribly backfires, and Origin completely collapsed correctly.
Mason gonna find a Lulu all by herself right now.
Oh, Godby in a little bit of trouble. Ults himself, has to burn that flash as well. Peke with the command protect. Command attack onto Godby, but that's more pressure onto this already hurting LGD team.
And what's been happening now here the last few minutes, instead of Nils and Mythy being able to win the 2v2 lane, Mythy had to recall and obviously help Source on the top side earlier, so he was behind in experience. He wasn't that strong in the 2v2, but instead, because he was there to help Source earlier, he managed to pick up farm and experience, and he's really for it. So they sacrificed the bottom lane for their top laner, and then Acorn trying with this TP to make a big play, take a tower, get some kills onto him. It backfires completely because Nils read the situation and moved back. This guy's 17 years old.
Yeah.
And he reads that so well.
And even though Imp is winning in CS, Origin as a team up 1,200 gold right now. NX Peke, a player that was pointed as the most obvious mismatch in skill here, is actually winning his lane
It's
and
a great
has first
lane
blood
matchup.
against Gad.
I love Orianna into Lulu.
Yeah, and that's good for him, but he's still doing it.
Now the question is, as this game goes on, my concern for Origin is just how squishy they are. I mean, if a good engage comes in from LGD, if Malphite comes in, if the knockups start happening, aren't LGD just going to tear them apart?
They can very easily take down that first target. You highlighted yourself, so instead it's going to be Origin trying to pull the trigger. With Mythy going in with the flash chambers, you're going to have Source in the middle of it, and then of course Pekka trying to put the ball on someone. And we're going to get a massive wombo combo of so much magic damage. And then Nils kind of standing at backline being like, hey guys, I'm helping as well. But it's not really going to be about his damage in these fights. If Pekka and Source can coordinate it with Mythy, they can also one-shot some squishy members on the side of LGD. So it can go both ways, but it would be some very explosive team fights. We've had a fantastic early game already, going back and forth between the teams. I can't wait for the fights to break out. Come on, guys, do it.
Oh, they're going to be so much fun.
Definitely. One more time with Feeling Freak.
They're going to be so much fun.
There we go. Okay, now I'm believing it.
I love mechanics. I'm going to talk about one more thing. So Peke is very likely, I think, to go a Zhonya's Hourglass second. Every single person not named Niels can dodge a Malphite or Vi ultimate trivially easily.
Yeah.
Vladimir Pool, Repel, Zhonya's Hourglass, Callista ulti onto the support. The hard engage, like you talk about picking that one guy off, that one guy can only be Niels. He's the only reliable engage, or target for the engage as we move later on into the game once Zhonya's comes through, and that is honestly a concern. Playing ultimate-based engage compositions are obviously very ulti-based, but those cooldowns are quite long.
Yeah, we're going to have one of these games here for both teams where Flash, I mean, it's in every single game, so of course it always has a lot of value. This one even more, because if you look at Imp here, if he dodges around the shockwave and of course Source going this big wombo combo for Origin, he will never die with a Lulu protecting him as well. Origin will not have any backline threat left. But at the same time, when Malphite flies in, you highlight yourself how people can dodge it with abilities, but then also with the flash. Tibo's down in corner lane.
Here we go. Yeah, they're going to try something, but Mythy and Niels, the ones who take a lot of damage. A turret does go down in favor of Origin, though. They get the mid lane.
Now the Summoner Teleport from Peke actually working to keep him in the mid lane and keep the pressure up. Amazing, who's been out farming TBQ all game, shows up to knock the turret down. The bot lane is still going to Imp PYL, probably the best bot lane at this tournament. They're doing work, but OG winning the rest of the map.
The adaptation to send Mythy up top and help Source was so key for them getting him ahead. So the two great matchups they had in the solo lanes could really start shining for Origin. They're ahead in farm, they've taken down the turrets. Bottom lane is the only one standing now, so we could see a potential 5-man. There is double teleport. Peke is running it in this game here. Haven't seen it used aggressive yet, but getting that for late game always has a lot of value.
Looks like that turret's finally going to fall to LGD. That'll be their second of the game as well, which should tie them up well in turrets and fairly close to gold, I would imagine, too.
Yeah, but this is still a very close game here. Godby looking for some aggressive plays to make Peke as out of mana, and TBQ's coming. Spots himself on a pink ward and says, you know what, never mind. But Peke, teleport's still down, and is going to hope to get his blue buff.
I mean, he was just powering up to hit that ward as hard as he could. TBQ hates wards, apparently.
Didn't even kill it, man.
He can't even Q it.
Small girl instead takes out the pink ward, so Mythy gets that one. Amazing, starting the dragon.
Oh, this is so fortunate. Imp just recalled for Triforce. They didn't go now. They couldn't contest this. And they sneak through the Triforce of Imp, and they get it easily with Ren.
So good timing.
That was crucial. Very well done by Origin there. Getting that first dragon, and I gotta say, this one already is a lot closer than people were thinking it might be.
Here's the way I always consider teams at World Championships, especially Western versus Eastern teams. We've certainly seen, some very good games from like of KT Rolster and SK Telecom where they deserve to win those games. Individual skill level is not actually that far apart at a World Championship. You're seeing Peke hold up against Godvi, who's like the #3 player at worst in the world. Peke's not even on the list. He's doing just fine. It's how the team plays when the game breaks open. That's where the big differences are. And that's where the players start to shine when they're set up in these really good situations.
I thought we agreed we weren't going to bring up that top 20 list on the cast. That's
Freak's own
a
top
dangerous
20
territory,
Yeah,
Freak.
Godvi's in my top 3. Xpeke's, not top 10 all time, but this year it's hard to contest him for that.
So when we look at these two teams as well, though, and you just highlighted how the teams play outside of laning phase, outside of individual skill, it's not really something uncommon that LGD doesn't get super far ahead in the early game. We've seen this multiple times before, where still when it comes to the late game, with the decision making, with the team fights, and of course again the side lanes we keep talking about, how well they use them is what really shines through here for LGD. Origin is a team that in the EU LCS always had to do well in the mid game really to take wins. They had to get a lead going, and then they could start playing all 3 lanes, as you see here. Nils up in top side, Pekka sitting in mid, and then Soaz on bottom lane. So you're farming 3 carries at
Oh,
once.
there's the trap. Imp going in onto Soaz now. Soaz pulls underneath it, pops that Hemo play. Here comes PYL with the shield. Soaz on the run.
One more hit
Will
will
it
do
be a
it.
kill? He gets him. Imp with the kill. Xpeke coming in though, getting knocked up after using a shockwave. A little bit too early. Is Xpeke takes a lot of damage, and that's going to be a double kill now for Imp. The wild growth keeping him alive.
Massive outplays.
An outplay, man. Invading it, and then instantly we see PWL coming down. We saw the roam from Godby. 2 members dying from Origin. They will get a top tower, but down the bottom side, we have 3 guys still pushing for LGD.
Yeah, if they can make it a turret for 2 kills, that's about equal, but this bot lane already under fire, and it's likely to be an uncontested turret take, so definitely advantage LGD, and they're right back in it.
Just talked about how Origin likes to play the 3 lanes when it comes to farming. LGD, they can do exactly the same because they're so good at everyone controlling. How far up can I be? When can I take a one-on-one? And then just the roam coming down. Imp played it perfectly, waited for the rest of the team. God, we even flash forward. Look
Check
here.
out this bait.
PWL
is recalling.
PWL is coming. Soaz can't see him. It's completely dark in the jungle, but he thinks he has TP backup. That's why the ward is there as well. So now it comes in, but Godby is also moving, so it's too late. And Soaz already goes down. The flash shockwave, we're gonna see this multiple times in this game. And suddenly Origin loses 2 guys and a tower.
Well, teleport even canceled by Acorn too. He's like, nah, you guys got this. I'll handle it.
Yeah, I think there was one also minor mechanical thing by Imp at the very end there. I don't think when he activated W, it popped his Triforce. It was still on cooldown. He actually cast another spell with the attack in the air to get the bonus damage on the auto attack to actually get the kill off on Xpeke.
Wow.
Either way, it was Triforce damage that didn't kill him. I didn't see exactly what charged it, but certainly good things there. Still some farm coming in for Kalista, but I mean, Imp, 2 kills on a Kog'Maw with a Lulu on your team, that's so hard to deal with.
It is. I mean, Juggermaw is an apt title, I suppose. Even if it's not the classic comp that we know and love, this is still a Kog'Maw that will be nearly unstoppable if it keeps up at this rate.
Only takes 3 more kills to be unstoppable. That's going to be probably not far away.
Literally unstoppable.
Literally, as far as the announcer is concerned. We'll hear it, and it'll be true.
Thinking you're right. Well, they're putting a little bit of pressure into the jungle for LGD right now, trying to drop some wards, get a bit of vision, and it's smart. You know, you need to get some sort of edge, and wards are a great way to do that.
That's going to be a key thing for Origin. Keep pushing the mid lane every time you have the chance. It's so easy for an Orianna, just instant clear the wave, and then it opens up for Amazing and Mythy to start moving into the jungle, get some of the deep vision. The problem is still that Nils on this Kalista, because of the way the early game played out, where Mythy had to leave and sacrificed a lot of experience, he never got to be the lane bully. So now he's 2 kills behind, and Imp is very confident in sitting in that side lane against him. No problem at all. Double teleport from Origin can be a big thing, but we obviously need to wait for Pekka to get his back before we might see another fight in the side lane where suddenly 2 or 3 guys are joining in with globals and 1 guy is roaming down and we get one of these big skirmishes.
Well, it's only about a minute until Dragon comes up again. If there's going to be a fight, it's going to be around that objective.
And no flash from him. Again, look for it. We will keep highlighting it because there's so many abilities from Origin that's going to be so key landing onto him. And if you get the whole combo from Origin, even the Lulu ulti should not be able to save him at this point in the game.
Yeah, they need some sort of CC to keep Imp safe.
There's going to be a 15-second difference as well between Dragon respawning and Peke's teleport coming up. So choosing to use him as a split pusher, there's a small timing window where LGD can absolutely abuse that. Right now they're using Soaz. He's, of course, very safe out on the side here.
TBQ clearing a ward, another one dropped immediately by Amazing. They really want to have vision control around this Dragon.
Oh, and actually Acorn doesn't have teleport, but he has to deal with the top lane push from Soaz. His TP advantage, it should give Origin this Dragon.
They have Flash and Mythi as well to start the fight, and Acorn is extremely weak in
There
this
goes
game.
Acorn, he's running.
He's been forced to go for magic resist against, of course, Soaz here, so the damage is barely nothing from Acorn. He's just going to be an engage, and that's about it, and then maybe slow the attack speed of Nils. But I like this fight very early for Vision around the Dragon. Even before it spawns, I believe yesterday the average time the Dragon was alive was 29 seconds.
Yeah.
This game here, because both teams are fighting for Vision, it might be alive for a little bit longer because the fight should happen first and then Dragon after.
As long as LGD has vision control, though, there's no way you can react to the Malphite ulti in time, though. They're going to start right away. They've got control. Soaz is pushing in the top side, and Origin choosing to contest this instead of getting the push in. Mythi up in the front lines. Dragon already picked up. There's the dive!
Oh! Acorn helps him take out the Dragon. Mythi barely alive. They're going to get Amazing, though. Another kill for him. Shockwave does nothing because there's no follow-up for Origin. That turret in top lane, though, in the base may go down.
Such a big mistake, though, from Origin, even walking in the river near that Dragon. So basically what they decided to say was, we're not going to fight you. You can start the Dragon because we have TP advantage. We will take the top tower, or at least a lot of it, and get extra farm on Vladimir. But then you should never move in the 4 guys, even close, so you are open for this hard engage.
Vampires don't do very well against beings made of metal. Soaz on the run.
And it looks like he's happy to just suck oil out of it, actually playing in the Chinese client where the blood turns brown instead.
That does not taste good, I bet.
He's doing fine. The hard engage.
The Timbers on to Imp. Mythi getting low, but Imp as well. Imp in big trouble, flashing over the wall. They get the kill on the Mythi. PYL goes down to support for support. How in the world is Imp living through this?
Due to PYL and his fantastic position on this Braum here, blocking all the damage from Nils, he sacrifices his own life, stays, or makes sure the Imp stays alive. No extra gold going over to Origin. They pulled the trigger, but PYL saved the day, at least for now.
They can Baron bait. They can Baron bait. Imp has to be in the base, and the guys kill this pretty fast. It's a
They
Blade of
have
Ruin
no
King.
tank with armor that can tank this Baron. We're 22 minutes in, 3 guys is around. It's too much.
Yeah. With a Spiderling, with Spiderlings and an Orianna Shield and a Vladimir, I feel like you can do enough to if you weren't contested, you could do it, but you're right. You can't.
You would
like,
have
sit
to
there
rush
take
it
damage.
down, and I think it's too risky at this point for Origin. They are still ahead in goal. We have a lot of action going back and forth. Teams overstaying their welcome a little bit. Origin moving into the Dragon, open up for Acorn to engage. Imp now got flash tables, obviously, for Mythi as well. A lot of small fights going on. Still a big advantage for Soaz up in the top lane. Look at the gold here. But he hasn't been able to do anything with it just yet. He's still scaling up on his Vladimir.
And the thing is, Kog'Maw is actually one of the best champions in the game at killing off Vladimir. Percent health, magic damage. There's no MR on Soaz. Part of the reason Vlad's even tanky is the passive just gives him bonus health. Imp will shred through him in a team fight, especially if a single stun can land. And Imp having all the gold in his team, it's very scary for Origin to deal with.
Not to mention Jurassic Kog'Maw again. No blood.
No blood. It's amazing Soaz even tried to pick this champion. I mean,
it's true.
Well, he didn't know this skin
Counterpick.
before.
I mean, it's just like going into picks and bans. You know they could pick the champion. You know they could pick the skin. Why would you even bother when you know they could pick Jurassic?
It's a lore mismatch, big time.
Absolutely.
Yep. Yeah, well, PYL and TBQ. How many more like 3-letter acronyms can we get in this game, by the way?
I think it's PUL, not PYL.
Pill?
PUL.
You think so?
Is that Danish?
Pulsa?
You just with the slash through it.
Yo, that's what he's supposed to do for Imp, right?
He's done a great job of it, actually. 4 assists on him. He's died for him.
Yeah.
Still 100%. The bot lane is all of LGD right now.
And
that is where it all is.
has done a very good job saying, okay, you're constantly pushing the mid lane. That allows Amazing and Mythi to walk into our jungle. We don't want that to happen anymore. We want to make sure we control our own side of the map. So look at the amount of pink wards defensively placed, so they can always see the invade coming. And they know, okay, Origin has no control in this area here. We can play around. They're trying, though, to deny the vision. They're going to see 2 of the guys getting 1 pink ward.
Well, they know exactly what LGD needs to do to sort of keep themselves safe. So, of course, Origin's going to be looking for those wards and getting a couple already.
That's the interesting thing is Origin have the ability to play around the map so much better. Again, double teleport, a big mismatch in the Vlad versus Malphite one, who's still having to stack MR and has no CDR. So Acorn's actual fight power is even lower, his damage so much worse, and Origin just trying to play a split-up map. And they're honestly just trying not to have Imp in a fight somewhere, and unfortunately for them, he's already gotten into 4 of them.
Oh, a little blue steal from him coming in, going to be able to get that buff. Double buffs on Kog'Maw, definitely something that every Kog'Maw player wants. A small smattering of applause for the blue steal, I guess.
It's almost annoying for Origin that this top lane is all the way down near the inhibitor turret so early on, because you cannot move all the way down and push it out and farm it. So there's always this lane that LGD can slow push back towards them every time they get it down near where the old tier 2 turret were. And that means Origin always have to send the guys back in towards mid lane, and suddenly Nils and Xpeke are sitting next to each other, sharing farm and experience. It's never ideal when you run triple carries for themselves, so it's a little bit annoying for them. It's great to have the global gold, but I'm sure they would have preferred the bot lane tower to be down at this time instead, and maybe just have it that way.
Well, Soaz trying for that right now, in fact, and again, teleport up, and no one who's able to easily fight him 1v1 aside from Kog'Maw. Maybe you can actually get some pressure done. Origin starting to really play around the top side of the map, but Scuttle Crab's already been taken by LGD, meaning Origin cannot faithfully go for a Baron sneak here.
And we have a very, very big wave being pushed in the top side from LGD. Ooh. It's very easy for Origin to go and grab it, but Source needs to be careful that not 2 or 3 guys suddenly show up. Pekka can join in with teleport. We have to keep that in mind. But for now, continuously pushing for himself. They need to get this wave coming on top side though, before it gets completely out of control. Just push it back. Nils is going there now.
Yeah.
So he's just gonna shove it back in, and then LGD can do exactly the same. And we have this wave that keeps bouncing between each other. Nobody can really kill each other's towers because there's such a long route between the tier 2 and the inhibitor turret.
All right, looks like mid lane's the push, and next package is going to teleport just to make sure he can clear the wave in time, but Imp does so much damage, he has to respect Shockwave, which you saw him stop attacking there, but this turret is only 1 wave away from dying.
Now it's also only 15 seconds.
Oh, here comes Lulu.
Dragon comes up too. Yeah, Lulu coming down to help out. Soaz could be in trouble here. Acorn doing the damage. Soaz pops that pool, pops the emo play. He's still going to go down anyway. Wild Growth, though, had to be used. That's a crucial out of the way for this Dragon, but a crucial player out of the way for Origin.
Yes, they get the kill. Soaz here with, again, a little misplay. As soon as Pekka uses TP mid, Soaz has to back away. He knows there's the chance of 2 guys coming out to gank him, and the security before was Pekka being able to join. Obviously, he can't do that because he just used it in mid lane, so Soaz had to just back away and not risk dying here, because Origin cannot take a 4-man Baron when Acorn has teleport as well, and there are 3 guys sitting in mid. So LGD right now are using better knowledge around the cooldowns of these globals to get some kills, and now a Dragon more.
Yeah, Imp having no issues at all taking this Dragon by himself, and that's Dragon number 2 now. LGD takes the lead in that objective.
Yeah, I mean, this LGD is showing why they are such a good team. I talked about individual player skill being close in some occasions, but when the map opens up, you really see the mettle of the players and the decisions they're making here. Peke's TP goes down, immediate gank bot lane, nothing taken by Origin. In the meanwhile, the side lane's under control enough that nothing's getting picked up on the backside here. It's very, very strong stuff from LGD.
And simply what happened before here, with this big wave being pushed in the top side and Nils had to go up and clear it and push it back, the mid lane was suddenly open. And that's what forced Pekka to use his teleport to go in and try and defend it. Origin should never have been in that position in the first place because they needed that second summoner to help Source on the bottom. So that was kind of their way of getting the goal lead. Let Source continue to solo farm against Acorn, slowly push down this tower. They might catch TBQ here.
They did catch TBQ. A lot of CC coming down. They force the flash.
Oh, into the wall!
Whoops, doesn't go for the wall. Wild Growth used. I don't think it's going to be enough, though. He's going to go down. Niels with a kill there.
TP
teleport
coming in
from Acorn. Teleport coming in for OG as well. Origin, Soaz joining the mid lane brawl.
Tibbers is still here for Mithi, so Origin can now start the Baron and bait a team fight with Flash Tibbers onto him.
Yeah, there we go. PYL comes in. There's the knockup on Soaz.
And now here comes the rest of the fight. There's the hard dive. They've caught amazing. He's forced to repel up. Now Mithi in the back lines gets stunned, gets jumped on. He's going to take a little bit of safety from Xpeke. He's trying to run and actually somehow not going down. The Flash 4 gets the kill. Shockwave hits only 1, and Peke is a member of a 3-death team here. That did not go well for Origin.
He's got to get away. It's incredible that Mithi didn't die sooner than he did.
But LGG, they punish everything you do. So it's a kill onto TBQ at first, but they see Peke sitting in the mid lane. So when Origin is setting up around that Baron, LGD is like, well, your mid laner is not there, so we're just instantly gonna hard engage with the Malphite. And once again, they catch out Origin, they get more kills from it. So we see a lot of good moves from Origin, but LGD just knows how to respond every single time.
He does seem that way.
LGD doing such an amazing job throughout their mid game here. The TP in from Acorn, he found a 2-man knockup in the follow-up. was so incredibly good here.
Look at Pekka sitting all the way back at his tier 1 or tier 2 towers. LG's not afraid to just flash. It was Origin who was supposed to take control of this Baron with 5 members to 4, but that's the engaged source, drops instantly. Good ulti as well from Akon, and now the fight is already won. So they're simply always, shot calling wise it seems, ahead of Origin, and therefore they can keep finding these openings in an otherwise very close game.
Yeah, that fight was PYL, by the way. The flash ulti knocked up Soaz before he could react. And then the Braum Q afterwards chained the stuns beautifully. Nothing he could have actually done in that battle whatsoever.
Didn't even get to use his Zhonya's.
Exactly, and that's why he went for the flash ult. The point-blank knockup can't be reacted to in time. That was a really, really big deal. One of those subtle things that make you a better player. And PYL leading the charge here. 7 out of 8 kill participation, really keeping his team alive and setting up the fights as well.
And taking that blue buff for the second time, too. I mean, now we really see a shift in where people are in the map this game. Suddenly, everyone pushed over to Origin side.
We have a lot of cooldowns with teleport here. Only Pekka as he's ready. They're going for him. He's all alone down the bottom lane.
But he's gonna dodge through the minions.
Wow,
he gets the shockwave dodge, but there's nothing else to do. Overextended. Imp's been solo pushing so much this game. This is the first time he's ever been punished for it.
Had to happen sometime.
Well, that was still really far up from him. So where we have now been commentating on some of the misplays from Origin where they were in the map, Imp now makes a big mistake for himself. Staying so far up the lane, just all alone. The rest of his team were sitting in mid lane. Nothing they could do to really respond, and they couldn't push a tower either because Origin were ready to defend it.
And it feels like Origin aren't tenacious enough to really take any major advantages. All of the gold and almost all of the kills are on Imp. He's still dead for 15 seconds. But Origin has still yet to pressure an objective. Finally, Pekka walks to the bot lane. I guess he's got teleport. He can knock down bottom outer, finally. But to only get an outer turret at 31 minutes for picking off the AD carry, that's less than you should be getting.
I guess it does tie up the turrets a little bit. He's just got to worry about LGD pressuring Baron now. He's still going in the bot lane, though.
He has TP ready.
He does.
Again,
no one's reacting to him. Pekka can keep going. He thinks someone's going to defend, but Acorn doesn't have teleport. Acorn is not allowed to be down here. Pekka doesn't realize it. This should be another turret kill.
Double teleport. He's playing it safe because the rest of his team is back in base, so he doesn't technically know.
He has no wards to see.
Yeah, if 2 or 3 guys suddenly show up and kill him, but having double teleport in the late game just offers you so much map control. It's way better than having like an offensive summoner in this situation for Pekka, because again, he had a free laning phase against the Lulu, and also he now gets the split pushing threat where Malphite, we know Malphite is a one-trick pony. TP in, ulti someone, and your job is done. And that's what Akon is going to do again and again, but whenever that is gone, he's not going to do a whole lot. And that's where we can see an opening for Origin to continue split pushing.
Wow, fan vote going to 76% now as far as who they think is going to win this game. And Origin with a tiny little lead right now, perhaps. But I think this one is, I would say, our closest game of World Jet.
Yeah.
And to be this neck and neck at 33 minutes, absolutely. And honestly, I think many people are surprised that it is this close. LGD stacked with talent. And Origin still making him work for this one. It's going to be close. The double teleport roughly back up now for Origin. We'll see if they can open this map up again.
And while almost nothing can beat a Giacomo in the late game, let's talk about that after, because POL taking some damage. Engage might happen.
Took a bit. Not a lot. Able to back off. TBQ got cocooned. A bit of damage as well, but so far nobody really poked out significantly.
It's the tense point, though. You know there's a battle about to brew. Dragon spawns in 3 seconds here.
Oh, yeah.
Origin cleared mid first. They've gummed down the Dragon first as well.
There's too many wards behind Origin here. There's so many good openings for Akon to teleport in and just get that perfect flank where it's so difficult to react.
I think he's going to try. Dragon started now by Origin.
LGD are setting up a Baron bait instead. They've actually got all the wards swept away.
It's way too late, though. It's a very late Baron bait for LGD.
But there's no vision. There's a blue trinket up, but he's not in range to use it yet. LGD can play with fog.
They know it, though. On the side of Origin.
There it is.
They saw them sit in the mid lane. They reacted very late after Dragon was started. But obviously, teams can take it down so fast. Mythi has flash again.
So Origin have inside track on mid. If they're tenacious, they can go mid tier 2 and force LG to come into them. They're trying now.
Oh, yeah, look at this.
They're
coming from mid lane. They're going to try to go. It's going to be a pincher maneuver. They're all grouped up. They got to be careful here. They're coming in. Imp is okay. Amazing takes a lot of damage. So as trying to get to the back line. He did get hit by Emo play. Expect is okay. Big ult. Shockwave. That shockwave does work. Oh, and the wild growth. It keeps him alive. Expect gets a solo kill. That's it.
That was the combo. They got onto him. They got the beautiful shockwave. Everything was used to protect him, but it wasn't enough. We highlighted how much damage Origin will have if they pull off the combo. And they did.
Oh, they caught
They're going for it. Can they land?
They got the stun.
Comes in. Is it going to be Peke's pentakill? Is it going to be no? It's Niels. It is rookie split. Gets the Aids and the inhibitors down, and Baron can be next.
Look at the side lanes here, though. Origin has to go back and defend all these turrets. Just send one guy. You can still do Baron, though, with the rest. Let's see here on the side of LGD. There's still 25 seconds on Akon. He just died. Pekka will stop the wave here. That team fight, it wasn't even like Swords ulti into Shockwave. It was just one by one they came in the end, Pekka pulled through. This is a guy who's been criticized so much this season for being a passive mid laner.
Looking to cause some trouble. The Shockwave buys time, the stun's there.
Such a PYL coming in later. Godby uses the wild growth. TBQ still alive for the moment anyway, and here comes Imp. The damage coming in. Imp gets a kill. Can they turn it around? Origin chasing Imp. He goes down. TBQ goes out as well. Origin takes the fight. Double kill for Niels, and that is nearly an ace. Only Godby and Acorn surviving.
3 for 2, and Godby's not even done being part of this one. Would you believe it? Origin now soundly in the lead against the #1 team from China.
And I gotta say, it is off of great plays like this. Let's watch it again.
All right, let's see. So first, Cocoon from Amazing. I'm only looking at Imp here. Everything is on him. If you look at Origin, they're focused. They throw in Myth, he knocks him off. That's the wild growth being used. And then it's Shockwave coming in. Such an insane amount of damage. Beautiful chain CC, but again, Dora, you wanted them to throw in Mithy, and they did.
They did it.
And it set up everything for Pekka to get the kills.
Bloodthirsty, man. That's how you play with an Annie. You just toss right in there.
One of the biggest problems there was actually Acorn's teleport. He TP'd in on the other side from his team, so there was no real front line to absorb the CC, to buffer the team back. Origin did not have to respect Malphite because they could run away from Malphite and into the Kog'Maw. The lack of frontline meant so much there, it allowed these guys to catch up to Imp's Cog.
And we're hitting the point here where LGD, yes, they have two hard engaged champions. One of them has done absolutely nothing in the Vi pick, but TPQ, he tried to lock up Mithy in that last fight and see if maybe he could delay the tippers. But now, because there are three very, very strong carries on the side of Origin, that hard engage becomes so difficult to use properly because all Origin care about is killing him. There's no damage from Malphite, there's no damage from the Vi, there's no damage from the Lulu really because she's shielding onto him. So as long as you wombo combo him, you win the fight.
And that's the thing is, the weird thing is there's so many threats on Origin. It's a triple threat composition.
Four big
Peke's the big one, by the way. He's got triple Godby's damage. He's got double anyone else on his team. Peke is the man in this one. All eyes are on him as the weak link, but he is overperforming.
The passive mid laner Origin, they don't play around him in the early game, but they do like to really rely on him in the late game. He's shown it before in this split here, how strong of a team fight he is. And also, can we just highlight that every single time we have a big tournament, Pekka will always show up.
Well, he certainly is today, man. Is that inhibitor turret getting lower and lower? Still 2 cannon minions remaining, and Origin, all they need to do is keep doing what they're doing, and they'll close this one out.
Depends how much more they can do. Baron buff timing out in about 30 seconds here. LG looking for the attack. TBQ cannot find anything to do. 0, 4, and 1 on this Vi.
Daria
like
of TBQ's life.
Champions away.
He's really not been able to do anything in this game here.
Oh, Acorn caught with that stun.
Yeah, you can't jump on a Malphite. Origin are responsible enough to know it is the Kog'Maw that matters. He is the only damage source. Cinderhold Vi, not exactly scary.
Not a whole lot. That turret nearly dead. Just a couple more autos and it's going to be gone.
Godby is on 4 items now.
Yeah.
The Void Staff and Death Cat both in. Makes him a threat on the right targets here.
It helps. It does clear waves pretty well, too.
Acorn's coming.
Oh, he is trying to go in. Oh, he misses the ult. They get out of it. Acorn has to retreat. Wild growth already used on the Imp. There's a knock-up onto Amazing. Shockwave coming in. Soaz gets in the back with a big Hemo Plague. Meanwhile, LGD, they lose TBQ. And here comes Origin coming in again. Timbers drop. Imp's still alive, but it's not going to save the turret. They're going to lose an inhibitor for sure.
And Origin's going to keep on going. LG needs to buy home guards and heal back up, but there's already 2 inhibitors dead. Origin able to walk away with a clean 1 for 0. 2 inhibs gone.
TP
This is the play.
No
Acorn wants in, but he's got no teammates.
What's he gonna do?
He's trying to stop recalls. Dragon's up in 6 seconds.
Recalls for what? That was the most useless teleport.
I think it's literally to try to get Dragon. I think that was literally the only reason why he did this. Origin are now injured on this Dragon attempt, but it's too desperate to try.
I think it's going to die so fast, not going to matter. PYL trying for a Miracle Steal, doesn't get it. Another Dragon goes over to Origin as they back away. Victorious over that big, long skirmish on the bottom side of the map.
So the base is open. 5 Dragons is not going to be a thing. It's 3-2 at the moment. Baron is not alive. But Origin are so strong right here. We saw the engage come in from Akon, but how easy it was for him. They flash it, max range, Malphite ulti, and then they can turn around. Godfrey, at the start of the fight, will just instantly ulti on him. They're like, okay, Imp, they're gonna come for you. Ulti him. Source in this fight, he got a 5-man, a 4-man ulti at least. They have so many threats, and they have so much damage. It's insane.
Origin has played around this hard engage so well. They've minimized the impact of the Vi. They've taken away the impact of the Malphite completely at this point. So check this out.
I want to see the teleport here from Akon. So he comes in from the side instead of running straight at them. So they're ready with the flashes. They're sitting with the finger and ready to use it. And then Soaz comes in the back line. TPQ goes down, and the fight is already won now from Origin. Akon has to use the teleport there to flank from the side to make it harder for Origin to avoid that engage.
So here we go. 9 turrets picked up, a 7,000 gold lead. And I mean, the curious thing is, for as well as Origin's playing, it's a 3-kill difference. Dragons are only 1 apart, and 7,000 gold at 41 minutes is not the craziest gold lead. This is certainly still comebackable. That's a word from LGD. They've got a big Kog'Maw, and if he can outplay the Shockwave and the Annie, he can crush this front line still. You still got to respect LGD's back line.
We saw the amount of gold lead that Origin got with that Baron power play, man. It was like 3,500 gold in the lead, yeah. That's huge.
And that is obviously with the Baron as well as what they got after.
Right.
But you highlight yourself here. Imp is still a massive threat. If Origin has a team fight where they do not manage to land these ultis that are so key for their composition to work, Imp will then take them down one by one by one. Again, the tanky members here, we're looking at amazing basically, and that's nothing even as a Rylai's. That's going to be a few hits for Imp and he's down, and then suddenly he will just chase them down and take them out.
They do have to be careful, yeah. I mean, like you said, killing Imp basically kills LGD, but if you can't kill Imp, he could kill your entire team.
Yep, exactly. So it's still very tricky for Origin. There's a lot of pressure on how they can perform in the fight, but so far they have been able to pull it off. Baron is spawning, they're setting up vision in advance. They're gonna try and bait LGD to walk straight into them, and then you get an easy engage. And now,
Shockwave has to be used on him early just for Xpeke to keep himself alive. That's big, and they're going right to Baron. But Soaz going after the base now.
But the Baron is up right now. This is the wrong choice. LGD are going to lose their base if they go for Baron.
They're going for it. They're going for it.
Stop the recalls. Amazing's there. It's okay if he does. Because Soaz can make up for his mistakes from last Worlds against OMG. And they're going for the base. The base can't get it. The Malphite's in, but the Nexus is still dying. Kills are already coming through for Origin anyway. And Soaz extinguishes the ghosts of his past. He will slowly but surely get enough damage down. He has to. There's a very spot for LGD, but it's gonna be enough.
No way.
Soaz says, I can do it better, and Origin beat LGD.
That was insane. Xpeke is like, hey, I'm supposed to be the guy doing that, but this time it's Soaz. Origin takes down one of the contenders to get to the finals and Worlds right away in their first game.
I cannot believe that this happened. China's the reigning champion right now. Edward Gaming won the mid-season invitational. Then LGD one-upped them and became the #1 seed from China. And Origin were a challenger team last split.
With a lot of veterans who had so much experience.
It's true.
The whole split, the whole season for Origin has been fantastic. You said it yourself, they were a challenger team. They won, of course, the Challenger Series. They came into the LCS. We didn't know really what to expect from them, but they just showed up big time from the start. Great mechanics on these players here, able to execute some of these strong and very hard to play compositions like this one, where you need to really time your ultis correctly. And they pull it off against a team that we keep saying has the most stacked lineup at Worlds, with superstars in almost every position. Such a good game from Origin. LGG really made sure they had to work for it because there was so much back and forth in the early game.
It was so close for
very
so long.
high level game. Very high level
Yeah.
game and the best we've had so far.
That was a fantastic game, man. And what a huge, huge game for the crowd here in Paris, too. To see Origin take out a team like LGD. And, man, this group is wide open at this point. Who knows what's going to happen now?
I mean, absolutely. Even TSM was a bit of a threat up against KT Rolster here. All down the line, every one of these teams can do something. LGD, you saw their face a second ago. They are shocked this even happened.
I think we all are.
I know the Twitter vote was like 76% Origin, but if you ask
Twitter's always
any
right.
analyst who should have, was not supposed to win this game, but who was favored to win this game, I mean, it's like 99
Oh,
to
yeah.
1.
This is a massive
LGD,
upset
massive
from
upset.
Origin. There were 3 teams people said coming into Worlds would go to the final or be able to win the final. SKT, LGD, and EDG. Now, we just saw Origin take down one of them. It's such a great showing. But overall, man, these team fights and Xpeke with his Orianna showing up when it really matters.
The team fights were spectacular. The way they handled the hard engage for LGD was equally spectacular. A well-deserved win from Origin. Nothing fluke about that. It's a surprise. It's an upset. Sure. But it was an extremely well-played game.
Absolutely. And there were so many cool things that happened here. So the split push threats that were here were actually a really, really big deal because even though you had this Kog'Maw get ahead early, one really well-played tower dive by LGD got him 2 kills, then a bad dragon fight by Origin gave 2 more kills to the Kog'Maw, and like no one can stop Imp. It was Soaz getting a lot of split push early on. 2 turrets were killed by that Vladimir quite early on. That gold buffer gave a lot of room for Origin. And they just played the split push very well. Double teleport, sometimes very hard to contend with. They opened up a lot of the map this way.
LGG is going to look at this pick and ban phase and say, did we show our hand too early? Because we saw the amount of counter picks coming in there. Orianna was great into the Lulu, which got moved to the mid lane. You highlighted, Akon could have taken it topside, but they wanted some hard engage all of a sudden. And we had basically good matchups for Origin in every single lane, which also allowed them to run double teleport because you don't need an offensive summon against a Lulu. And that was very key for this team.
Well, you can see here in a second that we will have Soaz and Xpeke up in the interview lounge with Shox. That'll be very soon. I imagine there's going to be quite the crowd uproar when he does finally show up there. But, I mean, thinking about this game, the split push worked very well. The team fights actually, I know last game we talked about having a split push comp versus having a team fighting composition, TSM not wanting to be part of the 5v5. Origin seemed happy to be like, yeah, you've got a big Kog'Maw, but we're happy to come back into you guys and go for the hard engage and try to kill the AD carry.
I think really the key was when they saw the Malphite Vi coming in and they were like, okay, so you have some protection with the Lulu, with the Braum, but now you're running so much hard engage, which cannot really do anything against our triple threat because, again, we will have so much damage. Even if you take out one guy, we might still be able to take the fight. And again, just getting the counter picks with the Vladimir. The way in the lane swap, it looked bad at first for Source because he got denied quite a bit. He was on 0 CS, but then Mythic came up and Mason came up to help him. So they sacrificed the other lanes to make sure Source was farmed enough, and that was key.
It was a really big deal, so a great game by Origin overall. But for now, we're going to check in with Shox, who is joined by 2 of the victorious members of Origin.
Thank you so much. Indeed, joined by Origin after LGD got Xpeke by Soaz. I mean, you guys were a pretty popular team coming into this, but this was an incredible game. I got to go to you first because that ending of the game was so incredibly tight, and we all remember what happened versus OMG. Did that ever creep in? I have to bring it up. I have to ask.
Not really. As soon as they started Baron, we had vision on every member of their team, so it was easier for us to actually stop them from basing, and they didn't have Baron buff either, so their base recall was quite high. And we had enormous wave, like bottom, we had like 2 big minions, so I could push really fast. So I was not really paying attention of bases, and I was just asking my teammate if people were basing or not.
People are basing or not. Cool, calm, and collected. Is that also the way you experienced it, or?
No, for me, I was like panicking there.
Yeah?
Because we were fighting. We actually won the fight, but I thought we were going to lose it. And I like, okay, if we lose this fight, it's going to be over. But we actually killed him, and he actually backdoored the Nexus. So.
Yeah, he did. Very interesting that you say if we lose this fight, still we can lose, because you had that amazing fight where you got a quadra kill, and after all the Xpeke is the weakest link on OG. Xpeke is an old schooler who might not be showing up. Tell me how you lived this game from the start till the end.
Well, at first I was pretty confident on the lane because the way it started, I knew I couldn't lose the lane because he didn't pressure me enough at first. So I was like, okay, this is going to be a fine lane for me. And then as soon as I got the first block, I knew I would slowly snowball. Like I was going to be strong no matter what. And as soon as I had Thonias, I wouldn't die in fights. But then the TP ball happened. And yeah, it was really lucky for us because after that, we had the game on our side if we didn't do anything. And their Kog'Maw was fed. The only one that couldn't get fed, got fed. Like super good, actually. So it made the game a lot harder because we had to give up Drakes. We had to let them take priority wherever they wanted. And it just slowed the game until the fight that I got the ultimate on everyone.
Well, you guys are super experienced players, but it still seems that something like this is always very stressful. Tell me how you lived the preparation coming into this. You guys have lived through so many World Championships, and it's kind of a different deal now. Before it was always, what's this Fnatic gonna do with you two? How far are they gonna get? Now it's kind of different. Now it's, okay, OG is the underdog in this group. How has that changed your way coming in here? Playing in Paris must be quite a bump.
Well, for me, I like being the I like being the underdog because there is a lot less pressure compared to Worlds last year. A lot of European fans and others were looking after us, like expecting us to do really well, and we ended up doing really bad. But this year it's like people expect us to do third or fourth, so we don't have. I don't feel any pressure. So I think it's good for me and the team in general.
Well, whatever happens, you already beat LGD. So, quelques mots en français pour les fans.
Non, mais merci à tout le monde qui nous supporte et nous suivent jour au jour. Non, en tout cas, merci à tout le monde, franchement, ça fait très plaisir.
Simple thank you to everyone from SOAS. Peke, do you know any French?
No, merci.
Merci, voilà, there we go. Et merci à vous deux. Congratulations, fantastic win by Origin here in their first game of group. The analysts take it away.
Thank you, Shocks. I mean, we had that extra delay to get into the game, but boy, was it worth it. What an incredible showing there by Origin. And I have to say that the three of you have some explaining to do.
For sure.
All right, so let's take a look at the early game.
So the plot armor came down on the Xpeke.
No!
He donned it, went 6-1 and 9 on Orianna, and everybody just lined. No. They actually played that
let's talk about
incredibly well.
Xpeke because it was someone that we did hit as being the weak link for the team and was a question mark coming in and how he would be able to stack up against Godv. And as you mentioned, he showed up. He stepped it up huge in this game.
Yeah, European mid laners seem to always deliver when they go to international competition. Questions at MSI about Febivin, comes in, solo kills Faker. Xpeke always seems to step up his game around Worlds and around international play, and it just seems to be they hit the grindstone and they come out swinging.
The thing is, Xpeke's champion pool didn't get targeted. He was put in a matchup that he's very comfortable in. He's playing the Orianna, a champion he's been doing well on before, with TP, which is fine in the Lulu matchup.
Well, for whatever reason, they did get rid of the Varus first ban, which is technically in his pool.
We should go back and kind of revisit this pick and ban here because it was quite interesting, especially Origin targeting TBQ. So they came in with that in mind. Now, this put LGD in a situation where they had a choice to first pick the Elise here, and they could have saved Gragas for later in the draft. They made the choice for the Vi. Now, the Vi, I don't really have a problem with because you can shut down the Kalista, the Malphite-Vi combo, and try and win the game that way. The problem was really a lot of these losing lane matchups. And remember that Lulu is definitely a flex pick for LGD. Acorn could have easily played that champion, but they chose to put it in the mid lane with more initiation alongside the Malphite. But that also set up the Vlad pick, which Malphite's not really going to stop a Vlad split push.
Yeah, everybody ended up, like you're talking about losing lanes. They aren't exactly winning or losing lanes there. They end up going even, and then they reach team fights where that's where it really prevailed for me, was you're against a triple threat as a mono threat composition with the Kog'Maw.
But here's the thing.
Wait, hold on one second. You need enough engage to kill Kalista and then enough damage after you're engaged to kill a Vladimir, which you don't have that mixture of with one threat.
Understood, but we saw a lane swap come through anyway.
Yes, yes.
So even choosing worse lanes, we saw the lane swap came through, which Origin ended up playing very well. I know you have thoughts on the way that Amazing specifically.
It's like Amazing played in a way that he didn't show on the map at all. That puts pressure on all the lanes, and there was no play from TBQ at all. He just showed up top lane when they were supposed to commit for the dive on the Vladimir that had no flash. They had to make sure that Elise shows up so Akon could do something. He didn't do anything for 3 minutes, which is horrible.
Yes, and not only that, but it was TBQ repeatedly showing on a tri-brush ward in the top side. So Soaz, he knew exactly how safe he was, and Acorn was not. And maybe this is a problem, one of the problems that you see with having these mixed language rosters, because it just looked like TBQ and Acorn were doing entirely different things in that lane swap, and Acorn wasn't willing to pull the trigger to have a teleport to maybe attempt to dive in the top side, and instead just ended up kind of running around the map or just sitting in Fountain at the beginning of that game. Meanwhile, Soaz was just picking up farm under the turret. So you can say, okay, LGD got the first turret in the top side, but it came at a very dear price in terms of top lane farm.
Now, ultimately, we did see Origin play out that lane swap well, take advantage of TBQ in certain areas, but Imp on the other side of things on that Kog'Maw was doing everything in his power through the mid-game to ramp up 4-0 at one point, bringing us all the way up into that 34-minute mark, that crucial 34-minute mark, where we saw a team fight in the mid lane that completely swung things in Origin's favor.
Yeah, it's and that's the big setup, right? If you're going to play, if you choose to play Juggernaut with no other source of damage, and remember, we used to see the Ku Tigers do this, Lulu mid, Maokai top instead. Sometimes they use Rumble, but it means that the crowd control has to be used perfectly because of that one damage threat. So that's going to be, I think, a big part of this team fight.
Yeah, it has to be on the right person, too, here. Never, under any circumstance, should you be Vi-ulting the support of a Kalista. He's trying to stop the ultimate from Annie coming through, but it ends up just getting the Annie thrown in onto Imp, who then gets locked into place perfectly for the shockwave. The setup there, if you had ultied Niels, you lock him out of his Fate's Call, and then you see Acorn actually goes after Niels afterwards, and he's so low HP, if you had actually focused him, you may have stopped that catastrophe from happening to your team, but Origin played the Wombo combo really well.
Yeah, beautiful team fight from Origin, no doubt. And we didn't even see what the setup to that was, which was they were sieging the mid turret, and what LGD was trying to do was set up a pincer attack because they had Acorn TP to that turret. I would not recommend trying to flank with a Juggernaut. Juggernaut is like a cannon. It's a piece of artillery. You set it up, it points in one direction, it doesn't move. You know, you can't turn it very fast. You have to all be together because otherwise it just doesn't work. So without that extra threat there, you're going to find the Kog'Maw in a very vulnerable state. That said, it was played very well, but you have to talk about TBQ here. There were 10 kills in this game. He was 0-6-1. He had a 10% kill contribution rate as a jungler. That is unacceptable.
Right, so that is that weakness that we're looking at for LGD. Now, that does it for Group D, so let's take a look at the standings over there. KT, Rollstar, and Origin are up 1-0, while the LPL's LGD and North America's TSM are still looking for a win. And so I'm going to turn back to you guys for a final word here, which is, given the result of that game, what does this do in terms of the ecosystem of this group and the way it might play out, having seen LGD drop that game?
It's always so hard to jump to conclusions when you're seeing one game, because then you're just inferring so much from it, and it could just be an outlier. I mean, I have bad games, everybody has bad games, and TBQ there and the communication may have just been a small breakdown. They still have ways to recover. They were never completely out of that game until way later on. But I feel like this does put Origin in that top spot where you're just saying, could they be in there as number 2? There's more weighted on it because they definitely came here to play.
I'd say they made more than a good case for themselves coming out of the group in the top 2. Now, coming up next, the international wildcard Bangkok Titans will take to the stage against Season 3 world champions SK Telecom T1. There's more Worlds coming your way when we return.
A little bit too early. Is Expecke takes a lot of damage, and that's going to be double kill now. There we go. PYL comes in. There's the knock up on Soaz.
And now here comes the rest of the fight. There's the hard time. They've caught Amazing.
Expecke is okay. Big old shockwave. Toward that shockwave.
Nice. Good job.
Well, growth already used on the Imp. There's a knock-up onto Amazing. Shockwave coming in. Soaz gets in the back with a big emo plague. And Soaz extinguishes the ghost of his past. He will slowly but surely get enough damage down. He has to. Soaz says, I can do it better. And Origin beat LGD.
Welcome back. Next up is a Group C bout between the international wildcard Bangkok Titans and Korea's #1 seed SK Telecom T1. Now, as we look towards that matchup, Warlock explains how facing a powerhouse like SKT is just the cost of doing business when you play at Worlds.
So having to play SKT is like overwhelming, I guess, because a lot of people have them as like the best team in the tournament. But to me, at least, I feel like we already expected to have a hard group coming into Worlds because every team is good enough to make it here. So I wasn't too upset or anything with the group.
Yeah, I definitely think it's a framing of your mindset as well, because they're coming in and you're not thinking they're the best team in the world, right? Now they get to go up against the best tutors in the world and then learn from that, and they'll have that footage.
And that's the proper mindset to have when you consider that yesterday they had to go up against EDG, the winners of MSI, and today they're going up against the runners-up, SKT. So it's not getting any easier for them, really, in this matchup.
No, it's not.
It's like what I'm thinking of is like it's as if I was in a ring against Mike Tyson in his prime. But I would kind of brag about the fact that I've been in the ring for 10 seconds before I got KO'd. You know, I think it's
yourself 10?
It's good experience.
I don't know if I even give you 10, Yamato. I mean, that's a generous
I think I can
assumption.
run to the corner.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you quick feet, right? Just run circles around him. Well, anyway, you know, on the side of SKT, though, we talked a little bit yesterday about how they didn't have the cleanest of games. So as this is a game that we do expect them to win, where do we look for them to execute a little bit sharper than they did yesterday?
I don't want to use beating the Bangkok Titans as the metric for how good a team is, but I do want to praise how fast-paced, how aggressive, how impressive EDG's win was, even over a team that they vastly outclass. And if SK Telecom can't have that same level of execution, because in my mind, that's what we were seeing in their first game, was Marin being a little bit sluggish, slow on the teleport trigger, not looking like they were all of the same mind. And I want to see the same style of game from SKT that we saw from EDG, because we know EDG has that immense confidence, which is a very big strength of theirs, actually.
All right, well, cleanliness of execution, that's what we're looking for here. Now the teams are ready, so without further ado, let's step inside Ladakh Pullman for picks and bans.
Thank you very much, Dash. We are here and ready to go into our next game. So before we start, let's start running down the rosters. And for Thailand's Bangkok Titans, let's get that one up on your screen. Warlock up in the top lane. 007X in the jungle. Their star player, G4 in mid. AD carry Lloyd used to be the star before G4 came in. And then Moss, their support here. They got great names. Their coach, by the way, named Cabbage.
Vegetable-oriented names for the most part, isn't it? And of course, the Season 3 champions, the two-time champions in Korea this year, SK Telecom T1 in the top lane. You've got Marin at jungle, Bangi, of course, in the mid lane. There's Faker in an ADC. Bang, his support is Wolf and coached by Coma.
And this is a very, very difficult game for us to kind of prepare for, because
yeah, man, it's real hard.
It's really going to be the situation where the Bangkok Titans are going to go in and just try and give it all they have and see what they can do here in the early to mid game. Maybe they can try and surprise SKT a little bit, but all in all, I mean, everyone is expecting the same result from this.
Yeah.
How fast can SKT then do it compared to EDG? I don't think it matters too much. It just depends on how you look at this game. Do you want to play it safe like they did against H2K yesterday? That's perfectly fine as well.
And the thing is, we actually saw BKT try to make early game plays when we saw them yesterday against Edward Gaming, and it failed horribly. Warlock clicked on the wrong thing when he went to Twisted Advance into the mid lane.
Hey, we've all done that once or twice.
Yeah, I know, but
yeah, I do that. I'm in Silver 4, man.
Exactly. As your first act in the game, it's a hard way to start your World Championship here. Bangkok Titans, we'll see what they can play for. Again, they do have a bright star in G4 here. Faker has actually been in his one game so far, actually got picked on a little bit, so maybe G4 can pry something out of that lane, but
I think it's a race between SKT and EDG to see who can beat him faster. I bet they got together after the game yesterday, and EDG's like, all right, here's our time. What can you do? And Faker's like, I think maybe we can try it out. But
got a speedrunning championship here at the World Championship.
Pretty much. Get a little speed. Everybody loves watching speed runs, right? Yeah. Gangplank, the second ban. Mordekaiser, of course. I was hoping Mordekaiser would get through one of these games.
Not gonna happen.
Not this one, no.
I think it'll happen later on in a series.
It will happen at some point, of course, but then, I mean, people are so afraid of the snowball potential of a Mordekaiser. Push that bottom lane, take that dragon, take your mid tower, and just how hard it is to play against him when that happens. But we see the same three normal bans. Fiora, Darius coming in. It's a lot of these very contested picks. Fiora is the one where it would be a surprise, but because against SKT and because Marin showed up big time yesterday, it's of course not a surprise in this match. It hasn't really been banned or picked too much in other games we've seen so far. Marin had a fantastic performance though on Fiora.
So do you just go with the Elise first? It seems like a solid pick to start things off with. You can build a lot of stuff around it. She fits into pretty much anything these days.
I think going Elise first is very good for Bangkok Titans. Again, it will give them some of this early game power they will need. I mean, you cannot start building like a late game Juggernaut composition and expect to reach late game against SK Telecom. So Elise would be the standout. Maybe you want to go for a Callista.
Thing is,
there if you want some AD carry pressure.
All 007X is playing as big dumb tanks. Gragas, Rek'Sai, Sejuani over and over again. There is the Callista, so all right. I was wrong about it earlier. I didn't think she was that important, but Bangkok Titans seem to care a whole lot about this one.
Well, I think Bengi will be quite happy to take that Elise, perhaps. Rek'Sai is a great champion for him as well. And Marin, are we going to get to see that deadly rumble. We haven't seen it a lot from Marin lately. There have been a lot of other picks that take priority, but maybe in a game like this, you could use it just to push ahead a little bit quicker.
Sure, maybe you can try out some of these things you have been working on in practice, and you're maybe not 100% sure if you want to use it.
Yeah.
Give it a go, see how the performance goes, and maybe learn a few things, or just get it out of your system if you really want to play the Rumble, which is, of course, Marin's most played champion.
I mean,
More people are probably expecting him to play Maokai, though.
Well, Marin is a champion, or, well, Marin's a champion.
He's a champion now.
But he's also playing a champion, such as Rumble, that's very good at early dragon control. And if SKT says, hey, you know what? We're just going to go for fast early dragons, going to get 5 stacks right away and end this thing quick. Rumble's a good pick for that. Braum Rek'Sai, the next 2 choices for the Bangkok Titans.
Yeah, BKT picking things that we're not too surprised to see from them overall. Braum definitely a great support pick when it's left open for you. And the Rek'Sai just kind of next on the list for 007X once you ban that Gragas away.
Yeah, and I think it's okay to trade Elise for Rek'Sai. I think Rek'Sai is a very, very strong pick still by then getting the Kalista, as long as you can then bully your lane. And that's why I don't really like Braum too much here for Bangkok Titans. I would rather see him just all in on that bottom lane. You use the first pick on the AD carry. Give me a Thresh, give me a Kennen, something that can really dominate 2 versus 2.
By the way, this is really a Faker Master Yi game. I know we saw him hover over Aurelia.
Hey, they got the AP
he has
top
played
lane.
that in mid. It's true.
They're setting up for them. AP top lane.
He played Master Yi a couple times in Korea in the summer season. He won the games with him.
It could be Riven as well. It could be the Zed.
Could be.
Coming in. I mean, they're setting up for a physical damage healer in the mid lane.
Yeah, and gonna grab that Alistar, I'd imagine, rather than the Shen support or something like that. Yep, it'll get locked in along with Bang's Vayne, which is a pretty common pick for him.
Well, you mentioned speed running this game. They've got a whole lot of really good tower divers here. Alistar can ignore turret for 6 seconds. Elise can repel away. And again, you mentioned Rumble with the early game dragon control and whatnot. SKT is certainly set up for a very fast, aggressive composition, and they can always fall back on the Vayne if it gets a little bit later than 20 minutes.
Lane swap it early on. Rumble doesn't require that much gold to be super effective. You have the Vayne then who gets a lane swap lane, gets your levels under her belt. So SKT can play that style, and as well, the Bangkok Titans is not a team you would expect to do really well in lane swaps. It often is something we see a lot more of when it comes to the best regions we have around the world, and especially international tournaments where really you get tested on your lane swaps. So they might find themselves in a situation where they don't 100% know what to do, what the next few moves are going to be, and then you get punished super hard in lane swaps.
I think Maokai is a great choice for the top lane. Just pick something solid, pick something that's not going to die very easily, and the Aurelia possibly for mid lane. I don't know, man.
Interesting. Mid lane Aurelia for G4.
Okay, well that may make the Master Yi harder to play. There is that.
Already predicting the matchup, Doa. G4's a level ahead, all right?
This pick and ban phase went downhill pretty fast with the last 2 picks.
Aurelia is not a blind pick mid lane.
For Bangkok Titans, you blind pick Aurelia. You also have purely physical damage outside of obviously a little bit of true damage. And yes, okay, we can count Maokai and his insane amount of AP damage.
He's got good ratios.
So Bangkok Titans are really going to fight against the clock here. They have to win that early game so hard against SK Telecom, but the lane swap for them can still just happen. They don't have the wave clear either, no.
Go Riven.
That'd be a fun matchup. Mid lane is essentially top lane. Now it's a race who can fight more often.
Yeah, I feel like G4 is like, you know what? I want to pick into a 1v1 skill matchup against Faker. I'm like, all right. I think Faker's going to be fine with that.
That is one way to test yourself. The hover for Olaf.
Oh, the Olaf.
And mid lane has become top lane. Aurelia versus Olaf up in the mid. Actually,
they could swap it.
Yeah,
No, this is going to be Olaf mid.
Yeah.
Randomly, one day, I was sitting on Reddit. I don't know why, but I was just there.
Why do any of this sit
Yeah,
on
why
Reddit?
do we? And suddenly this guy links a Faker highlight video where he's playing Olaf mid lane. I'm like, come on, we're never going to use that in competitive play.
Yeah, not unless it's the World Championships.
And now we get Olaf mid lane for Faker into the Aurelia. So strong early game for him. But he's 2 melee champions. Like the junglers, they really want to go towards that mid lane and say hello and see if they can impact something. SKT, again, as we mentioned earlier, might just look to lane swap the Vayne away from the Kalista and then play that game against the Bangkok Titans.
I mean, the nice thing for SKT is everyone on the Bangkok Titans jumps into melee and suddenly they're just dancing on an equalizer. It's going to be a little bit rough, I think.
Yeah, it's going to be a difficult one. A melee-heavy team up against Rumble, definitely a hard one to go for. Just a lot of slows, a lot of AoE crowd control on the SKT lineup overall.
we talk about the mid lane matchup. There's one thing I know about Aurelia versus Olaf. At level 4, it power spikes for Aurelia. That's when she can take over the matchup.
That's the moment.
That's literally when you go for the all-in, and that's the one moment I think G4's got a really big attempt for.
Do you have
Obviously,
the same power spikes versus Faker?
I mean,
is it different?
I think Faker kind of throws off the standard matchups a little bit, you know?
Well, we'll see what happens, guys. We're going to get ourselves into the game, and so you at home, let us know how it's going to go. Tweet at Level Esports with the hashtag SKTWin or BKTWin. Let us know if you think the Bangkok Titans can upset the #1 Korean seed in SK Telecom T1. I mean, we've had upsets here at the World Championship, but this is the upset to end all upsets, really. This is a tough road ahead for the Thai team coming into Worlds here.
I would say so, and I haven't looked up the stats, but I think it's fairly reasonable to say this is Faker's first professional game on Olaf. I don't know if I need to look it up to make that call. I know Monty's probably looking it up right now. He probably already has, like 10 minutes ago.
Serene can be happy. We're running double teleport again.
Yep.
On the side of SK Telecom. They're already looking for G1. This,
undercut.
His first
On
slow,
G4.
yeah.
They got a lot of slows.
Yeah.
There's a flash already from G4.
Yeah. We just talked about the 2 melee matchups and how the junglers can look to impact that very early. Flash is now gone for G4. Respect to him anyway, though. You're blind picking your mid laner. You take an Aurelia, you say, you know what, Faker, I'm gonna duel you. I'm gonna take my gloves off and slap you once and say, come at me. Let's see what happens.
Well, he loses Flash before a minute into the game, so not a good
He's
start.
making it a little bit harder
start.
for himself.
He's putting the training weights on.
Right.
Yeah.
Just sandbagging for the, for the lane matchup, right?
To be fair, Faker doesn't have Flash either, so I mean, really, he's just playing fair.
That's a good point. Faker has decided to go teleport Ghost in the mid lane with this Olaf. Double teleport.
Yep.
Saw how well it worked for Origin last game. A little bit different this time with the mid Olaf.
Well, it's a strong split pusher, though.
It is.
Coming into the mid game. So SKT going for that lane swap, but Bangkok Titans is going to read it and meet them up and get the 2v2 lane.
Yeah. No buys.
So, and this is going to mean there's going to be a jungle start for SK Telecom, so they will get an experience advantage. Must might try to go out and just freeze the wave, but he's soon going to find that SKT is going to be up there as well. Didn't even do the full camp. They just stopped, took the small one, went instantly to lane as they saw Moss was up there.
And already the mid lane's actually pushing in towards Faker's turret. This is actually very smart of SKT to do this. Elise has great early gank, and actually already Faker can go for this kill. The chain slow is available. Ignite pop by G4.
You do not
G4
find it
went
all
in.
at level 1. But
No.
he can reset his axe again and again and again and again.
He doesn't know about the power spike.
Level
Freak, you gotta
4.
run down there and tell him, man.
Now, interestingly, of course, with Flash for both these guys, their base health is actually quite low. Both do plenty of damage early on, so like an all-in is possible to do the damage. You can see G4 turning on Flash.
Oh, there's a ghost. He popped it. He's going after G4. He's got no flash. He's got no life. First blood, 1v1. Olaf versus Aurelia. That's a sentence that was actually said in the World Championships.
Hey, for top lane, that's normal. For the mid lane, it's a bit more rare.
But G4, why would you fight the level 1 Olaf at first? Lose the trade. You don't have a flash from level 1.
He was literally just standing there, waiting for him to come in. What's going on, Deficio?
Again,
Analyze this.
He's making it harder for himself, so it's even greater when he picks up the kill. Later on, we get 2v2 lane top. That is where Bangkok Titans can try and make some plays with the Kalista. But Alistar Vayne can very often just sit and farm and just try and out-sustain basically with the Alistar. Played very defensive. Will be a gank down bottom lane. Look here. 007 is coming down. That's a TP.
Oh, teleport
canceled.
canceled. Yeah.
But that still means that they could go after Marin.
They can go for him, yeah. He's
Marin
running
has
away
Flash.
Yeah, he knows what's up.
Saw him on the ward in the river.
Yep.
They have now information on where the jungle is, so Bengi can make some moves on the top side of the map. Blue buff has not been taken yet. And Wolf also knows the jungler's not here. We can go aggressive.
There's a knock-up onto Lloyd. Condemn pushes Moss back just a bit, wants to avoid that shield. They're going to chase exhaust onto Lloyd. Bang getting chased. There's a stun. Bang in a little bit of trouble here. Lloyd low as well. They're going for it. The brawl's real. Bang low, so is Lloyd. Wolf going for the bloodthirsty kill here. Comes Bangy. There's Repel. Does he get the execute? He does. And Bang coming in. Moss in a little bit of trouble. And that's a Moss that's not going to grow on any side of any tree. It's gone.
Mechanical misplay by Lloyd. He tried to make a really cute trick where you attack a minion, you kill it with Rend, and you get the reset so you can keep rending onto Bang. But Rend didn't kill the minion. It went on a cooldown. He had no more damage left. Close, but definitely, much like Graves, no cigar.
It's going to be one of those games. I expected this when I saw who I was going to cast with.
Just take
today.
a break, Deficio.
I'll
We
take
got
it.
this one.
You guys just go crazy.
That's
No,
my
that's
normal
not
day.
us. That's not our. Oh, okay, it is. All right, it is. That's our normal day.
Going crazy.
Man, this game will drive several people crazy, I'm pretty sure. Boss, Jason, there's the fadeaway smite for Bengi for that blue buff, and Wolf just says, talk to the hoof, I guess. He's got hands, but I wanted to make it cow-related. Yeah.
Yeah.
Why not?
I guess it's more steer. He's male, right? Like,
that's no bull.
Ah, Noah, you're great. But Warlock, meanwhile, not in that
Uh-oh.
spot. Marin
Oh, boy.
has to flash.
Yep. Summoner out of the way. Marin doesn't have to worry about that anymore, and I mean, we're kind of seeing what we expected to see, right?
So, Freak, where's the level 4 power spike in mid lane?
Well, he's down 14 CS and half a phage.
Half
He's
level
level 4. Oh, I missed it.
5.
Oh, it's only level 4 you can do it.
It's like
too late now.
I mean, rank 3 acts is too much damage for you to trade back in, but you have this like
Oh,
small
hi.
window.
Jungler fight. And 007 getting a little bit of damage onto Bengi. There's a chilling smite. Bengi has to get away. A little bit of damage at the undertow. Meanwhile, Play Marin with the kill. It was so close. Bengi still on the run. There we go. Before Bengi's got the kill.
Power spike.
Bangkok Titans, but Faker is not going to be stopped. Level
Ragnarok.
6. G4 should have turned around and not let him pick up the undertow act. It's too late now. Faker can't lose this.
I don't think so.
Come on, tag the
E4.
Wolves. Get
There we
to
go.
help
Wolf coming over. He wants a pizza. The Danny's
that's not
blood thirsty.
cool.
They gonna give it to him? G4 try and get away. There's a kill for Faker. Uh-oh.
Marin has gone Soul Stealer first item, getting some confidence after that kill. Meanwhile, the very exciting top lane, they're farming.
Yep. All right, Moss condemned against the wall there. Takes a bit of damage from Bang's bolts. Faker's just gonna go ahead and take out this mid lane turret, because why not?
3-0 already.
Yep. Not as fast as Deft, though.
Yeah, it was a later third kill.
2 minutes, almost 3 minutes slower than Deft had 3 kills.
Separates the great Olafs for the good Olafs, though, is when you make sure you take damage before you hit the tower. So your passive kicks in.
Yep.
This is some lessons for you, Dora, if you want to go play Olaf mid lane.
I would
Don't
love to
try
play
it in
Olaf
solo
mid
queue,
lane.
though. Do not
No?
try it in solo queue.
Where else am I gonna play it?
So speaking of speedruns,
A-Rank.
I have legit seen a speed run of League of Legends. It's playing a 1v0 and winning the game with no one else in the game.
Oh, yeah.
It actually is playing Olaf, taking 3 turret shots at the start of the game, and then pushing with 10% health the whole time. I've actually seen that footage, so Faker's learning those lessons.
The more you know. There's a teleport. Doesn't want to miss a single minion. It's kind of like Aerosmith. He doesn't want to miss a thing.
I was going for the Rick Astley, never gonna give up minions.
Oh, that works too, yeah.
Yeah.
Never going to let them down. G4. I think he only needs 2 of those Gs for this game. I dropped the mic that attached to my head.
You let go of the head that stayed where it was.
I can't. I'd have to fall on the ground for this. That would not be comfortable.
I mean, you can try when we're back on camera.
I could.
Bring out the theatrics. You can do an interpretive dance for this game.
I want to see Warlock kill Marin. That's the only
He got
thing
real close.
that counts in this game.
He's actually winning in CS, by the way.
Yeah, so he's technically a better player right now.
He got solo killed. I don't know if you can say technically better player.
Yeah, but that was unlucky. That was not his fault.
Unlucky.
Yeah, because the sapling ran the wrong way.
Yeah.
What's a kill worth, though? It's about 15 CS. So it's pretty even. All right. What about this first item Magi's from Marin? Is that standard Deficio?
Yes. We haven't seen Rumble in a while. This has been the big change for him. It is gold efficient when you buy it, I believe, with their
it's
new
very
way to
close.
stack.
If you
It's
get
very,
all
very
exactly.
close.
Yeah.
If you die, however, it is a pretty bad item.
We'll see if
you die.
SKT goes full elements.
Well,
Elements Copenhagen Wolves was the match.
I mean,
3 or 4 snowball items.
Perfect game is already ruined for SKT. Thanks, Bengi.
Yeah. I think EDG were further ahead at this point.
007. He's in trouble, man. G4 goes in on Faker to zone him out. Faker pops that Ragnarok, gonna slow him down with the undertow. 07 backing off already, and I think he's in trouble.
There's the one! There's the 2!
Little bloodthirsty action for Wolf there as he picks that one up.
He really just wants to be part of everything.
He does.
What a triad support. Just roaming around the map, joining in for fights.
Hey, that's what I'd do, man. Only I'd get more kills.
And you probably die a little bit more.
5-0-0.
Nah, I don't think so.
He's playing Alistar. It's impossible to die.
Yeah, it's true. Well, what can you say? We're less than 10 minutes in. There's been 9 kills. I'm happy with this game.
10 kills.
There's going to be
Thank
2
you.
more here. The
Nice.
flash pulverized. Lloyd just delivered the bang. And Yogi's coming through. They're going to try to take this fight around, but can Bangkok Titans
Double TP.
really win this?
Two-side fight. They're going to go into there. Bengi takes out Lloyd. Moss on the run as well. Wolf could come over the wall, but 007X right there. Faker comes down to finish off Moss, it looks like. Reckless strikes. And another kill for Faker. He's 5-0-1 at 10 minutes.
You know, unfortunately, he did it wrong. Moss was facing east. You're supposed to face north as Moss if you want to survive a lot longer. So.
You can, well, he was on the south side of the map, too.
Yeah, but is that below the equator?
I don't know, man. This Moss stuff is like too complicated.
We actually have Moss and a tree in the same team. There is some synergy, but here comes Faker. Look for the outplay, but suddenly 007 is here. One more hit.
007, he gets Faker.
Wow. Danger is his middle name.
He got a quantum of solace there for that kill at a time.
That's right.
For his mid lane. Meanwhile, SKT, did Benki just cocoon the dragon?
You can almost say it took a golden eye to hit a skill shot like that, huh?
Yeah, for Faker, you only live twice, so one more death and he's out of this game.
This is truly the casting apocalypse now, isn't it? Well, Dragon goes over to SK Telecom with a 6,000 gold lead at about 11:20. That Grob's like, just kill me. I don't even know what's going on in this game.
I think we're getting to see the new meta pick in mid lane.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
In Olaf.
I mean, he's double the CS.
How can you argue against that KDA?
I don't know.
And you know KDA means everything.
Yeah, of course.
Oh, pick up your axe. Faker. Somebody else is going to have to pick that up. That's so irresponsible.
Yeah, you just leave them on the ground. The vendors restock them all the time. It's fine. Ooh. Moss just mad lifed that Braum Q. It meant nothing.
Yeah. Well, it was something.
It momentarily lowered the health bar.
Yep.
All right, G4 has a blue buff. So, that's scary.
Oh, Moss and Lloyd just trying to do whatever they can, but they're already so far down in CS, and
Faker's
dang,
coming
Wolf is
down as
having
well
no fear.
now.
Uh-oh, here he comes again.
Wherever this guy is in the mid lane, he really wants to be part of it.
Wolf doesn't even need Lamb to hunt champions. Lloyd is stuck
just
under the
leaving him alone.
turret.
Lloyd.
Goodbye. Faker gets that one. No bloodthirstiness for Wolf there. Lets it go over.
Lloyd kind of sounds like that friend in your group of friends that's always messing stuff up. It's like, Lloyd, you tipped over the grill. Oh, Marin caught in the mid lane, though. There's a knockup. This might be another kill for BKT. Oh, he's not gonna... Oh, he made it! There's the equalizer coming down, and 007 is taken out again.
Man, this is not good for BKT. No, I take it back. They take down Faker. Oh, that's a bit of a turnaround, actually. 2 for 1, though, still in the favor of SKT.
Yeah, they gotta back off, I guess, a little bit. Faker going a bit too ham, finally.
I mean, he's the depth leader
Never
on his team.
expected to hear that from you, Dora. Too ham?
No, I never expected to see it either. All right, well, Marin with the sickest bait here.
Oh yeah, fight. G4. So.
Oh, that shield came just in time.
G4 is really trying so hard to get these kills, but it's just so difficult. But Warlock, on the other hand, every time he's gone in, he's been able to get something and a kill on Faker.
Faker just like forgets that turrets do damage to him there. I'm worried that this game is actually gonna reduce SK Telecom's skill as a team.
Well, they're playing Olaf.
I mean, it can't go much lower.
Well, they are playing Olaf mid, I suppose, aren't they? Yeah.
That was my SKT jab. You didn't react to it.
We still see the same here for Bangkok Titans as to try against EDG, though. They're not afraid to go in and really just go all in. Like, it's what they've been doing as well. Home in the GPL. It's very aggressive in the way they like to play, often around G4. He got that Relia pick, he blind picked it, and obviously hasn't made it easy for himself.
Why would you blind pick Aurelia mid lane? There's so many other picks out there. Azir, Victor.
It hard counters the rest of Faker's champion pool. He had to go outside the pool to win the matchup. That's why the Olaf came through.
I suppose. Well,
next level.
Oh, turret. It's been destroyed.
Yep.
Just found out.
Oh, Marin.
Marin in a lot of trouble. I don't think he's getting out. No, Lloyd with the kill there.
That's Soul Stealer.
Yeah.
Not paying off very well.
4 stacks at the moment.
Now, under efficient. Really.
That is not value.
Now, SKT, in all seriousness, Faker is in a little bit of trouble. He might have to pop that ult to get away. Taking a lot of damage from the ultimate from G4. Doesn't use the ult. Doesn't need it. This is still a World Championships group stage game. You do have to play it a little bit seriously. It's very sloppy right now, but it looks like it's not going to matter too much, is it?
No, SKT is pushing it to the limit.
Yeah.
And like that, chasing for some of the kills, but they also know what they're doing. I mean, that trade in the middle lane we saw earlier with Faker, he knew exactly what was going on level 1, level 2, so of course he just takes the kill for it. Marin with the Soul Stealer is a different thing.
It's time for revenge. The flash from Lloyd, used right away. Equalizer, where does Lloyd go? Right into a flame chunk, flame spitter, flame chunk. What the heck was that? Marin.
Flame chompers.
Flame.
I think is what you're going for.
Flame chompers, maybe.
The wrong champion.
Flame chunk. I guess that's a new move.
Sick.
I've just revealed it.
It's the new Chips Ahoy flavor.
That does not sound tasty.
No, it doesn't. But
Faker run.
A bit tasty as well, though. Red buff on him, still walking away safely with the flask on. And now the engage onto the turret. 007X is going to have a pretty hard time on this one.
Well, Bengi gets under the turret. Going to get taken down very, very low. Very sloppy stuff from SKT. What do you expect, though? PKT, Bangkok Titans pushing them back. 007 coming in.
You know, I don't think they're going to win the speed run here. World Record's going to stay with Edward Gaming on this one. SKT doing what they can in the front line.
The turnaround.
Oh no, G4! He's trying to run away, but there's one more attack. That's going to be Bang picking up the kill. 2-0-3 on him.
Marin just yelled face melter. You know what I realized is that I've never really heard Super Galaxy Rumble in English before. This is the first time.
Oh yeah, I used it in Korean.
Right.
I've never heard it before in English. Wow.
Oh, it's great.
We need Lissandra in the game.
Yeah, well, Korean Lissandra's the best.
Oh, Korean Vi and Korean Lissandra are two of the most ear-shattering champions in League of Legends.
Like, I don't know why in the Korean client they made Lissandra have to, like, make some noise like she's choking to death every time she autos.
Look, she's made of ice.
You think she breathes?
How would ice sound otherwise?
Not like that. Dude, I'm from Wisconsin, Minnesota. I know what
come on,
ice
that doesn't
sounds
work.
I mean, have you played Glacial Malphite? He's chilling.
He just kind of still says, like, rock solid and stuff, right?
Yeah.
Ice hard. Doesn't work as well. Never mind.
Less, yeah. A bit less exciting of a line.
Depending.
All right, well.
You know, SKT Bang is using the SK Telecom buy skin right now as well, I believe.
Doing his best Piglet impression.
He is.
Obviously, Piglet, one of the 3 SKT members not returning to Worlds this year.
Yep. Bengi and Faker are returning Season 3 champions.
Maybe they'll make it Season 5 champions.
Maybe. If they can take out Bangkok Titans, it's a big step on the road to the finals.
It is a step.
And in no way was that sentence overhyped.
Overhyped like SKT.
Oh. Uh-oh. Oh no, if you die, your government will disavow their knowledge of you. Be careful.
All right,
that's something 007 needs to watch out for.
That's true, but
yeah,
right now 007 has to watch out for a lot as SKT are sizably ahead in this one. 10,000 up at 18 minutes. Not quite to Edward Gaming's record, but certainly SKT flexing their muscles on this one as they continue to play throughout the jungle. 4 turrets picked up already. They're overplaying the dives, but objective-wise, they're doing a good job of picking everything up they need. Dragons on spawn and turrets kind of all across the map being picked up here.
They're basically just waiting for Bangkok Titans to go aggressive somewhere, and then SKT can respond.
Yeah, pretty much.
Because you got 3 lanes pushing down. Basically, all the towers are gone except for one Faker's trying on now.
You can wait for the next dragon. You can pretty much do whatever you want. And Faker's like, you know what? I'm not going to attack you because I don't want turret hits. I can just do damage here. Fight in the mid lane. There's the ult used by Moss to get the knock-up onto Bengi. Lloyd takes a big hit on his way out. Looks like SKT backs off for the moment anyway. Oh, G4 getting aggressive. There's a stun on Marin, followed by the Q from Brong. Wolf gets a knock-up. Teleport coming in. Here comes Faker. Oh, never mind. He doesn't come in.
But again, it means the fight's still going.
I guess so. They're just going to walk away.
The Faker's getting the bot lane right here. Easy game for Warlock. This is the fight that Bangkok Titans need. A knockback there from Vayne means no kills picked up yet. 007X still on the chase. They may kill Bangi for the 3rd time, but Faker's up to the inhibitor turret.
So Faker's still pushing on the bottom side, but again, Bangkok Titans, you know, you just have to go all in.
Yeah, Faker's just abandoned his team completely at this point. He's like, you know what? I'm just going to split push.
Nobody can kill him one-on-one. They know they have to just try and engage. Sadly for them, they only got 1 kill.
Yeah. He's playing it like he is playing Master Yi, though, right? Ignore your team, split push all the time. steal all the kills, overdive.
I'm sure he's flaming Bengi too in
Oh,
chat.
no.
He's like, stop feeding jungle. I'm carrying so hard. Undoubtedly.
Bang and Wolf are playing it pretty much straight up, though. Low KP for Bang is he's not really diving anything, but he's being the big turret battering ram. Wolf's roams have honestly been amazing.
Yeah, man.
He's setting up a lot for SKT. I mean, keep in mind, like, Bangkok Titans are a team that have pretty well crushed their region. They crushed the, not crushed, but they won the wildcard tournament fairly well. And you can see, just, I mean, like,
It was
the
a weird
high
tournament,
level
though.
of play.
Bit of a gap.
It was a weird tournament without, they played in the group stages and then suddenly they came into the playoffs and kind of surprised.
Yeah.
And won in the end. Goes to Worlds here. We heard in the feature before from Warlock saying
it was going to be hard no matter what.
We know all the teams here are fantastic. So no matter what group we're in, it's going to be tough. It's just about get the most out of the games.
Yeah.
Here, obviously, again, they're trying to have a bit of fun with like their Aurelia pick and saying, I'm going to try and challenge Faker to a one-on-one duel and see what happens.
Yeah.
So for them, they know this is just about getting whatever experience information you can get.
I like
in
the
games
bravery.
Like this.
Yeah.
I respect
the bravery too.
Respect from G4, man. He's like, you know what? I'm going to take it.
Yeah, dude. Got to go for it.
But it's just interesting to show that, you know, how strong of a team SKT and Edinburgh Gaming as well from yesterday really are as teams. Like, their ability to punish every single overextension, every single mistake. You know, don't miss the skill shots. The roam's always on point. The turret push is always safe. You can sort of just, you can learn a lot here from a team like SKT. When they're not opposed, you can see sort of what their normal decision-making can be.
Yeah, the problem is just SKT is also, of course, fooling around.
I know.
So, like, it's very
I don't
difficult
think
for
you're
you
gonna learn out this
to
game.
really pick up anything. It's just more the individual fights.
I think it's the individual players. Like, it feels like Bang and Wolf are playing this as though they're playing any match in the LCK.
Sure.
Intelligent roams, no deaths, no dives they don't need to do. Faker's definitely taking a lot of risks unnecessarily.
Faker's having some fun, that's for sure.
But yeah,
SKT starting Baron, backing off, baiting a little bit.
22-minute Baron bait here when you got to lead this big. That's when you start looking for it.
Yep.
Scuttlecrab's going to despawn here. I believe that was Bangkok Titans, so that was giving vision that SKT couldn't remove. They play around the fog of war. They're going to find a slow on to Moss.
Yeah, Moss in a little bit.
Oh,
Double
he's
Faker
fast.
coming in. He is really fast with that Ragnaros filled with spirits too. Wolf tries to go in. Bangkok Titans backing away. Bengi getting low there. Marin drops the equalizer very late. Doesn't do a whole lot, but it does push the Bangkok Titans back. Marin flashed over the wall with that flame spitter. Gets himself a kill onto Lloyd. 007 knocked up, and Faker is going after G4, who is trying to escape the fight. And there's another kill onto 007. 1 for 3 already. The duel in the jungle continues. G4 fighting Faker, gets a stun with that equilibrium strike.
We're at 11 stacks now.
Yeah, it's gonna be about it.
Tenacity nice, but Perma slow's a little bit better there. Nice chase down. 19-7 in kills.
Wow.
Very bloody game.
No kidding. That's gonna be undoubtedly one of the bloodiest games of Worlds, that's for sure. Marin just taking down that tier 2 in mid in the meantime.
But it is what Bangkok Titans can do and should do. There's no reason to sit back and just try and farm and play it out passive.
Yeah.
Challenge them, see what happens. SKT obviously knows that as well. In the pick and ban phase, you highlight the Rumble, how, hey, get some more mid-game power in. The Sidestone is, or Sidestone, the Soul Stealer.
Yeah.
For Marin, definitely getting close to fully stacked.
He's at 11 right now, I believe.
It's getting there.
Yeah, he's getting up there. We'll see if he can complete it by the end. It gives cooldown reduction, the only CDR item you'd ever see Rumble buy. If he did get it 20 stacks.
That one, death not hurting him too much. They've managed to control their blue buff. Oh, but they're going to lose a dragon.
Thank you, Red, on that one. This is going to be number 3 for SK Telecom here. Moss wants to steal. The sweeper actually didn't spot the ward, so he can attempt.
Oh,
yeah.
nope.
Well done. Smited at 550. Make sure the Q lands first. Doesn't give an opportunity for a steal to come through. As far as jungle mechanics go, actually, I think it's correct to smite late when you're facing a non-jungle attempted steal. If you're gonna time 2 abilities together, err on the side of smite being late.
Yeah.
And you lower the chance of steals coming through. When you smite early and it's mistimed, it gets to 50 health, and that's when the steals come through.
Makes sense.
But again, when we look now at SKT, in this game, we're also in the group, because obviously EDG and H2K are the 2 other teams in the group. They're playing the next game.
Yeah.
Just after this one here. And SKT yesterday against H2K, to me, it was a game where SKT showed a lot of respect to H2K. They didn't try and go over aggressive and like go for crazy tower dives or anything. They played it fairly passive because their composition wanted to scale up. And H2K still managed to do fairly well if you look at just the early game at least. So now they're taking on EDG next. And obviously SKT is going to be looking at that game. The Bangkok Tigers will be looking at the game as well. Because for them, H2K is the target.
Yeah.
Like, that's the team they want to be. That's H2K. And for H2K, they're obviously like trying to pull the upset against SKT or maybe EDG, and they have to be able to beat Bangkok Titans if they want even a chance of like force maybe a tiebreaker to get out of the groups.
Absolutely. Those are going to be honestly important games. You never want to get caught unawares. I mean, we saw teams like Alliance overlook the wildcard team dropping.
I don't remember that game at all.
Yeah, I remember it pretty vividly. I actually watched it about 3 days ago.
Sounds like a great game. I should rewatch that.
You got to make sure you never overlook an opponent. Things can always go wrong for you. SK Telecom now by the book here. Tower dives aside. 26-minute Baron, not going to be hard at all to pick that one up. Good smite once again by Bangi.
Bravery Shield. Wow. That's not going to get annoying when I start saying it all the time. Sorry, Monty. Sorry
Courageous Giga Guard.
Oh, that's another one? I got to memorize these.
Yep.
I'm going to take notes, man.
And the other one is Audacious Bravery Shield, I believe.
Wow.
You have too much information in your head, Freak.
I've actually played quite a bit of Rumble.
I only know like Rammus, like okay.
Rumble's one of the few champions
That's about
that I've
it.
never played a game on, actually.
Really?
There's like, I think like 3 or 4 left that I haven't played a game on. Rumble's one of them. Oh, the base. Oh, supportal combat! Oh, he's backing away. Never mind.
Sadly.
Oh.
No fights here, no bloodthirst. Sadly, only one Yordle in this game.
It seemed like SKT were enjoying the first 15 minutes, taking all these small fights, and then when Bangkok Time started engaging onto them and got a few kills here and there, even though, of course, it's never at risk for SK Telecom, it was enough for them to say, okay, guys,
let's get down to business.
Let's, you know, get the Baron, let's look to close out the game.
Defeat.
It's clean.
The Titan.
They're just playing it out methodically.
Here we go, the Baron Siege. BKT's wave clear is mostly just Lloyd. But SKT have very, very few ranged champions, Bang and Bangi.
It's not the greatest siege ever. Marin's trying to do a bit of split pushing down in bot lane,
Sure.
but it's going to take him a little while to crack this base open, even with a gold lead like they have.
Again, just playing it slow and steady. The team is obviously also thinking about the next match for them.
Oh, here comes Faker. Going in with a bit of speed from that Righteous Glory. They're going to use that to take out the turret. Now they're coming in, knock up onto Warlock. Moss uses his ultimate early. 007 in the back a little bit, but now Bang doing tons of damage unopposed. Warlock nearly goes down, but this is all SKT right now. Another nice knock up pulverize coming in from Wolf, and that's going to set up the end of this fight. Warlock low, and Moss is going to make it down to Fountain, but just like Randy Moss, he's out of the game. That was an
3
American football
kills.
joke.
That was good. 3 kills quickly and easily picked up, and now it's time to close the game out. 20 seconds of the respawns. 5 versus 2, and there's no wave clear. It's just tanks. So SK Telecom T1 will take the game as they were meant to. A 28-minute win, 2-0 in the group stage.
Yeah, Nexus goes down, and SKT takes it just like we thought. GG. Well,
now, for SK Telecom, I mean, they're probably already thinking about the game tomorrow. It's against EDG. It's the game everyone is looking at in this group here. The 2 favorites to win the entire World Championship. They're going to be facing each other. There's a lot of talk, you know. Klilov went out and said, yeah, SKT wants revenge because at MSI, of course, EDG beat them. But it's going to be such an insane match between these 2 teams.
Yeah. We know they're very skilled players. It was actually nice to see that.
Maybe 1 or 2 of them.
Yeah, I'd say down the line, these are obviously some very good teams when we see them hit the Rift later on. But, you know, I kind of like seeing that SKT played the game the way they did. Okay, they're like, oh, Aurelia mid. Let's have a little bit of fun. Let's bring out the Olaf.
Sure.
All right, let's have the 1v1s. Let's do a bunch of really crazy tower dives to make the game entertaining. And
yeah, of course.
You know, Faker, one of the most popular players here. Of course, an amazing, amazing gamer. And he knows how to have fun with it. But then when it came down to it, like, all right, guys, let's just turn it on. And the last 5 minutes was just like textbook SKT, prep the Baron, take it down, take the buff, take the game.
yeah, they lost a couple of people here and there to dopey dives, but in the end, it was a very, very clean close for SKT. And looking at this team going forward, like we said, the big match tomorrow is happening, EDG versus SKT. That is the one that everybody's waiting for, the one that SKT and EDG undoubtedly are waiting for as well, too. So even in a game like this, where there's a clear skill gap between the two teams. It's good to see SKT playing it out clean.
And there's one thing I want to bring up, actually, as you mentioned, maybe skill gaps between the teams, but also looking forward to SKT versus EDG. Keep in mind, that next match coming up, Edward Gaming versus H2K, we talked about it a very little bit during this game, but I mean, we saw the upsets already. We saw the Origin upset. Maybe H2K could pull the same thing. We'll see that in a little bit, but for now, for a closer look at that SKT, let's check in with Dash and the gang at the analyst desk.
Thank you, gentlemen. Now, that game was lots of good fun. And I have to say, it takes some serious guts to pull out Aurelia mid against Faker himself in the mid lane.
I'm pretty sure he knows all those matchups.
Yeah, but he gave away his counter pick. The Olaf, he just revealed it to everybody in the world.
Well, that's going to be the secret, I guess, moving forward. Just on blue side, ban Olaf, first pick Aurelia, done deal.
On the serious note, I would like to give Warlock some credit because I think he's been surviving just fine. Like, besides his W on the creep yesterday, I think he's doing just fine. So that's a player you might look out for in the far future.
Yeah, and absolutely. And the way they approached this game was absolutely good fun. And they hit on it multiple times throughout the cast. The tenacity in which they approach the game, looking for those fights and definitely always looking to make moves and improve throughout the game. But I do want to take this opportunity to check in with you guys on Twitter and see what you want to ask the desk. First up, Juan E274 writes, what's the reason we are seeing Azir so much at Worlds, even though he's been nerfed?
Azir just has one of those kits where if you're allowed to play it in a team, it's kind of similar to Thresh, that he's always going to be relevant. And even though he's the lowest win rate champion in solo queue at the moment at about 42%, just his pattern in a team environment and what you can play against it is very limited. So you're still going to see him despite the nerfs.
Also, just his passive allows you to control pressure around objectives so well because you can stop their minion waves from moving forward. So it's pretty much just always a relevant pick.
Yeah, I do not envy the position of our balance team when it comes to Azir. Because people will be angry about it who are Azir mains who see 42%, and he's so difficult to play right now because he's easy to gank with the movement speed reduction, and he's not as rewarding to play, but he's still so rewarding in the highest skill cap.
Yeah, top of competitive play, bottom of solo queue is a tough spot to be in when you're looking at balancing. Next up, at M Kingston 782 says, do you think Mordekaiser will make an appearance, and will it have as much an effect as we expect? I'm coming to you with this one, Yamato.
Well, I think Mordekaiser, once again, is a champion that has, like all the juggernauts have this pattern of having very absurd strength, but very obvious weaknesses. I feel Mordekaiser is a type of champion that kind of changes how you have to play the game completely. That is why we kind of are not going to see it in the group stages. But as you're coming into the playoffs, I think some teams will dissect this pick.
Yeah, and I think it's one of those things that in a best of 5, if you're going to take this pick, you can take that risk and not immediately lose. Best of 1's a little bit hairier. Everybody's obviously desperate to get to the quarterfinals. And he changes the game so much because he accelerates the pace. He dominates dragon control. And then once he gets that dragon, he dominates sieges. And then you snowball the game out of, crazily. But if there's a counter pick, I wouldn't chance it in a best of 1. Just go for it in a best of 5.
And by virtue of being a melee champion, he completely changes the landscape of the team that he needs to have around him, which is another point towards maybe not wanting to chance it in best of 1s. Finally, our friend Black Anola asks, do you think a non-Eastern team has a chance to make it to the finals this year?
Ooh.
Yes!
No.
I like the gusto behind that.
Well, shout out to Black Anola there on that one.
It's like I'm hoping that my curse continues, but it's just how the groups are set up with EDG and SKT coming out of groups on one of each side. I cannot imagine a Western team beating these teams.
Yeah, and I know Black Anola is a big TSM fan, and as I have previously advised him on Twitter, why not just be a fan of a good team, and then you can be happy. So, that'd be my continue.
All LGD fans right now are actually let down today.
Just be an SKT fan. And you know what? I can give that, as a KT fan myself, I can give that advice because I have known nothing but heartbreak in that particular matchup.
Yeah. I think, though, your point about the fact that with the way the groups were drawn, any team is going to have to go through either SKT or EDG, given that they actually make it out of their group, which they most likely will, in order to make it to the finals is a tall task and an unfortunate road for a lot of teams who have their sights set on the finals. Well, as we speak, Europe's H2K Gaming is gearing up to face the LPL powerhouse Edward Gaming. We'll be right back with a look at that matchup, so don't go anywhere.
Bang
laying low, so is Lloyd. Wolf going for the bloodthirsty kill here. Got Bengi. There's Repel. Does he get the execute? He does. A little bit of damage at the undertow. Meanwhile, Playing Marin with the kill. It was so close.
Look at the outplay, but suddenly 007 here.
Marin caught in the mid lane, though. There's a knockup. This might be another kill for BKT.
Away.
He's not gonna... he made it! Flashed over the wall with that flame spitter. Gets himself a kill onto Lloyd. 007 knocked up, and Faker is going after G4. Yeah, Nexus goes down, and SKT takes it just like we thought. GG.
And welcome back to the 2015 League of Legends World Championship. I'm Julian Pastry Time Car, excited to bring you our next 3 games alongside Mitch Clipper Fortboss and Sam Covey Hartman-Kensler.
Should be a good one here. EDG going to come into their second game here in the group stages, and I'm very excited to see what they can do with it.
I'm just excited somebody can finally pronounce my name.
I tried very hard, so I'm glad we nailed that one, but we're going to set up our next game, and we have another chance for an underdog to make a stand. It is Europe's H2K versus China's Ed Wood Gaming. Straight out of the gate, Ed Wood Gaming were playing exactly the way we've come to expect them and forced the Bangkok Titans into a quick 20-minute surrender. So this one is going to be a bit tough.
You say underdog, all I see is that Europe's beating China so far in the tournament, so if history repeats itself, But yeah, getting back to the game, what I fear the most is this top lane triangle. So you have Clearlove, Pawn, and Amazing J working together, and they should be able to beat Lulix, Ryu, and Odoamne. On paper, that matchup is so tilted towards Edward Gaming, so that alone should be very interesting to watch.
I guess on the other side as well, like, just the supports are so strong there, so there might even be a mismatch, and in general, I feel like HDK are a little bit more on the bottom lane.
Yeah, having Lulix and Kasing, who notoriously have been a little bit behind in terms of synergy, matchup against Clearlove and Mako, that is just not going to work out. So these are already a couple of mismatches we see, so it's very hard for us to find winning lanes, winning matchups, winning pairings altogether. So yeah, EDG definitely favored over here.
Well, HDK is an all-or-nothing team that relies on getting that early game advantage. They weren't able to find it against SKT, and it won't be any easier today against Edward Gaming's faster and more aggressive game.
That's right. As you guys said, they are the underdogs coming into this one. To survive the EDG onslaught, it's going to be important for them to start out with a good jungle start for Lulix. You guys keep mentioning him, against SKT. Bangy just came in, he bullied him out from the very beginning of the game.
Almost too easy.
Didn't even need his laners to collapse to come bully Lulix out. Wasn't able to even drop any defensive wards, so that's where it really went wrong very early for them. Also, H2K are going to have to watch out for the early dragon fights. We saw, they were even able to claw their way sort of back into the game, and yet at that dragon fight, they kind of chased a little bit too much tunnel vision for them, and they got pretty far behind in the mid game.
I mean, it is so easy to get just overly excited when you are the underdog, when you're pitched to really lose that game and you somehow get a bit of a lead or you're winning a fight. You think, oh my God, we're doing it. It's going to happen, and then you chase too far, and then you get
Speaking of Lulix, he was the one with a good Gragas play, and he ulted Faker back into the team fight, and that's what got their blood boiling, got them pumped up and wanting to chase, but a little bit too far.
Yeah, it was a bit, but before we hit the rift, I'm going to check out our stars. We'll start on the European LCS H2K's side. In the top lane, it is Odoamne. In the jungle, it is Lulix. In the mid, it is Ryu, AD carry Hyun, and support Kasing, and of course, Coach Proly.
Yeah, I wonder if they will actually give him Zed this time around. Probably he wasn't able to let Ryu lock it in before. But that's going to be it for H2K. For the LPL's Edward Gaming, it's going to be up top, Amazing J. In the jungle, Clearlove. Mid Pawn, AD carry Deft, and of course support Mako. Coach Aaron is going to be on stage with them as well.
Yeah, there's just so much experience in that roster, both coaching staff and players. Like, they've been on this stage before. Even if H2K managed to get somewhat of a lead, an upset in the early game, these guys are resilient enough. They've played so many games over in the LPL, so not many things phase EDG.
Yeah, Aaron's got to be one of the most successful coaches in League of Legends of all time.
Absolutely, and I think the nice thing about this matchup is no matter what, EDG do like to punish you early. They can play different styles, but they prefer being proactive. And H2K, we already know, they're really coming out of the gate swinging team. So we could have a very fun, very chaotic game, especially in the early stages.
Yeah, I'm quite excited to see if H2K can keep pace up in the early game, because they have had, strong showings in the early game. Throughout the European LCS, you guys talked about their lane swap a lot in the early stages, in spring and something like that.
Yeah, so HDK have gone through different phases. Some part of the season where they were incredibly strong, 0 to 10, so they just had really good laning phases, but obviously to do that against a team of EDG's caliber, relying on that strength, probably not the best strategy, but they were also just really good at the start of summer, especially in lane swaps, in the Western style lane swap, which is actually one of the more successful lane swap styles so far in the early stages of the tournament. However, they didn't have a plan B, so whenever one of their scripted moves kind of just fell flat and people started defending against very often these dives that Odoamne came down for, then H2K was kind of lost, and we could see that in their play, just not very, together, not in synergy.
Well, we are in a champ slate now for this game. H2K over on the blue side, EDG on the red. Twisted Fate going to be banned away from Pawn, and Gangplank continues his very bannable status in this particular tournament.
Yeah, as we mentioned yesterday, Twisted Fate is one of the main champions that Edward Gaming have used to just steamroll in the past when they do get an early lead and Pawn just all over the map. So again, that's going to be banned away from them.
Yeah, that Twisted Fate ban seems to be only targeted at Pawn in this tournament, so a very player-specific ban rather than a lot of what we see is like what we call meta bans, like Gangplank being banned out, Elise being banned out. You can see that for any team. Pawn TF, different case.
What was even more impressive was that yesterday it was banned against them from the red side, so they didn't even want to try and counter it and let them pick it early on the blue side and then go for something that can pressure him. But
this time around. Probably's taking the helm.
Yep, gonna make sure that's banned out there. Elise also banned by H2K, and Elise in the response from Eggwood Gaming, so some of these top tier junglers actually getting taken out now.
Immediately springing to mind is again the Gragas that Lulex used yesterday. I think that H2K will probably prioritize that fairly heavily. Elise and Lee Sin being off the board are the top two super early game junglers.
And Lulu, most notably, actually gets open. Mordekaiser been 100% banned still, I believe, and Thresh is Edward Gaming's final ban.
Lulu's been perma-ban status so long that it feels like some of these teams may just not even have the Lulu strategy on point, and then the enemy team is using that to bait them into early picking and hoping that their strategy isn't that well executed, and then they can get more OP picks in return. Let's see if H2K fall for this trap, or if they actually just get Lulu and win.
Yeah, so, well, Lulu is up, and then there is also the option of getting one of those Juggernauts in the top lane. So you don't want to just have the Lulu plus 80 carry. Darius up in the top lane's another great Lulu target for a lot of the buffs that she'll give up. So EDG not going to let them have that combo, it looks like, hovering over the Darius already. They want to split it up.
Yeah, it looks like Clearlove's looking at Rek'Sai here. Obviously, that pick goes up in value if Elise and Lee Sin are banned, and Clearlove obviously fantastic Rek'Sai player.
He's got so many games on Rek'Sai.
Yeah, I think it's probably his best champion. So, I mean, maybe going to trade Rek'Sai for Gragas here, but Lulu was, of course, the first pick for H2K. Edward Gaming just deciding what they want to do with their next few picks. Lots of flexibility. They'll lock in Rek'Sai and Darius once again for Amazing J.
And here we see EDG wanting almost 3 picks and only having 2 slots available to them, so they have to let the Braum go. Or the Braum could be an elaborate hover bait, but I doubt it. I think Braum is definitely pick worthy on the first rotation on purple, but so is Darius, so is Rek'Sai. So many choices open here in this champs lane.
Yeah, the Unbreakable just provides so much value when you are facing a Lulu buffed AD carry to buy that amount of time in a team fight where you can block out so much range damage.
Yeah, we saw yesterday Unbreakable can just instantly deny Lulu's Q to the wave clear, and suddenly that tower that was not open for siege suddenly is available to be taken down by merit of the support player.
And remember, they banned Kasing's Thresh here as well. He's a very proficient Thresh player, so Mako can have fewer options depending on what H2K wants to go for here in the draft. See a lot of different hovers. Lulex really flipping through the champions. Does settle on Gragas and Braum.
Yeah, I think it's pretty funny actually. Both the junglers were kind of planning on those two anyway, and they just missed paths anyway. Ended up with what they wanted.
H2K haven't really given away too much information yet in this draft. Lulu first pick is expected by Edward Gaming, and then a generic tank jungler plus a Braum support. This is a very, patch meta draft so far.
Yeah, I mean, you know, they are saving the solo lane picks here for H2K, but top lane's already been shown for Edward, and I do not expect Edward to early pick their mid lane, even though they are hovering over Yasuo right now. I would expect them to do the bottom lane double lock in and just save pawn for the counter pick. You don't want to give away your mid lane counter pick for free.
No, I like that they're at least, you know, maybe showing something. Hey, this is a threat that we can bring out. Kalista was also left open. That's a hover now for EDG, and Deft and Imp actually, both from the LPL, been very proficient on that champion.
Kalista Cannon is one of the more brutal lanes in bot lane. Not only is Kalista just so good at trading, having a range support with that, any range support with some CC like Cannon or even Annie in this case.
Holds true.
Holds true. You just keep talking until they walk something in. It's just so really hard to deal with. Yes, Braum has Unbreakable, but you're playing against double ranged with a CC component, and we saw what Mythic could do on that Annie, especially when you have Kalista to pull him out of sticky situations and throw him back in the enemy team.
And it's hard to say if it's Mako's best champion, but it might be his most famous on Annie. So Annie Kalista, the bot lane there for EDG, as H2K consider their final 2 picks of this draft. Seen a lot of Zillion hovers for whatever reason in the tournament. Don't expect H2K to be taking that one.
Yeah, this is going to be fairly difficult for them. Ryu, last game yesterday, he was able to get the counter pick to try and get some carry potential for his team, but he's going to have to blind here, go a little bit safer, and be very wary of Pawn, because Pawn can play so many different champions in the mid lane, and he just utilizes counter picks so well.
Yeah, just about anything there, and EDG have left the counter pick open, so we'll see with 3 seconds left. They do swap away from the Zillion. It seems like it will in fact be Tristana and Fiora as our last 2 H2K picks.
Obviously means that Lulu is going back to the mid lane. We were thinking about H2K, what do they need to fulfill this composition? More damage, because a one-dimensional Lulu composition kind of runs out of steam towards the late game. Now you have a lot of damage, but both of the damage sources are physical.
Yeah, it's actually pretty interesting, the Fiora-Darius matchup now, because yes, Fiora does have mobility, and you can try and outplay the Darius Q to get either inside or outside of the blade. But with the reduced base stats for Fiora, just the toe-to-toe combat gets even more difficult. If you go straight into Darius and try and get inside the axe, he still stacks up bleeds on you, and he could just overpower you that way.
The biggest advantage in that matchup is that Darius' Q is incredibly telegraphed, so it should be an easy riposte for Fiora. However, then you're standing still, your defensive tool has been used, and we've actually seen that being used to be baiting. So you riposte the Q from Darius, and then the jungler comes in and kills you, so
yeah,
very
I
weird.
definitely think this is a pretty heavy skill matchup.
Certainly indeed, but Pawn has picked a very famous champion for himself with Super Saiyan in a quarterfinal to carry his team all the way through to a eventual win. It is Pawn's Kassadin.
Very low on wave clear though here on EDG. That's why we see a lot of these teams that come out swinging, confident that they're gonna win, but they don't take into effect the possibility that they could actually get behind in the early game, and then suddenly without wave clear, things get rough.
Exactly. The wave clear has been a really big problem with teams that have been trying to get their hands on juggernauts really early. So your top lane, you know, is going to be a juggernaut, isn't going to be able to help much with that. So if these teams get behind, then they start to bleed turrets very early, and the global gold that your opponent's going to acquire can sometimes be enough to overpower you in that mid game.
H2K here, running up that composition, they do have the tools to deal with a lot of the threats from EDG. They can kite the Darius, they can stun lock the Kassadin. One of the issues with Kassadin is he jumps in, then he has the mobility to go out. Braum passive being able to be applied on multiple members of the EDG lineup could be crucial for H2K to potentially challenge EDG in this game.
Also, this bottom lane can be explosive. Like, this is a very, very dangerous bottom lane for whichever team gets the early pressure. From either jungler or from top lane teleports, any sort of influence on bottom lane is going to result in a blood.
Even just 2v2, I love aggressive jumps from a Tristana or a Braum in this matchup once any cooldowns are down. You know, any or Kalista, use a Q, use a Rend wrong. It's just an aggressive jump because Braum can jump after block Unbreakable, and suddenly this matchup is just so different.
Well, as we get into the game, tweet at LOL Esports and let us know who you think is going to rise in groups. We've given you some of our thoughts, but use the hashtag H2KWin or EDG win, and we'll see who you think has the edge in this particular matchup. Going to be tough. EDG likely coming at least somewhat favored, but H2K, a team that can certainly bring it. And if they're going to bring it, it's going to be nice and bloody in the early game.
Definitely agree. That, especially that bottom lane matchup that you're talking to. So let's jump on the riff and see about this early game. Will we get some deep wards scouting for any sort of lane swap, or will we actually get to see the 2 versus 2 even matchups? H2K up on the top side of the map here.
And we've seen, I think, a big importance on lane swap series. Never mind the lane.
Going straight for it.
We have a big invade. 5v5. Is this going to happen? No vision here. They might get clear. Actually got spotted at him. Huge stun there onto Lulix. Amazing J, though, gets absolutely mashed by all the damage. Clear up. Going to get a knock up on the Cassine. They're going to keep running his depth. He's hopping. He doesn't have that much damage, but he's going to try. Flashes burn. First blood to Mako. Ryu now. He's in trouble. That's going to force the flash out as well. Hyanan going to keep moving in, and Pawn does get slowed. They are going to still run Pawn. He flashes with the E. Ryu barely lives as Hyanan now caught out in the top left there of the map. Ryu is going to keep going. Clear up. Flashes for it. He wants the last kill. Amazing J not in range, and it's just one.
Pretty much everybody blowing their flash on both sides except for Lulix. There's only one flash.
Hyanan flash.
Okay, Hyanan. But man, usually when you're talking about level 1s, you're so scared of the team with Braum, because if you catch somebody out, the chase potential with Braum is ridiculous. But Annie starting Incinerate, charging up the stun from the fountain and getting there in time.
AoE stun. AoE knockup from Rek'Sai, because Braum passive is really good. If Yarn's E actually exploded on the entire team, that is a massive amount of damage. This was so incredibly close to being multiple kills on actually either side, but EDG, bloodthirsty support. Doa would be proud. Mako picks up the kill.
Okay, so the silver lining there for H2K is that they do get back to lane first, and they can quickly shove it. Misses only one melee minion there.
And after that, we kind of expected a lane swap. Instead, got a full-on 5v5. We actually do have standard lanes, but just flip them around here. As we
No, we're swapping.
Yeah,
swapping.
H2K, because they got there first, shoved the lane very quickly, and they're going to piece out.
No flash on Pawn.
Oh, Pawn could be in trouble. Does get tagged. Ryu going to keep moving in. There's one more. Does get the stun, but it's not enough to pick up a kill.
Yeah, and honestly, this Kassadin in lane in the early stages is just trying to hold the zone here. So, you know, any chunk of health that you do take off of him could result in extra tower pressure from the mid lane.
And if you look at the top lane right now, both EDG members kind of backing off, and this is why we see Odoamne going for early teleport. Only gets 2 creeps, though. Could have done that a little bit earlier. Amazing J was very low on a Darius from the double jungling so far, so slightly propelled forward. Tempo advantage usually here for H2K.
All right, going to use the teleport to the minion just to
deny some CS.
Exactly. Try and zone off Odoamne there. Amazing J getting in place. Remember that they do have double teleports, EDG. They do have Pawn on Kassadin with one as well, so side lanes still have to be worried.
Yeah, we were talking about how brutal that matchup is, Kalista and Annie, and we see H2K thinking about swapping again here. We immediately pushed in the wave with Tristana and Brawl. They based, but I think they want to give the illusion that they're counter swapping right now and then walking back to the bot lane. So some mind games going on here.
Certainly are, as Clearlove does leave his red buff. You can see things have quietened down a bit after the initial 5v5 fight. Just the first blood there. Actually going to Mako, who's got a quick Ruby Crystal, likely for a fast sight soon.
Yeah, this is actually fairly scary for H2K here. With EDG getting out to an early lead and having the double teleport, there's so much pressure they can put on the map. Kassadin is the champion. The reason you take teleport on him is for the early teleports to the side lanes where you can pick up kills and start to snowball really early. So we see EDG, their Kalista Annie lane try and shove in, then the Pawn teleport comes in and they try and snowball that early game.
Clearlove actually looking for a gank in mid. He knows that Ryu's flash isn't back, although he does have that ignite. But Pawn, little low on mana, gonna get aggressive. Nice trade though from Ryu in the mid lane.
I want to keep my eye here on Deft and see what he maxes out on the Kalista. Very often in the Tristana matchup, you see Kalistas actually go for Q, so at least they can win the 1 to 2 auto attack trades. Auto attack Q, auto hop out, and then pop a little E, because if you go for the E max, then obviously you're stuck trading with a Tristana with explosive charge. You're not going to win that.
Exactly. Plus, you know, usually you're like, oh yeah, Tristana, she's so good into Kalista because her combo is front loaded and she can get off a lot of bursts, but Annie landing the stun really interrupts that and messes with the timing of your trade.
Ooh, look at Lulex here.
Going aggressive. Clearlove actually may be forced out here. Good web there by Gragas. But the Wolf helping out just a little. Clearlove gets away safely.
I mean, fraction of a second later means Lulex picks up that Wolf, chunks out Clearlove, and suddenly he is the one doing to Clearlove what Bengi did to him yesterday. So close.
He did get some deep vision down there, dropping the pink ward as well, and that's in a fairly rare spot to check, so that'll probably last a long time. Up in the top, though, trade going down.
Yeah, real aggressive. Nice riposte from Odoamne, blocking that Q damage, I believe.
And that's what we're going to be seeing a lot in this matchup. Amazing J, obviously, once he starts casting that Q, it's going to come out, I think, 0.75 seconds later, and then obviously you can easily riposte that. But still got to do it. Odoamne deny some damage there.
Yeah, trying to do something there on the top side. Amazing J, not too far behind as Pawn. Going to clean out these waves. Trying to look, you know, get his farm. Got his fast. Looks like he's run out of charges though, but he'll just clean up minions under tower as they shove towards him.
Oh, the Raptor buff going to proc just as the ward is dying. Heartbreaking there for junglers. I know that feel, Lulex. He's had the small misses that just put you on tilt as a jungler. Just barely not getting the wolf on the invade. Then that as well. These small things add up, Crepo.
The collective sound of all the junglers in the crowd crying. No ignite here on Pawn. Luckily for Ryu, that's the flash.
Yeah, nice aggression there from Pawn, but couldn't quite finish it. Little low on mana, but starting to turn the matchup a bit.
This is actually huge. For Pawn on Kassadin to be able to turn this lane and gain control of mid lane. Now he's level 6 also. He does have the teleport that we mentioned. This is so much pressure for EDG.
And now Clearlove actually trying to invade. Lulex was sick of him in his jungle. Will go for the Grumpy. Should be able to smite this away. Are we going to have a battle? No, Lulex just completely backs off Pawn. Still too much of a threat.
Yeah, his turret is at just as much health as Ryu's is. He's leading in CS as Kassadin. He's buying the early blasting wand as well. Things are looking very good for Pawn and the rest of EDG.
Yeah, you really want to punish that Kassadin levels 1 through 5 and then use the advantage either to kill him in lane or use the fact that Lou is constantly pushing him to chip away at the tower, make a roam happen, but H2K didn't manage to do anything of all that sorts. Now Pawn is comfortably ahead in that matchup. Took a look at Deft as well. He is, in fact, maxing E because the laning phase is just going so unchallenged. So for objectives later, long out team fights, definitely in Deft's advantage.
And all that's actually led EDG to a nice little 1,000 gold up here at about 7.5 minutes in, so nothing massive at all as Mako is going to clear out that deep pink ward. Mako very vigilant when it comes to cleaning out vision and also placing vision for his team.
Oh, look at Hjarnan as well. He had to base picked up an early Avarice, even though he's on 51 CS, which is almost a BF sword mark, because he had a couple early bases for a long sword, some potions. couldn't find himself some gold enough for a BF sword, didn't want to get the pickaxe, so he's stuck on an Avarice. He is very far down in damage if it comes to a 2v2 skirmish.
Meanwhile, Mako's getting a lot of work done here. This is the dangerous line of wards to get in. This 7-minute mark is the most dangerous time for supports, and he just got down some very deep vision inside the back of that red buff. You can see there all through this bottom side jungle, which is what they're prepping for the big move. The Annie Callista about to hit level 6. They do have both teleports ready as well. This means that EDG will see any jungler presence coming.
And that makes Lulex's life so hard. And very often we and many others criticize Lulex for not getting anything done, but his team isn't ever helping here. Always get that deep vision in his jungle. Uncontested jungle invades by Clearlove here, and Lulex slowly falls behind, and then the lane starts suffering because more pressure comes out of Clearlove.
And that's exactly what they want here, Clearlove. We've talked about his Rek'Sai. It's a champion that he's so proficient on. It just fits his skill set so well. So, you know, the gold lead, not really there yet for EDG, but the game playing out how they would like it. You can see Bilgewater Cutlass finish her death nice and early on. We've got the Phage building up for Amazing J. And on, you know, on either side, just getting their components up. And we'll see what happens maybe 10 to 12 minutes in for that potential first dragon fight.
Yeah, it is so crucial to get some extra 80 damage on that Tristana if you really want to burst out Deft in a couple of stuns, and I don't see any realm of possibility where they win the 2v2, so pressure in bot lane from EDG, pressure in the mid lane now from some really nice trades on Pawn from EDG, so everything going their way.
Yeah, for H2K on their side though, at least, you know, Odo Omne was getting pressure on top side. He would shove up, and then he came down just a second before to try and help Lulex here. They saw this invade coming, they're trying to collapse on Clearlove.
Clearlove got the blue though now, Pawn's here, he's got the Rift Walk in, gonna go in for Lulex. Ryu ults himself, but Clearlove flashes in for the Unburrow. Great casting, ignites good, Ryu's gonna get it, but Pawn is still chasing. Odo Omne, he's come down, Pawn's barely gonna live as Odo Omne challenges him and wins. Now Amazing J gonna chase himself down.
And the ultimate there from Odo Omne, fully healed Ryu. He's coming in to back him up.
Amazing
There's no way he can get away.
The slows there as well, just on the edge. Ryu's gonna go for it. Odo Omne claims the kill.
The #1 point we said for H2K, protecting Lulex's jungle. They did it here. The early collapse there. Odo Omne shoving the lane, having priority in top side, and they're able to make Clearlove pay for coming in and stealing that blue.
And Pawn really wanted that kill. He left Clearlove alone. Ryu managed to kill him. Then Pawn comes back in, gets hexed, and that gives enough time for Odo Omne to come in. So greedy player by EDG finally punished, and a good collapse from H2K. That's what we want to see more of in this game.
Yeah, great response, and too aggressive by Clearlove. I didn't think he was going to go straight for the Unburrow. That's exactly what happened, and paid the price for trying to steal that blue. Back in the bottom lane, though, as we calm things down. Deft and Mako still farming away. Deft actually building a nice CS lead, 20 up so far over Kianan.
Yeah, it was definitely touch and go there for a while with Pawn coming in on the Kassadin. Pretty big impact, but man, the healing on the Grand Challenge definitely underestimated. And they're able to chase them out of H2K territory. But again, they're still behind, even after that. That's just a small victory for H2K.
Yeah, but one of their 2 damage sources is propelled forward. Look at the Tiamat already finished on Odo Omne, so he's now 2-0-0. If you get the lead in any of these Juggernaut matchups, it tilts so far in one of the people's favor. Either you push and roll, but
Lulex in trouble, gets bursted down. Clearlove cleans up an easy one.
So dangerous to go by yourself here, trying to ward, and EDG catch him out. 3-man, they do not hesitate to burn everything. That's going to be Dragon as well. So very quickly after the single win there from H2K, and EDG strike back.
Oh, now Pawn actually chasing out Ryu. Not quite enough to finish it, but going to pressure him away as EDG do take Dragon #1.
And that's just so sloppy. You have double pink wards. You don't need to get that green ward ahead of it unless you actually spot people. Early move from Lulex, and that is something we see very often, even in Europe from H2K, is that they ward on their own. They may be in the vicinity of each other, whether it's Lulex and Kasing, but they don't really synergize well. They don't back each other up, and that's exactly what you need. Now we see Odo Omne.
Nice play, does pop the ulti. Amazing J going to pull him in for it. Odo Omne, can he outplay the dunk? It's good, riposte it, and manages to live.
Clutch riposte right there from Odo Omne, and yet he still has to leave because Rek'Sai could easily come. Oh wow, he actually canceled his recall. He's looking to shove another wave here with the Tiamat.
But I think
luckily for him, you know, Clearlove's not around.
Not just yet, as Odo Omne might finish that one off, but I think we can start to see the matchup. You know, it's very back and forth. Amazing Day's played it once before and did pick up a win, but you can start to see where Fiora can get an edge in that particular 1v1.
Oh, and poor Kiana, so he based first, picked up the Avarice because he couldn't afford the BF sword and he didn't want the pickaxe. Picked up the pickaxe anyways. It's going downhill in that bot lane.
Well, top lane could be very interesting.
EDG saw Lulex sink into that bush.
Good vision there. can see a little bit of movement from the Tremor Sense. Clearlove wants to be the one to come in second, I believe. He's going to spot Lulex here, and they're all back away.
Yeah, I think they were thinking about setting up a trap there with the pawn teleport, but Ryu is putting a lot of pressure on mid lane, shoving him into the turret with the quick wave flare.
Clearlove is here in mid, but just going to find a pink ward instead. Ryu looking good, building in towards that. Athene's Rod of Ages on the way for pawn. Both those mid laners should have the major items completed relatively quickly. As Amazing J think he knows what's up, but I don't know if he can stop this potential dive.
Seeing a very extended laning phase here so far, not much cross-map moving, not too many roams, and I think that's a style we see very often in the LPL, but that's also a style H2K like playing. They're very accustomed to that, especially in the later parts of the season. They stepped away from that very lane swap focused meta where they focused on the 10 to 20 and they just did the 0 to 10, 0 to 15. So overall, they can still come back from that deficit, especially if we can get to some more item spikes here. Some rough points due to the early game.
And pace of the game, not really going maybe as chaotic as we expected. It started with that big 5v5 at level 1, but it's just been some solid landing, some good ganks underinvades by both sides here. And actually in bottom lane, H2K are going to get the first turret of this game. They will take bot tower. Clearlove is not nearly enough to defend that.
Yeah, Tristana easily going to be able to take that one out. Let's see where they send him next, because Odoamne right now from base could swap lanes, but he's heading straight back to the matchup with Amazing J.
Yeah, Pawn has an advantage in items, but it does take time for that Rod of Ages to scale up, and then compared to the Athene's immediate power spike on Lulu in mid lane, gets some magic resistance, so the poke from Palm doesn't really hurt. He can consistently clear mid lane first, so he always has the first step in that mid lane. Ryu here, so maybe you can soon see him roam a little bit. If he can get up top, Lulu is so good with and against these Juggernauts. That's why her value has even gone up in these tournaments, and we'll almost always see her as a guaranteed first pick.
Yeah, I feel like EDG just have so much control though, because Clearlove was able to farm a bit more efficiently than Lulex in the early stages when they were, moving around top. He got an early sight zone here, and the Ninja Tabby actually very effective is going in.
Yeah, collapse here onto Kasing. Knockup's going to be there from the Fates Call. Mako does line up the stun. Unbreakable. Not enough. Deft is going to get the kill. And now actually the chase on Lulex could be in trouble. Ulti used. And they'll clear the pink ward.
This is exactly what we talked about earlier. Lulex and Kasing, yeah, they were on the same screen, but they're not backing each other up. Look at Clearlove and Mako. They were in the same brush, clearing vision together, engaging together, knock up into stun. That synergy is completely lacking in H2K, and it will be their downfall.
Clearlove and Mako work so well together. Plus, Clearlove is really using the Void Rush for more uptime on the map. Ryu here just gets soloed.
Polly's there. Wild Growth comes out as well. Pawn has to flash. Rift walks away. Teleport's been used. But here's the follow from Amazing J. He wants to dunk, but he's been challenged by Fiora. Odoamne gonna run into Siana, goes through. Huge double upper hand, flushes out of the way. Clearlove's here as well. He's popped in with the ulti, and now Mako flash ult, max range damage. Odoamne goes down to Amazing J. And Hyanan, he will continue the chase. Clearlove, hungry for blood. He has his flash. He uses it straight onto Hyanan. The ult there from Braum. Sorry, the Q from Braum, not enough. And they'll keep chasing Hyanan. He needs the rocket jump up, but he's gonna get it. Clearlove will chase. Can he get the kill? He will.
And that's going to mean some extra time in here to still wear the blue buff, possibly. They do have Sight Zone as well. They can just drop wards over the side, so blue buff still on top of it. That could also mean pressure on top turret. A lot gained there for EDG, collapsing very quickly into the mid lane.
And we're really starting to see what it does to a Kassadin if he gets untouched in terms of pressure, and he can just farm up 10 CS per minute, roughly, is the goal you want as a mid laner. Pawn right now sitting at 0.6, 0.7 of that, so really getting farmed up. His Rod of Ages stacking. Look at the damage already on Ryu. Ryu is forced to ulti, but Pawn, he makes it out alive.
Yeah, so Pawn able to get a lot of damage done, and then the flash rift walk, as you said, to evade Odoamne, even though Odoamne get the first teleport into the fight.
And then that jump from Hyanan barely does it, so Amazing J, Amazing flashed out, and obviously the turret zoning out in that fight makes Hyanan's life so rough. And then Mako, again, flash Tibbers, that is bread and butter when he plays Annie. For me, whenever Mako picks Annie, I have this vision of a 4-man Tibber stun. That's what he really excels at later in the game, and hopefully we'll get to see more of that.
Yeah, Clearlove able to get right in there and get the knockup as on Arnin to stop him as well. And as you know, he ends with a death.
So close for Tristana to get away, but a very aggressive and a trademark aggressive flash from Clearlove to secure it. Bottom tower did go down as well, so EDG do pick up a tower. H2K, though, still ahead in that metric, 2-1 in towers. One up in EDG for Dragons. This one's back alive, so they might be able to get it, and still up in gold for Edward Gaming.
Yeah, they should be able to secure this fairly easily. Deft on Kalista, so far ahead. You kept on checking in with the build there from Yarnin. A traditional, Infinity Edge Rush AD carry being behind versus the Kalista is just so frustrating for H2K right now.
Tibbers is down. Lulex is in trouble. Does die to Pawn. Now going to keep running. No, do they want the dive? The stun does not hit EDG. Just going to shove mid instead.
And this complete map control in terms of vision and pressure is really making H2K break apart, really. They're trying to move up, but every time they move even near the river, Mako and Clear are already in unison.
This tower looks to fall now as EDG just going to shove some spears into it. H2K doing a nice job defending. Clearlove does back away from it all. Looks like the top laners have pulled down as well.
As you can see, even with the lead, it's still fairly difficult for them to take turrets. Ryu on the Lulu does have very good wave clear when backed up by Tristana, even with Tristana having no items.
And I wonder when EDG is actually going to start playing this game as a 1-3-1. They have a double teleport on their mid laner and a top laner. Both their top laner and their mid laner are really good in 1v1 scenarios. It's impossible to solo kill a Kassadin because he only fights if he wants to. And he can pressure you in that side lane with the mobility, with the teleport. It's going to be incredibly hard for H2K, whose composition relies around grouping so much, to get out of that split push.
Yeah, the one strength for H2K has been Odoana in the top lane on the Fiora. He's been their point of power. That's the only reason that their top lane outer turret is still standing.
You can see the items, honestly, for both sides starting to come out. We've got the Hydro down for Odoamne, but the Black Cleaver there. I think we're just going to have a fight. Odoamne does pop the ulti, but Clearlove is here. They are going to come in, but I don't know if it's enough. He'll get pulled back in. The teleport from Pawn, amazing day. Already too low. Heal does go up. He hits the vitals, but he does die as Odoamne dashes back in. There'll be a trade there, and now Ryu caught out in the top side. Kasing trying to make it happen. Lulex here, but Mako and Def already up, collapsing so well are EDG as they'll keep running through. Bates called down, double tip and stun. Def gets the neck till Clearlove finds the knockup. Yarnin coming in, but he doesn't have enough damage. They'll keep diving straight through. Great buster shot from Yarnin to save it, but Def hopping man around the turrets, and they're still going. EDG, they want the last. They will not get it.
Def hops out the tower.
Oh my God. Me and Crepo both hands on our heads after that skirmish from the bottom lane of EDG. What a great play.
But where was Yarnin? That entire fight was 5v4 until Yarnin joined them on their tower. Fantastic buster shot. You would think Def would die, but then Def just hops out, uses Lulex as an escape. That's what Lulex has deterred to right now. Being used as a vessel to get out of that tower range. Def still 0 deaths here, and he's getting ready to carry these.
Plus the timing on that counter engage from Deft and Mako, where he uses the Kalista ultimate right into All right, we'll take a look at it here, because Odoamne does do a good job chunking down the vitals. He's going to actually proc the healing, and that's almost enough because Ryu made the first roam, but again, teleport from Pawn, he's there as well.
Yeah, if he could have just killed Amazing J immediately, use that Q on Pawn, maybe the fight could get different. But look at your minimap. Deft and Mako are already zoning Yarnin, so he's taking the long route around, and then look at him, throw in your Tibbers, your Annie, then throw the Tibbers, Ryu gets stunned, so beautiful 1-2 combo every time by EDG here.
Then everybody thinks Deft is dead here with that knockback, but he goes with the heal, barely gets out of range of Lulex and secures another one.
And again, classic Def popping the summoner spells just when he needs them with that heal as EDG starts a rocket ahead as far as gold goes. Now 5,000 gold up in this particular game. We've talked about the items from H2K. They've got at least one major item on most of their players, but EDG have at least 2.
Yeah, Deft right now, he's got the Runons plus Blade of the Ruin King Power Spike on Kalista combo, even upgraded boots, whereas it's just the Infinity Edge for Yarnin.
And then Avarice with 400 gold.
Okay, there, your Avarice that you've kept your eye on all game.
I hate that item, personally. I think it just delays the builds way too often, and you're better off just getting early power, especially in a non-BF versus BF matchup. BF pickaxe into Cutlass can actually be the breaking point of this matchup. H2K didn't manage to read it. Props to Deft and Mako though for playing around with their synergy has been on point. So much synergy pairing within that team. Deft and Mako, Clearlove and Mako, top side of the map. Everybody works as a team as opposed to H2K, very fractured.
Right, and the plan going forward for EDG, since we mentioned their weakness in taking the turrets in straight up sieges, since all the outer turrets are down right now, it's just about Operation Ward Line. Can they get them deep inside the red jungle, prepare for this dragon? They've got 1 minute and 30 seconds ahead. They can allow the split push with that vision as well. It's a 2-for-1, so they can pressure mid lane and bottom lane. They're doing it exactly right now. Very deep vision. and they're looking to draw H2K out into the map.
Yeah, exactly what we talked about. Look at Pawn here in the bottom lane, just starting to push. He's so strong, and Clearlove even ready with the ulti, or just there right now in case he needs him. And he's going to go a bit aggressive, but Pawn more than happy to fight.
And Pawn, after just getting the Phoenix Codex for cooldown reduction, went straight into the Zonias. That allows you to go extremely aggressive in the team fights because you don't have to wait for the Rift Walk while taking damage. Up at top, though, another duel.
Nice bait, actually, by Amazing Jay. He knows his team is coming. Odoamne goes a little too far, perhaps, but the team is running around the wrong side. Def going to start to hop off the Krugs, but Odoamne looks to be safe.
That was actually a good reaction by Odoamne. The second he heard Rek'Sai scream, he knew that he was getting collapsed upon, especially since mid lane was entirely dark. And then the safest path is actually charging at your closest enemy. That's how you beat flanks, you collapse on them. But Ryu is caught in the mid lane.
Collapsed anyway. Pawn getting aggressive. Clearlove trying to line up a knock-up. He does have his flash. Look for him to use it as Pawn now. Going to move in. They'll get the knock-up. They'll chase Kissing. He's not dead. Mako, yes! Will pick the kill up. Just barely, though.
Yeah, that entire act right there from H2K was just every man for himself. Try and get out alive because Yarnan's not there. There's nowhere he can make it. He's just trying to push as hard as he can while EDG are going to take this Baron. I don't think H2K should even get close because there it is.
Oh my god, they've gone in onto Ryu. Damage out there. Q will land from Pawn, and it's an EDG special. They get one pick straight to Baron.
Yeah, I don't know what you're going to do there for H2K. They already had lost one member. Now it looks like they're losing another.
Throwing Mako.
They got him off Baron, though.
They did. Odoamne, nice moves there as Pawn's trying to chase Lulex. He has caught him. As we move back in, Def gonna get the arrows out there. Slow is good. Pawn will collect it.
EDG playing with the necessary amount of respect. They know the only way to really lose this game at this point is lose a Baron and maybe 2 kills. They just hunt the jungler, hunt the top laner. They almost get Odoamne there, but I think he repulsed an anti-Q stun and just walked out of there. So EDG don't get Baron, but they're still in full control. Kobe talked about that vision earlier. They're just setting it up consistently and then using their aggressive gap closers to really find these favorable fights.
Yeah, talking about drawing H2K out into the open, that was the very center of the map. And EDG did not waste any time. This dragon definitely should be forfeit here from H2K. EDG are going to take it. Unless Kasing can have a magical... No? All right.
Trip does try it, but will not connect as the dragon number 3 will in fact go to EDG. The gold lead starting to really stack up now. 7,500 gold as H2K will respond. Should be able to get this tower. EDG caught backing here. So a nice little move there from H2K. Def even going to clear some things out. Very strong. His next shop will be a big one here. Going to go back and spend a whole bunch of money. And you can see EDG just getting stronger and stronger across the board.
Yeah, Deft sitting on 2,000 gold, and that's exactly what separates him from Hjarn. So Deft alone is 2,000 gold ahead of his lane opponent. Tracking the top laners, Odoamne is actually the only person, I believe, ahead of his direct opponent. Odoamne has 8.5k gold acquired this entire game, 7.7k here for Amazing J, so that's the saving grace.
Credit where credit is due to Odoamne. Our questions about the Fiora Darius matchup have been answered. Definitely he did have an advantage, and even in the face of a lot of extra team pressure from EDG, he's done quite well for himself. It just has not been enough. That one bastion of hope for H2K up in the top lane has run out. Turret's gone down.
Yeah, very big goal discrepancies too, just between Clearlove and Mako as a pair compared to Lulex and support Kasing there, and you can really feel that in the game as well. Vision is more efficient for EDG, it gets placed deeper, EDG works better around it. H2K feels like they're drowning, they're clawing to get back into the game, and Odoamne alone will have an incredibly hard time getting them back into it.
And speaking of that vision, EDG with the dragon down, doing what they really love to do, try and get vision around that Baron. They've taken the Rift Scuttler. Actually, no trouble there for Clearlove, does tunnel his way to safety.
H2K's composition does excel when they group. That could be the one angle they're looking for, group up, Jugger Tristana, call it what you want, Lulu plus X. Does very well in many scenarios, especially when you're grouped.
Yeah, they do want a bit more crit chance from Yarnan. Uh-oh, here comes the teleport.
Yeah, Pawn actually flanking in now. Goes straight in onto Hjarnan, knows what he wants. Gonna look for a wild growth. This burn. Mako does land the stun. Hjarnan not going to live as Mako picks up his 3rd kill. And now EDG gonna do exactly what they do at this time. Run straight to Baron. H2K have 2 bad choices now.
Yeah, and this is the way you play the vision game. Stun here on Lulex.
Pawn back in. Lulex knocked up there. Oh, Bromot from Kasing will not save his teammate Pawn. Gonna keep jumping back in. They'll just chase here as Kasing gets mowed down by Kassadin.
EDG's just leaving poor choices for H2K. What do you want? Face check and die, or face check and lose, or don't face check and lose Baron? And there's no way to win that decision tree here. Good patience from EDG and vision control paying off yet again.
The vision control has been such a steady story for EDG, and their use of True Sight, upgrading the double oracles, so many pink wards purchased for them as well. They actually dropped the most wards per minute yesterday of any of the teams. Yes, it's only a single game though.
One game sample size, boys.
Plus, it was a dominating win for them, so it does make it fairly easy.
But yeah, Mako, he's right now is tied in kills with the entire H2K lineup. Generally, doesn't bode well.
He has unlocked the Bloodthirst. Like we mentioned, Doa is going to be happy. He'll keep clearing some stuff out here, going to take the Grump away. But again, the gold lead now ballooned almost completely out of control. EDG almost 10,000 gold ahead.
Yeah, and this is one of the few times we see Righteous Glory still being built on this patch. Mako going for just a very offensive Annie. Distortion boots, Righteous Glory, just all you have to do is close the gap. If you can't get there, Deft will give you a little nudge. Just get that stun down and your team should have enough damage to follow up.
Yeah, I've got a question for you, Mr. Support Main. How do you feel about selling the Spell Thieves and going coin to upgrade into the Talisman instead of going Righteous Glory? Since Righteous Glory was nerfed and Talisman is so efficient now, are you a fan of that path?
I think,
or do you like the extra beefiness that Righteous gives you? It is a longer cooldown
the
as well.
benefit of Talisman is that you can both disengage and engage, since Righteous Glory already works on offensive movement.
Lower cooldown.
However, EDG have no plans of disengaging this game. They're just going to go straight on forward, and Mako, all he needs to do is survive for potential and extra stun rotation. So in this game, in this particular case, extra health, extra beefiness is all he needs. His job is only to go in, potentially trade his life for others. Yeah. But EDG is killing H2K so fast that Mako doesn't even die in these fights.
Yeah, and they've taken that bottom turret as well. Getting very close to 10,000 gold ahead. Look at Mako on Pawn. Maybe even posturing for a dive. They'll line it up. They've got the Baron buff. EDG, very efficient once they get Baron. They usually close the game out from this spot.
Yeah. EDG are like, they're like a hipster with a fixie bike instead. You don't need, you're only going one direction. You don't need brakes either.
Well, I'm going to try and knock down some more turrets. Odoamne feeling tricky. But Amazing J is going to shrug off that ulti. The rest of his team's there. They'll knock down this turret in the top lane as their tier 2 falls. It's 5 turrets now for EDG.
Yeah, this item point is where Darius hits like phase 2 and it becomes so hard to deal with. And Deadman's Blade gives him so much innate mobility and tankiness. On top of that Black Cleaver that works so efficiently, and no more 1v1 potential for Oluwamne. H2K is already, they're starting to lose the group fights, and then Lulu compositions become in very, very peril territory.
Yeah, I mean, we can touch on the builds. The massive extra gold definitely helps out a lot for EDG. They're going to just bully this turret
Clear
down.
actually stunned. He's taking a lot of damage, but they take the turret. Clear up will still live. Odoamne and Amazing J having a brawl on the backside. Def will get a kill though onto Gragas. They'll take the tower, take the kill. That's all the tier 2 turrets dead now.
And again, Rek'Sai can just ultimate right back onto the field. They've got the Baron-empowered recall. There's just so much map control with this squad. Easily going to be able to pick up this dragon as well. Complete control here for EDG.
Yeah, that is the advantage that 2 teleports and a Rek'Sai jungle bring to you in terms of tempo. Every time you base, you can start the action so much quicker than the other team because you can get back there, set up for it. You're actually too early.
Yeah,
That's important. You're just too quick.
People make fun of the farm alarm from Rek'Sai and they're like, oh yeah, she's just getting back on the map to farm. She doesn't do anything. No, that's huge. That's how Clearlove got such a good early advantage in experience and gold and got to the early sight zone. It's a domino effect. Uh-oh, Ryu.
Someone's in trouble. It's Ryu. Mako does stun him up there. Ryu's already used his flash. Def gonna keep hopping away. Amazing J's the next one. Doesn't even need the dunk.
Thank you very much.
Def says, Mako, I choose you. I want to kill here, but goes on Amazing J in the end. Yeah, EDG, prime position to close. Let's see how efficiently you can do it, because that's what you got to look at when you have tournament favorites in group stages. How efficiently can they close? What will they give away in the later stages of this match?
H2K, you can see getting a bit creative now, trying to camp out a brush, because running out of options here as EDG are well and truly ahead, about 13,000 gold here in this game. H2K can still fight back. They'll be back in their base and see what they can collect here, but EDG very rarely lose a game when they're ahead, and they have carved out a very large lead for themselves in this particular game.
Indeed they have, and they can just continue to push all lanes at once to keep H2K bottled up inside their base. They can keep them bottled up inside their base so long that the wards actually time out on the map, so they don't even have to run around searching for the wards and trying to clear them, and then they could just starve them out.
And that is some way of how we've been tracking these teams. Hang on, we'll get to that stat later.
Pawn
Sing.
1v2, ulted by Odoamne, who's down here. Dakyanen as well. Pawn already popped the Zhonya's Brawn Pressive on him. He's going to try and get out of it. Rip Walk after the flash. Needs a stun. Does land it. Walk is there. Get a Rip Walk again. Blue buff making this so hard. Aryu's dead on the other side of the map. And Pawn, he looks to make the greatest. Pawn pops a teleport. It's not enough to shut down out of Kissing.
Here come these spamming
chaos. Deft has got another kill. EDG, in the meantime, broken the base apart.
Our stats guys do so much work to bring us the Baron power play. Say, hey guys, look at this. And then Pulse are diving in 1v3 blind into brushes. 2 towers down, 2 inhibs about to fall.
Yeah, you know he was like there's probably 1 person in this brush, right?
Maybe 2 at best. Dives in.
Does pick the fight, does lose it unfortunately, but EDG clean out H2K's base. 2 inhibs down now, many structures fallen, and a huge amount of kills. They'll even steal the blue buff just on the way out.
Yeah, we see EDG retreat to Baron area right now, starting the vision up, and that's some way we've been tracking the way these teams have been closing out games. Is there efficiency with Baron? Call that the Baron power play. Let's see how Ryu meets his demise here against Amazing J.
Brush trick of their own for EDG. Amazing J with the one-man Fnatic brush.
That was so much damage onto poor Lulu.
Slam dunk.
Yeah, and this is my favorite build once you get to this point for Darius. He just has all of the answers, so much move speed. He has the tenacity to back it up. And then even if you start doing damage to him and you try and take him down, he just kills you that much faster. Sterix, the only problem with it is that you can't buy it on non-Juggernauts. I was so excited when I saw Juggernaut items coming out. I was like, yeah, I'm gonna play buy, get my. But on Juggernaut champions, it is extremely good.
And you can see EDG still vigilant about that vision control as Mako clears out a ward. They can, wait around for the next Baron or Dragon if they want to. And EDG very respectful, not making any huge moves, not overplaying, just playing safe. They know they've got the game locked up.
Yeah, I don't think EDG has space to single brush this game.
What are you talking about? Pawn just freaking rift walked into the brush with 2 people in it.
Is it a face sec if you actually rift walk in teleportation?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. I yield. I think EDG this game has only face sec 1.
Mr. Forceful.
just Cassidy himself as EDG do line themselves up for this next
the manliest face deck of all time.
I yield. You win, Kobe. You win.
EDG now are gonna take this.
Okay, it would have been better if he flashed into it.
True, I agree.
All right, yeah, you're right, Pastry. Keep us on track. They're taking the Baron. That's going to be the tool that they use to actually end the game.
I don't think we'll be able to track another Baron power play because the game will be over, I think, before this Baron buff expires.
Does Nexus not give you bonus points for a Baron power play?
50 gold?
Yeah, 50 gold. That's true. That is the technical worth as Amazing J.
I don't feel like that accurately represents the gravity of taking a Nexus, but...
I mean, it doesn't compare to an average play, let's face it.
Oh my. As EDG now grouping up here. They've got the Baron, remember, they've only got 1 inhibitor left that they can take, and they will group together in the bottom side. Amazing J, very slick moves there out on the court. They are just going to move in and try and finish this the easy way.
Keep your eyes on Mako.
Always. He does love to get aggressive, him and Clear Love. We talked about that synergy. They'll do everything, including flashing straight at the enemy AD carry. HGK have already given this inhibitor. I don't know if they can even stop this.
I mean, this is a mental forfeit right here. Instead of typing /FF, they're just letting them finish.
Yeah, Kasing now going to get aggressed on that. Damage is massive. Wild Growth, not nearly enough to save it as Death picks up his 6th kill.
I like how HGK have such a good attitude, though. Kasing smiling, spamming his emote as he charges in there.
You can see some flashes being burnt. EDG will take out the remaining turrets to get on the Nexus. They do want some more kills. Mako went straight into the fountain on that one. And Deft is still firing away. Odoamne will challenge Deft to a duel. Can he win it? Won't matter as the Nexus explodes. And EDG, a very clean win to stay undefeated after 2 games.
Clean, definitely the name of the game for EDG. So much control over the map from the early stages of the game. Clear Love using that Rek'Sai, working with Mako to set up their vision.
We're still waiting for that SKT EDG to really confirm who's going to take #1 and #2.
Tomorrow, my friend, tomorrow. First game.
Going to be a massive game for sure. We've seen both SKT and EDG stay undefeated in this group. They're expected to come out, out of this group as the top 2 teams. I guess the only question is which order, and we're at least going to get a glimpse at it tomorrow once they do take to the Rift. But EDG, another strong win, very similar comp, don't show too much here, and they'll pick up another win for themselves.
And Oderwalnet involved in 4 out of H2K's 5 kills. One kill that I believe he wasn't involved in was that manly face check from Pon, so it doesn't count. Involved in all the important kills here, and he played well, but H2K as a whole just outmatched.
Yeah, certainly looks that way as EDG picked themselves, like we said, a nice clean win. But H2K, tough game certainly to start your World Championship. It's going to be a tough group for those 2 teams. They had to play SKT and EDG back-to-back. So H2K still have, movement here in this group for sure. But it was always going to be a tough start to your World Championships.
Yeah, they knew what they were in for as soon as the group draw. The top end of this group is so heavy for them. Coming into it, though, and trying to attack EDG from the very beginning.
They started
with their invade. It's just EDG had the anti-stun charged up ready for that invade. And, starting off on the back foot like that for H2K really took a lot of wind out of their sails.
Yeah, they started out. A couple of things could have maybe went better. Luix dashes over, perhaps seeking the deny clear off some farm, but then slowly it starts coming down. And yeah, the synergy mismatches is the biggest thing that I take away from this game.
Well, for a deeper dive into EDG's in, we're going to check in with our crack team of analysts.
Thank you, gentlemen. We're going to start off with the picks and bans because we saw the all-important Lulu fall over to the side of H2K, but we also got to see the Fiora-Darius matchup in the top lane and Kassadin making a showing here at the world stage.
I feel definitely like H2K had a really good draft in response of the Darius, had a kite composition, but what I wanted to see them do is put the Fiora in the mid lane against the Kassadin and then just pretty much put the Lulu on top against Darius.
I actually think both are fine matchups, though, because the Fiora can just go ahead and Q in every time that the Darius charges up the Decimate, and then you're able to not give him the heal, and then the Lulu just auto-attack harasses the Kassadin during the laning phase. So I think they're actually both fine matchups, but maybe that one was optimal, because I do like Fiora into Kassadin early game, and they didn't punish it enough.
I really don't like it when EDG plays Kassadin. This is one of my biggest beefs with EDG, and they play Kassadin about as well as you can, but with this kind of scaling that Kassadin needs. And what happened here is EDG picked a composition with virtually no wave clear. And this was just not at all punished by H2K. Now, EDG gets away with Kassadin a lot of the time by having Clearlove just standing in a brush in mid lane, waiting to counter gank and trying to force a 2v2 when Pawn has to push forward to recall. But I just don't like their overemphasis on this particular champion, and I think a good team will punish this. So it makes me nervous to see EDG play it. Even though they play it about as well as you can, there's still some serious flaws, especially after that level 1. There were a lot of missed opportunities from H2K.
Level 1, Zyrene, talk to me about that because there was a lot that happened in a couple minutes.
Yeah, I thought it was an intelligent decision by both sides. H2K, I look at their comp. I go, okay, I have Lulu, I have Braum, and they have a Kassadin. Of course I want to invade on them. But then EDG says, well, of course they want to invade on us. They all stack up. Mako charges the stun, multi-man stun, and then they end up getting a kill. But they blow 5 flashes to do that. And that's the big part for me, because it's 5 flashes for 1 kill, and Lulex does nothing, and he has his flash up for the next 5 minutes when nobody else on the enemy team does. Go to a lane, body slam flash Kassadin, body slam flash your top laner, do something with that summoner spell. Get your team a little bit of an advantage because they used too much for 1 kill.
And I think the worst thing about that was it was Kasing who was on Braum trying to gank. Why can't they work together to just get the kill onto the flashless Kassadin? I mean, it's like appallingly basic professional League of Legends, and nothing was done about it. It's almost unfathomable. And I mean, Lulex's scoreline at this end of this game, 0-8-2.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's
enough said
he
there.
He spent most of this game living in a jungler's paradise. I mean, as a jungler, everyone's flash is gone. My God, there's a Kassadin in the mid lane. Get in there.
Yep. Absolutely. Yep. Absolutely. Now, on the flip side, though, a player that I want to point out for having played a pretty terrific game of League of Legends would be Clearlove, his counterpart on the other side of EDG.
Yeah, I definitely feel like Clearlove in these team fights was showing up at the right time and executing perfectly. This is a great example of how he plays this fight out. He's skirting around, he's waiting for the opportunities, and then he just cuts him off, forces the flash out, and then the rest of it, you can take it from here if you guys want.
Well, just coming in right here, Clearlove's going to follow up onto Hjarnan, and you're going to see him actually flash the Tristana ultimate in just a second. So coming in, getting another knock up onto Hjarnan, just beautiful awareness by Clearlove of the positioning, the cooldowns that are still up. Now, it did start a little bit questionable from H2K because they saw the teleport coming in. Odo Omne had actually had the teleport priority, and I think they should have just turned back onto Amazing J's teleport location immediately instead of trying to chase the Kassadin, who is already chunked out of that fight. But Lulex didn't have any mana, so their ability to skirmish may have been a bit questionable, but I think they may have been able to turn and burst down Amazing J instead of trying to overcommit to the Kassadin.
Yeah, they did a lot of chasing of Kassadin here. Even in the bottom lane where Pod was able to rift walk like 4 times and try to get away, they did a lot of chasing him around. But it was way too late in the game to do that. Chase him around level 2, level 3. Go after the guy in the mid lane that you need to exploit pre-6, and they did none of that.
It's like,
but yeah, Clearlove did a great job.
Speaking of the Kassadin, I think even though I don't think it was the perfect pick in this scenario, I think Kassadin is a pick that we should look out for because the buff is significant and like especially against the likes of Azir that we've seen a lot in this tournament.
Do you pick the Kassadin into a Lulu?
No, I would not. Never.
Because that was the last pick here, right?
They chose to do
to
that.
me,
I
this
don't
is a very arrogant draft from
Yes.
EDG, and this will bite them against a better team.
Yeah.
Would they do it? I don't know, but it's cocky.
Lucky to have it work this time. Might not be so lucky in the future. Well, with Group C done for today, let's see how the teams stack up. SKT are on top along with EDG, both teams 2-0. Meanwhile, BKT and H2K are in the bottom half 0-2.
And I think Mako is a big reason as to why they were able to win that game so handily as well. We talked about Clearlove, but Mako's performance on the Annie, stunning multiple people with every ultimate, using multiple stun Ws, and paired with Def's Kalista, we don't see a lot of Kalista from Def that's a good performance, but it enables Mako to make plays like that. And that's what I think is going to be a huge part when he's up against Wolf on SKT tomorrow.
Without a doubt, a huge playmaker for the team. Well, Group A is up next as the LMS's Flash Wolves face off against Korea's Ku Tigers. There's more Worlds coming your way right after this.
EDG likely coming at least somewhat favored, but H2K, a team that can certainly bring it. Gonna get a knock-up on the Cassine. They're gonna keep running his Def. He's hopping. He doesn't have that much damage, but he's gonna try. Flashes burn. First blood to Mako. Flashes out of the way. Clearlove's here as well. He's popped in with the ulti, and now Mako. Flash ult, max range damage. Odo Omne goes down to Amazing J. Coming in, but he doesn't have enough damage. He'll keep diving straight through. Great buster shot from Hjarnan to save it, but Def hopping man around the turrets. Bond, he looks to make the greatest. Bond pops the teleport. It's not enough to shut down. A very clean win to stay undefeated after 2 games.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our coverage of the 2015 World's Group Stage live from Paris, France. Our next match is between two teams vying for position in Group A, the LMS's Flash Wolves and Korea's Ku Tigers. Now, yesterday, the Flash Wolves lost to CounterLogic Gaming. Zyrene, what's your take on their performance?
It was a pretty close game, but ultimately, I would claim neither of them are big winners. They did not look great in that matchup. Substitution, though, that we're going to be coming in here because the game ended pretty much off of an Xmithie Cocoon hitting Kramer. Well, Kramer's out today. It's going to be NL in instead. Yeah.
Seriously. You say thank God, but that implies that NL is in some way a major upgrade to Kramer. Let me tell you, he's not. He's not a major upgrade to Kramer. It's the lesser of two evils. Perhaps we don't know yet.
Yeah, it's kind of a strange thing because statistic-wise, they played about the same games, 22 for NL, 18 for Kramer. But then their statistics are Kramer averages down 3.7 CS, but then NL averages up at 10 minutes at 3.7.
There you go.
So he's a better laner. His champion pool is like Varus and all these crazy things, though. So is it really something that's a big boon to them? I don't know, because you might have to draft around it.
Also, some of these champion disparities, Kramer is known as Vayne player. Sivir more for NL, that kind of stuff. So it's that you have to think about the kind of champions they're playing to when you take those numbers into consideration.
Right, but also could be indicative of the fact that they might want to change up their play style. If they're going to move back towards a Sivir in the AD carry position, they could entirely change the way that they draft coming into this game.
Like, speaking of the draft, like the previous game that they played, I think the biggest, like against CUG, the biggest problem was the draft. I felt like play-wise, they were the better team in this game.
All right, well, interestingly enough, their opponents today, though, had a very strong showing against Pain Gaming. And they particularly showed that they were able to close out games.
It was just a classic Ku Tigers game. They did have a little bit of a hiccup early on in that game, but they came back nicely, played out a pretty consistent, slightly perhaps disadvantageous early game, and then transitioned into absolute dominance in team fighting and objective control. And this is the Ku Tigers. They know exactly how to team fight with a variety of compositions. They're so good at identifying their win conditions and playing to them that it's really difficult for them to lose. Unlike KT, where I think there's a lot more upset potential, Ku is ridiculously consistent in the mid game, and that should give them a pretty easy ticket out of this group.
Yeah, I attribute a lot of that transition from early to mid to Gorilla. You say thank God for NL coming in. I'm like, oh, there's still Gorilla on the other side in the lane against him. But maybe Gorilla's just going to roam around. He gets his team out of holes if they end up in them randomly, like we saw against Pain Gaming. So he's kind of their safety. So I think that's definitely something that when you face Ku Tigers, you not only have to beat them in the early game, you have to keep Gorilla down and stop him from roaming around.
All right, with all of that in mind, you guys know the drill. Who do you think is going to win? Yamato, we're starting with you.
Ku Tigers, of course.
Ku Tigers. Monty.
Ku.
Yeah, I'm drinking the Kool-Aid as well. I'm going on the Ku Tigers. I just think they're superior across the board here.
There it is. We got to let the graphics catch up. That's how quickly you guys went down the line there that our graphics couldn't even match it now. As we send it back to the guys in the booth, the cards may seem stacked against the lesser-known Flash Wolves, but that only drives them harder to play.
因为我们现在也不算是被看好，就是我们应该说支持的人不多，然后我们一样就尽自己全力去打出我们的成绩，希望让他们另眼相看。
And good to see the Flash Wolves still fighting, but could be tough here up against Korea's Coup Tigers as the team's ready up for picks and bans. Let's check out the lineup for the Flash Wolves. We have in the top lane, Stake, their jungler, Kasa, mid laner, Maple, AD carry, and are coming in after Kramer played yesterday. The support Sword Art, of course, and their coach, Fluid Wind.
I think one misconception we have to get out of the way is that Stake is only one of those top laners that always falls behind. Yesterday, he did make a statement. Hopefully, it wasn't a one-off, and it's going to be a positive trend for the Flash Wolves.
Well, we will see, because lining up for Korea's number 2 seed, the Coup Tigers, in the top lane, it's going to be Smeb. Then in the jungle is Hojin. Mid Kuro, AD carry Prey, support Gorilla, and of course on stage is going to be Coach Nofe.
And we heard a little bit from the analyst desk. I actually think that Flash Wolves did play quite a strong game yesterday against CLG, and Kramer certainly stuck out in a few maybe poor moments for the team. And NL, I feel like from memory, he's the player they've played with more recently, so it might just be a comfort thing here for the organization.
I think it speaks well for CLG though. Like, you almost lose your jungler to visa issues. He comes in and he hits a cocoon so hard, he knocks some guy out of his starter position.
How? Visa unrelated to one cocoon at the end of the game.
It's just a story, man. They were troubling. He's
got
sure,
my visa.
Anyways, back to this game. New AD carry coming in. Better CS at 10, but does play a completely different style of champions. I mean, we actually may see a Varus AD carry picked, as crazy as it sounds. So, could be interesting, especially on this patch where, I mean, we've seen so many different champions.
Yeah, guaranteed though, he does speak the same language. The communication will be easier.
And again, could be a comfort thing there for the Flashers, but Coup did really flex their muscles yesterday, showing just how strong they can be in the mid game. But we are into Champ Select now. Ashe is the first ban from the Flash Wolves, a smart one there against the Korean sides. And Elise and Mordekaiser for a few more of the standard pairs. We've got Rek'Sai joining as well.
No cocoons, Crepo.
God damn it. They want to keep their AD carry. They want to keep their AD carry this time. But yeah, overall, that Ashe ban, I think, is well warranted. And this is probably one of the few Ashe bans we'll see across the tournament, because nobody really has picked it up. But Prey was fantastic.
Yeah, you know, a big key to recent Coup Tiger success has been the hard engage. It was either the Malphite top, you know, either comboed with the Ashe or Leona support. Some form of really hard engage has been a big part of a lot of the recent success of the team. So I expect them to look for it somewhere else now that Ashe is banned.
Yeah, second AD carry ban actually, as Kalista does come out. Gragas banned, and that leaves Gangplank wide open, but Lulu is open as well. Coup Tigers waste no time. Lulu and Lee Sin.
Yeah, the all-important Lulu locked in. Plus, Lee Sin is very important here for Hojin, because Karsa's such a big player for Flash Wolves. Him plus Mabel, we always mention it when they're coming up to play. Lee Sin is a perfect champion for Hojin to try and combat the early stages of the game.
I want to see if Karsa and Maple can get back on track, because yesterday we talked them up so much, how the synergy between jungle and mid laner could really destroy the enemy mid and Paul Welter, but it really didn't come out. Maple actually even fell behind a little bit in CS, so overall, not as high of a performance as we expected. Instant Gangplank, I'm not quite sure how these picks correlate. You know, Lulu better than Gangplank, Gangplank better than Lulu, but I guess we'll find out this game.
How can I hold all of these top lane juggernauts in my champion select here? Mousing over Darius and Gangplank as well. I don't like the combination, but it looks like they're going to lock it in.
So that's Gangplank mid then, almost guaranteed.
Well, whichever solo lane they do go, you know, technically I guess you can swap them, but it leaves you very melee heavy. They are going to balance it here with the Nidalee for the jungle, and it is going to be a lot of early pressure like we talked about. Nidalee's still a champion that if you get the initiative on Lee Sin in the early jungle skirmish, then you can still come out on top.
Yeah, this could also be a throwback to preseason one, where he had the double bruiser bot lanes.
Yeah.
And all the juggernauts steal them away.
But the main thing is why I mentioned I don't really like the double melees for solo lanes is because it's going to be so hard for them to get through Lulu. Like, you're fighting through Lulu. These Glitter Lance is the bane of Darius' existence, right? It's going to slow him down, take off the bonus from his Dead Man's Plate, and they also have the Alistar to protect as well.
I mean, something I like doing when I'm analyzing team composition is just like play out a fight. They try to run at you. You have Lee Sin kick to kick them out, Glitter Lance to stop them, Polymorph if they get close. You have a knock-up, and then you have a line of traps and a zap. How are they going to get through that? They almost need
Black
to flash.
Shield is a key for one person only, though.
Yeah, we saw it on Cloud9 as well, how that Black Shield can work really well against some of these Juggernauts, so that could be it. And Yeah, lock your targets in place with Varus ulti.
Yeah, let's catch things up here. Alistar, Jinx were the picks for Coup Tigers, but Flash Wolves NL, we heard about it. It is the Varus Morgana.
Yeah, they mentioned, you know, oh, different champion pool, different AD carry. This is the Varus coming through that he played so often. And yes, he does go tier even in the bottom lane as well.
And there's Gnar, actually, a pretty common response to a lot of these melee juggernauts that we've started seeing. Gnar sort of dropped out of the meta, mainly due to Yasuo top lane becoming a thing, but Smeb happy to pick it up here.
Yeah, and that is, you know, I was talking to some of the top laners here, and that is their go-to pick for the Darius matchup because of the control that you can have if you stay at max range and you're able to land the slows. He has alternate build paths too that you can choose
Frozen
whether
Mallet.
you're ahead. Yeah, exactly.
Frozen
Whether you're ahead or
Mallet,
behind.
Black Cleaver, so many options here on Gnar. We can even see a full tank Gnar if you're really far behind and go for a team fight. Something for the Coup Tigers here. If they get behind and Lulu gets put on defensive duty, meaning her shield, you know, and ulti all go towards carries, then she actually doesn't bring that much magic damage to the fight. That leaves Coup Tigers with a very AD heavy focus composition, even though they have an element of magic damage.
The thing is that, you know, none of these guys really stack armor. Darius builds a lot of health with the Juggernauts, but Jinx should be able to get to the point where the critical strikes are going to be tearing through before he starts really building heavy armor, unless he alters the build path and loses out on damage.
And I mean, same thing holds true for the Flash Wolves here. Triple
Obviously.
80 carry, but the value of that Black Cleaver on Darius, if he gets ahead, if you can get that early for early group fights, can actually mean a lot here. Shred some armor, maybe Varus then starts poking a lot, you know, with his Qs later on in these fights too. Will be very interesting to see how this plays out.
Well, you guys going to keep sending in your predictions to @LOL Esports with the hashtag FWin or KOOWin, and we'll see who you think will come out ahead in Group A. And again, we saw strong performances from both teams. A couple of flubs maybe in the early game, but both teams looking strong. Coop maybe favored, but anything can happen here at Worlds.
Yes, we have seen upsets already. Ku, as you said, gonna be the favorites, and they are gonna have the all-important Lulu. That's the main thing that I look for is a shreddable front line when you have a Jinx and you're gonna be targeting the front line. You know, yes, Gangplank, he can land in a huge AoE barrel and chunk out a bunch of people, but you have to be very skilled to do that, and the enemy team has to be, you know, has to miss a beat and not kill the barrels as they're coming out.
I think the Gangplank ulti will be fundamental to really cut off an escape path from Coup Tiger, force them forward, and maybe then allow you to close the gap. I'm also wondering if Praying Gorilla, they're playing with one relatively high range and one melee support against double range with a lot of crowd control effects here, so they may actually up to lane swap, but that would remove the Gnar Darius matchup.
Well, right now we are seeing teams sort of posturing. Black Wolves, though, little too aggressive. Gorilla is going to spot them now, going to try and spring the trap. Binding is down, but Sword Art's been exhausted. Kuro is here as well, but Maple's also come in. Flash used Sword Art, trying to dredge things out. Maybe enough with the Rocket Town as well. Prey will flash, but GP already gets first one onto Alistar, and Aldo caught out. Hojin's going to clean that up.
Why are we talking about team fights? Level 1, we have back-to-back level 1 invades, back-to-back level 1 first bloods here, and it just goes Ku's favor right there. The early ward over the wall, kind of a late invade there for Flash Wolves to go that deep. It's so dangerous not to travel as 5 in the early stages if you're going to walk around corners like that. Beautiful setup there from Ku. Gorilla going to wait just around the corner, waits till the last second, gets off the pole even though he takes the binding. Pretty much perfectly played out there.
Yeah, really, really well played by both teams. And Karsa, he's just staring at his jungle alone. No leash for him, solo jungling. Stake obviously teleport down, so he has to walk back to the lane. Doesn't get a double jungle. Look at Smeb, already level 2. He got granted those Krugs, so he's going to walk to red buff, clean that, and then walks back to the lane immediately, or is it TP? Doesn't look like Smeb's actually tanking too much. He may actually walk straight to lane.
We do have a pause here, as the early game is shook out quite interestingly here. 3 kills already in 2 minutes, but you mentioned the jungle there. Could be tricky.
Yeah, Smeb actually doesn't have teleport, so no way he's going to teleport back to lane. That's actually why the double jungler got changed up. Usually you see the top laner tank, base, but this time his jungler has to tank everything.
Yeah, so this is a bit worrying for the Flash Wolves because we mentioned not only are they double melee solo lanes, but the wave clear doesn't really come in for them until Gangplank starts to get the level where he can spam barrels, and until NL on the Varus gets the freedom to change lanes. So this early lead for Ku could spell some early disaster for Flash Wolves. We'll see how well Ku can actually control the vision, though. As we talked about many times, the early game hasn't been their strongest point, but this is such a great start for them.
Karsa did start on the left side of the map, and he's looking to path obviously towards bottom lane, where both flashes have been expended. Both Prey and Gorilla flashes have been used. Prey is running cleanse as well.
Yeah, we didn't mention.
On that Jinx, so that's something we completely glossed over. That is obviously to deny NL's possible ultis, but that leaves you a heal down in those exchanges. So if Karsa can get a good jungle path and gets to bottom lane, things can shake up again in Flash Wolves' advantage.
I mean, is there maybe an issue there with no leash coming up for Castle Nidalee? Nidalee does farm very quickly.
I mean, we'd have to ask a jungler.
Hey, Kobe.
I would say yes. Anytime I don't get a leash, there's a huge issue. Because on the other side, you mentioned, yeah, Karsa starting on the top side, he's going to end his route on bottom, but so is Hojin on Lee Sin. And if you get counter-ganked as Nidalee by a Lee Sin, you are in big trouble. Because in the early stages of the game, the guy going for the gank has to use his gap closer to try and gain distance on the enemy, and it exposes yourself because you've used half of your ability kit. Really opens you up to something like Lee Sin, who has 2 sets of dashes. You can safeguard and land the Q.
Well, we pop back into the game and Stake, actually. Nice little trade there onto Spep. Maple under fire, though, as Kuro just chucking out bubbles there on the Lulu. We've seen the junglers actually force back there from Karsa quite early on. Hojin, though, going to go back as well.
And one camp advantage here, Hojin. They double jungled a little bit, so he gets the Raptors. XP should be roughly even. Smeb should be slightly ahead here of his counterpart Stake in the top lane experience-wise. But I don't think any major mismatches here on the level 1 altogether.
Stick in mid lane for a little longer. Maple, the big player here for Flash Wolves. We've seen him perform quite well yesterday on the Echo. We'll see what he can do here on the mid gangplank.
Yeah, and really no surprise how the early stages are playing out here for all the matchups in the lane. On the top side, Stakes being pushed in. Meanwhile, bottom side, Ku are actually shoving both mid and bottom is playing fairly aggressively as well. So both junglers are naturally going to gravitate to this bottom half of the map. As you said, they both started their routes up top side. They're both going to finish. Oh, early blue buff handoff here from Hojin. Yes, he does not need, any sort of energy regen or cooldown reduction, but even so, you rarely see the first blue buff handed off to the mid laner. What that is going to do for them, though, is tremendous pressure from the Lulu. Keep Gangplank under his turret and deny some of the early snowballing of the gold income that GP does have.
Oh, Hojin trying to get frisky, but Karsa is going to clear out the ward. Very nice pink placement there from the Flash Wolves.
He's got to know that there's a pink ward there, but the damage is already done, the value from that pink ward. And yeah, Kuro was already pushing in Maple here, but you have a breaking point where Lulu just runs out of mana. With that blue buff, you can continuously keep the pressure up, and eventually this Gangplank will run out of flask stacks, and that's when this matchup really starts breaking, and then you can back up your jungler for invades, and that's something we didn't see in H2K game, but we may see here since Ku Tigers have shown a lot better synergy overall.
Yeah, the other thing that little play did trigger in my memory is how many times Nidalee was banned against Karsa in the normal season here. Because the mechanics of that ward clear, yes, it was a very small thing. He was just able to instantly clear a ward, but it's those small things with how cleanly he pulls off that Nidalee attack reset combo to instantly clear that ward. This guy, Nidalee was banned so often against these guys in the normal season.
I mean, it's the difference between having to guess whether it was an Orc clear or an actual pink ward clear if you don't have time to watch, so those little details do matter. What we did see, however, was Maple cancel an auto attack on a barrel, allowing Kuro to escape there. Remember, Kuro's flash was still down. If that barrel procced, he could have actually taken a lot of damage, and then the lane could have tilted in the other direction.
Well, instead we do visit the bottom lane for the first time. NL doing just fine so far on the Varus, keeping nice and even in CS, but Prey and Gorilla have been pushing quite aggressively here to the bottom side. Varus, pretty good in general in lanes, but Prey and Gorilla clearly have initiative in this lane.
I mean, to push so far up all the time with no heal summoner, has the cleanse, but no flashes. Pretty bold move, but they're confident in their trinket ward placement and just generally locating Karsa on the map.
Yeah, speaking of trinket wards here, Karsa actually sitting on one and hasn't transferred over to the sweeper quite yet.
Time for Smeb to get an Oscar. Tries to act. That's what you want to do in top lane. When they're sitting on a ward, you don't want to back off. You're just going to give them, bait them in just enough that they commit or get wary that they actually may not be spotted. But Karsa realized there. Hojin backing up. He's going to go back to base. So very standard game overall so far.
Yeah, both junglers actually will back away here. Smeb into Mega now, just gonna AoE down these waves and likely go home as well. We do a Ninja Tabby as the first early item for Stake, because he will pop that teleport.
Overall, gold is actually relatively heavy in favor for Ku Tiger. 600 gold at this point in the game is definitely a significant lead overall, so pressure from Kuro, especially in the mid lane. He's 11 CS ahead right now, and it's only going to get worse over time here.
Yeah, and I think Ku are extremely happy with the way this is flowing, because they're really looking for some extra damage on.
Ooh, huge spear from
gank.
Kasa. Good wild growth though. Kuro not going to fall for that one.
And even if he doesn't get the kill, all that matters is that Kuro is now out of mana, the lane can get pushed in, that freeze can get reset, and somehow Flash Wolves can get back to farming though. But Gorilla's roaming, but look at the top side.
Yeah, everyone trying to get in this mid lane. Kuro eats another spear, but I don't know if the Flash Wolves fancy themselves a tower dive. They do spot Alistar and Lee Sin, and everyone's going to back away to their respective lanes.
All right, yeah. As we were touching on before, though, Q, what they're really looking to do is wait until Prey has some extra damage, and then they get to the point where they really unlock the extra power of Lulu, and they can speed him up. They can have the team fights where they're able to make use of the Jinx resets.
Interesting here. NL bases and picks up Tier and Pickaxe. Might run into Prey's BF sword later on, so that could be interesting. Over time, though, those Qs hurt from Varus. If we have the same distance with no really engaged, it's very hard for Alistar to engage in these type of lanes. Yes, you're playing against Black Shield as well. If you use Alistar offensively, you lose a lot of the value from the combo because it's way better if you can space it out defensively. So we could actually see NL pull ahead in this bot lane right now.
Well, part of the reason why the lane has been going so well for Prey and Gorilla, even in the early stages, was the first blood for Prey that enabled him to buy those boots.
Yep.
So he was able to dodge bindings really easily in lane. He's able to dodge a lot of the arrows. You can still shoot an arrow from max range out of Fog of War, and then it becomes almost impossible to dodge. But the extra move speed for anything that is in vision will help.
Let's see. The stake clears out means in the top side. Kasa does actually have his own blue buff, so did not give it over to Maple. Maybe looking for a bit more carry potential here. Zero of a fade completed there for Maple. Looking here at Smeb on the top side as well. Giant spell first, actually, so no offensive item just yet here for the Gnar.
Yep, doesn't need to bully quite yet. It does signal that he'll probably go for that Frozen Mallet and look for the solo lane pushing.
Did it last time I think he played Gnar as well, so actually went Steric's Cage.
Yep.
Frozen Mallet ban fail.
Okay, so yeah, Gnar, even though he's not one of the newly released Juggernauts, he does actually have full AD ratios in his kit. So he does get extra benefit from the Steric's Cage, and it's not terrible on him, so just gives a little bit more of threat when he jumps all the way in if he's trying to soak some damage.
Kuro getting the deluxe jungler treatment here.
Yeah.
Second buff already at 9 minutes. Many mid laners in solo queue are crying for their first buff at the 9-minute mark. Already received 2, so he's pulling ahead in that mid lane, now 20 CS of his counterpart.
And that is the big distinction that even Hojin himself talks about, and even Wisdom as well will admit, between the two junglers for the Ku Tigers, is that Hojin's so much more team-oriented. Obviously here donating a lot of the blues to Kuro. Yes, he is on Lee Sin, but even with the builds, he's usually a lot more team-oriented, and he is the captain for the team as well. So setting his team members up for success here.
Like a good jungler would do.
Well,
do you, Kobe? Do you set your teammates up for success?
Kasa in the mid lane.
No comment.
Trying to get with a gank onto Kuro. But Hojin's here as well. Kuro more than happy to go aggressive. Q blocked actually there. Spear's getting blocked as well. These minions, real pesky.
And if you look at the HP of the mid lane tower as well on Flashwell's side, that one is about to crumble. So that is what Hojin accomplishes with handing over that blue buff. So he doesn't have to visit that lane. That one is almost falling, and it's the most crucial tower of the map. Opening the first mid lane tower gives you so many possibilities in terms of roams, deep vision, map-wide plays where you can redistribute your resources. So that will be big for the Tigers.
And nice cleanse from Prey. Getting out of that chain of corruption. NL still firing aggression, starting to mount a bit here as Kuro's gone very deep, just chasing him off the turret, is going to be able to take it, and Ku Tiger is going to pick up the first tower as Smeb 1v2 right now, but happy to kite away.
Yeah, Kar's actually working with Stake quite often here at the World Championship. Not able to get something done up top right now, but visiting up there a lot more than people expected.
And as we see the Tigers here go for that dragon, we could see how comfortable Smeb was in that matchup. He even walked back into that lane 2v1. So that's what Kars has been doing this game. He hasn't been ganking, but he has been visiting lanes that were in unfavorable positions and pushing them out with the laner. He's been mid twice to break a freeze. He's been top right now to help Stake push in and be able to base. So he can't gank because his teammates need him to facilitate these losing lanes already.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, even though I do have a bit of an issue with showing top like that when the mid lane is losing so heavily, because, you know, Ku obviously have so much control here in the mid lane with Kuro constantly pushing with those blue buffs, it means that the instant dragon is going to be the obvious choice there for Ku, that they're going to answer if you do show top. But as you said, he's trying to make something happen. You know, like there's
Just helping his lanes.
There's no really good option for him right now. And he's just hoping to try and get somebody ahead.
And Ku, we've heard about their strong mid game, but this early game has gone swimmingly for them as they find themselves up 1,000 gold here at 12 minutes in with a dragon and a tower. So plenty of room as they maneuver towards that mid game.
And Gorilla finished his Moby Boots. Sword Art still looking for a little bit more gold to do that. So we actually see some of those really good roams from Gorilla. Yesterday we saw him facilitate a lot of ganks, a lot of plays. Basically him going in first, throwing the lantern backwards. This time he can't do that, but he's able to lock them up with some good combos here. Some deep vision was placed though by Sword Art, so he moved in, got the vision at the Gromp. That's really crucial because you can always spot the jungle, and if you don't spot him, you have a good instinct that he's actually at the other side of the map.
Yeah, Gorilla replacing a pink ward there, destroying one of his own. I guess it didn't quite see that other deep ward, so Flash Wolves with a couple of those two deep wards that you mentioned actually in very good spots, and they're both able to survive.
Yeah, I just checked. These wards do not see each other, so it's not an elaborate mind game here from Ku Tigers to leave that ward alive. It actually just doesn't get spotted by the pink ward on their blue buff. So we could see Hojin spotted if he goes for Gromp.
Hojin actually mid lane right now.
Sword Out very patient waiting for that dark landing.
He was in there for a long time, even cleared a ward out and still just hung out in there in the brush, but no gank forthcoming. Kasa will leave the bottom lane as Hojin and Kuro. It's just blue buff city right now for this Lulu. Gets a third. Oh, no, did get it.
So calm here from the Ku Tigers, and Hojin at the helm, just walking through this game plan. Blue stolen once again here. They're easily.
Look at Karsa pinging though. They know because they haven't seen him Gromp in a while. They haven't seen Lulu mid in a while.
Plus they have that ward that they walked over real quick, and he just smited the Wolf Spirit, so that's going to tip off both teams.
Bottom lane though, Sword Art does use the Black Shield as NL going to keep firing. The ulti did land, but it doesn't quite connect for long enough. Gorilla going to stay safe, but this bottom lane actually starting to open up some space. The Manamune Varus really firing away.
Yeah, it's really hard to punish that poke. Even if Varus misses, he doesn't really get any... There's no opportunity cost on a missed Q for Varus. It's really hard for Prey to step in here. We see Stake getting kited again by Smeb, so flashes in though, spear misses.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, but they are going to follow in. Speb actually forces them away. They realize with the abilities missed, they have to give it up.
Meanwhile, once again, Hojin, he sees jungler top, immediately goes bottom. He gets sniped out though. NL on this Varus, dealing a decent amount of poke damage to anybody who comes close.
I like Prey's adaptation though, very early tier 2 boots to just keep sidestepping those binds, just like he talked about earlier, Kobe, how that movement speed helps against the binds and the arrows. He's really not been getting hit a lot in this lane. Only had to use cleanse once, and I believe that was on the ulti, so overall solid play here from Prey.
Yeah. It again speaks to the relaxed approach that Ku are taking here. Continually feeding blue buff to Kuro. I feel like he's almost had more uptime with the blue buff than he's spent without the blue buff in this game.
You see Maple now in the mid lane, trying to keep that very mid laner out and from under his turrets here as Smeb and Snake do battle once again. The Frozen Mallet is coming up, and even now, starting to bully as Ku once again very calm, very collected, getting themselves further and further ahead.
Yeah, this is without the Frozen Mallet yet. Once that gets completed, you won't be able to walk out just like that. And then, yeah, Maple, he's still wondering what a blue buff looks like. He sees it on Kuro all the time, but hasn't had a single one.
Yeah, he can see it right there. It's in front of his face.
He wants to know what it feels like, Kobe.
It's part of the skin on Lulu, that that summer skin. It just comes with a blue buff half the time.
Well, speaking of,
here we go again.
Kuro gonna get it again.
Is this number 5? I believe it is.
4, I think.
It may actually be number 5.
It was a joke that I thought he might have more uptime with the blue buff, but I actually want someone to check, observers or something, because that very well could be true. Well, at the very least, he's getting a lot of mileage out of that mastery in the utility tree to get.
I mean, only 15.5 minutes into the game, so you might just be right.
Doesn't matter. 4, 5, 6, a lot of blue buffs have gone towards Kuro's way.
buffs.
And he's used that to take down tier 1 tower on his own, even though Karsa walked in and cleared a lot of waves. He's now pushing on the tier 2, already half HP. So Kuro, yeah, he's not known to be a very flashy, in-your-face type of player, but he will whittle away at your tower with continuous push poke here. Obviously, the matchup does allow it.
Man, can he glitter lance a minion wave, though. Right down the middle.
That's the essential Lulu skill. as Q, not that far ahead in gold, honestly, only 500 now, but you can just tell with the control they have over the map, they're happy to play here. They're going to start knocking down turrets and bumping up that gold, and Dragon is alive in 50 seconds as well. Swordart, whoa, going straight in. The game plan ulti out as well. We're going to have teleports also as Gorilla could be the one caught out, but the teleport answer from Smeb gets ultied out of it. Binding follows in. Caster going to chase in, and there's the dunk. NL gets himself the kill.
Where's the cancel?
That was a good instant ulti there, though, from NL, locking up Smeb. Smeb should have canceled. We all agree here, but good proactive play from Flashers. I like it. Flashing in with Morgana. At worst, you force Flash or Flash on AD carry, and that's always worth it.
Plus, here comes the Siege. They've got the double poke of Nidalee plus Varus here. Here comes the poke. One lands right there, and they're going to be able to get a turret off the back of that. Careless teleport completion there from Smeb does cost them an objective as well. Flash Wolf going to strike back. Actually even up the gold.
Yeah, and AD carry Varus has gone to a couple different builds in history. They used to be what they call it like not the approach that NL takes here. He just goes for a lot of CDR, a lot of cooldown reduction, keeps spamming out the arrows. That allows him to stack his tier on his mana immune quicker too, so he wants to get that Mura mana.
Watch the barrel set up here, very important. Flash Wolves maybe overstaying at the Dragon.
So much poke though.
You're going to try and finish it though. Flash Wolves need to get it done. They do collect it. Proactive play rewards the Flash Wolves.
I mean, we haven't added it up. There's arrows, there's barrels, there's binding spears, and then you have a Juggernaut Darius that can walk up and start executing people. So overall, around these objectives, Scoot Tigers will have to be careful because Flash Wolves, a lot of poke. Gorilla.
Yep, straight into it. Good Black Shield though. Now the ulti out. I think a binding hit him. And now Maple's going to chase in. He just dives to it and Prey has to cleanse out. Hojin barely doesn't get snared.
That cleanse paying off though. This is a second time or third time Prey uses it right now. He would have not saved him there. Chain connect.
Honestly impressed with NL as well. You know, it does go both ways. He's landed so many of these arrows as well as ultimates. Even now he's dry and they're still going to try and push back and answer mid lane turret.
And all the standing gold for Flash Wolves is good news if they can get it. Ku up 3-1 in turrets right now, but now Ku are going to force them back. Going to kite them all the way down this long open mid lane. Maple going to get slowed up. Smeb does have that frozen mana completed. Going to force the ulti out of GP. Jigsaw goes in. Maple will flash it. Heal burned as well.
I think Smeb actually didn't want to transform there at all because it removes his range attack. And frozen mana was like, no, I don't want to change. Not today. Doesn't get the kill. That does force a flash. Prey misses ulti. Would have hit if it weren't for that pesky flash.
And Ku continuing to apply that pressure. Going to go over to the blue. Actually, Casa wants it, but this is not your jungle right now, Ku. Too many members around here in the top left are going to be able to take this away. Smeb actually posturing aggressively. Good hop out of it. And the blue will go over to Kuro. Once again, he gets the buff.
I would expect Ku also to actually use this blue buff to keep up the pressure and try and take down the last outer turret up on the top side. Get some pressure up there. Looks like they are going to bring Prey over, so maybe they'll make the rotation.
I like what this early game, how even it has been playing out. The slight advantage, especially on the map for pressure on Ku, but then some good moves from Flash Wolves. What it means for the group too, because we can see a really close group here, but this fight on top lane won't be as close.
No, this is why it's so obnoxious with the Frozen Mallet. Smeb just going to go all in. Wallop lands there as well after the null. Prey's here. Gorilla's up as well. Good flash from Stake. Might clear him, but the zap's going to come through. They are going to dive in. Easy pickings there as Smeb actually gets the kill.
That's the reason he goes Frozen Mallet so quickly. That's going to be that outer turret they were looking for. Even easier than they thought it would be. Nice dodge there from Kuro.
Ulti missed though by NL, and Kuro's going to keep chasing. Flash Walker gets the knock up. Black Shield across the wall is going to maybe keep him alive, but Hojin picks him off with a Sonic Wave.
Honestly, Kuro with the dodges on these skill shots, pretty impressive there. Goes in for the flash knockup as well, and it's not only going to be one turret, but Prey on the front line is going to take down two.
And the Ku Tigers train really rolling now, starting to knock down turrets with this Jinx. We've talked about the mid-game since the start of the tournament, and it's arrived.
Yeah, that tower status almost reflects the blue status. We just got word from production. It wasn't 5 blue buffs so far, all gone to Kuro, as opposed to Flash Wolves have only gotten 2 blue buffs, and I believe all of them went to Karsa here. So Ku trailing ahead right now. It was a little even, but even though they have 5 turrets to 2, only having a 1,000 gold advantage means if Flash will stay even and they can even up these towers later, they will actually spiral ahead in gold because they're actually being being better in fights, but Ku is just playing the map a lot better.
Yeah, and we've seen what they want to do. You know, Flash Wolves, they've got the Nidalee Varus poke and the threat of Morgana bindings. If one of those bindings lands, it guarantees the follow-up skill shots. So the thing they have to work around, though, Gorilla, obviously, the bodyguard on the front lines. Alistar's going to try and take those and go for the initiation. Smeb does have Flash, so they also have to watch out for the flanks. Ku really would like to get a flank.
I mean, Sword Art has been ready with the Black Shields, and also look at what he's building. He's going for Zeeks. Won't be as efficient, I feel, though. He actually want to cast it on Gangplank instead of on NL there, because that won't really help him too much. Kura here, let's see that again on NL.
There's one dodge, two dodges. Gonna go in here for the flash, and then dodge another one as it comes out. Just...
Is it a dodge or a miss? Debatable there.
I'd say... I'm gonna go dodges.
I feel if you point blank knock him up and you still miss, I don't know, man.
I'll leave my vote out this time as a Dragon back in a minute 40. Kuro, there we go. Blue buff number 6 as he goes back to base. Rabadon's death cap is likely close, if not finished. So Ku going to be nice and strong again. We keep harping on about it, but the strong mid game is where Ku really excel. They've got themselves a slight gold lead, not massive here, only 1,000, but they've got the items to do it. They've got the tools to try and really snowball the game.
Yeah, exactly. You keep talking about the tools for engaging here, and usually when it's the poke comp, you're like, Ku really need to get to that back line and stop this poke, but they've got the Jinx with Critical Strike already, and Lulu backed up, so they can even shred frontline. Yeah. If they catch anybody, and they're able to get Prey a reset, he can just run them down.
And that's also the nature of Flash's composition. We talked about it in Champs, like they don't really build all that much armor, so nothing really constitutes as frontline here. We see NL, Black Shield, get out.
Smeb, good duck binding. Hojin kicks someone out of there. Now they've gotten Jinx ultis out as well, and that's going to be the kill for Kuro. Sword Art pops the ulti, but they're going to keep chasing Warlock. Locks up Stake, he's going to get gnarred into the wall. Kuro going to keep firing away, and Prey finally gets onto that front line. Going to try and do the damage. It is there as Prey picks up another.
That was some fantastic chaining of abilities here from the Ku Tigers.
I'm just so impressed with Hojin on this lead. Everybody's talked about, yes, he needs to return to it. They got 5 AD back. We're going to see it again. And he has not disappointed.
Certainly not. I believe 2 for 2 in plays now on the champion in the games that they've played, including this one. And look good at both times here. 2-0-2 right now for the Ku Tigers junglers. They're looking for a pick. Maple going to get fired on Dark Binding. Good dodge out from Prey. Whimsy really helping out there, but no kill forthcoming. Maybe just the Dragon that's spawning right now.
And Sword Art actually, for going that 6, he's actually just turning that Amp Tome and that Cloth Armor into the makings of his Zonia's Hourglass. That's what he wants to do, because he basically wants to become the front line. He wants to walking zone with his ulti, then press Zonia's later, but he'll need a lot more gold to get that item though.
Sword Art in trouble. Prey doesn't have his ultimate though, but Ku have some good poke down. They're going to start this Dragon. Pinkwater already ready in the pit. We'll see what Flash Wolves can do here.
They just have to start a Dragon. They do it quickly.
Yeah, Flash Wolves really have to land the poke. They got a pretty good one right there.
Smeb ultied up. They're going to try and collapse in onto him. He will hop out of it. And Dragon does die. Ku, I believe, yes, did pick up Dragon number 2.
They can rotate. They can rotate mid. Even go for a potential Baron. They're pinging both. Let's see what they decide.
Yep, Flash Wolves going to just run down there. They've got some towers open. We've talked about the gold lead being so close. Flash Wolves in touching distance with basically one turret. But
you know what? I think they really want to secure a blue buff for Nidalee to continue the poke. Like this poke for them is what they have going. And without the blue buff, it's been really difficult for them. Wow, they're going to give it over to Maple instead?
I guess we'll find out soon. Maple, yes, does get his first blue of the game. Going to go back. I think Infinity Edge is close to finished, if not done for Maple. Is going to go back and does have it.
Okay. I mean, this is the core, right? For Gangplank, Triforce, Edge.
I want to see some impressive barrels then.
If you get a blue buff, if you take my blue buff, your barrels better be on point.
But in a jungler and Kobe clearly coming out there. As Flash Wolves, again, keeping it really close, going to mash this minion wave.
Look at those barrel mechanics.
That was a great barrel.
That was beautiful. You got a lot of cash right there. Okay, that counts.
Minions thankfully don't move too often or move very predictably. Maple, though, starting to get stronger, and it feels like it's one fight away from either team taking momentum in this game.
Let's see if Maple can get the Scuttle Crab with the barrels. I think that is
the real
challenge.
The real target.
Well, the thing that I would look for then from Ku is actually some more vision coverage because, oh, here we go, actually. Smeb finds himself trying to land some slows.
He just wants to go in. He's going to go in for the boulder. Does land it there.
Smeb's bravado on his top lane. So often he's find himself 2v1, 1v3, and then he just he turns it around, especially the side steps. He's not afraid to offensively dodge a skill shot and then returns some damage here. You see Prey being speed up here.
NL a little too far forward. Heal does come out from Nidalee.
Prey right there, breaking the barrel chain. Attacks the front one, that's ticking down first, so that he cuts off the chain reaction.
And that's something we haven't really seen all too much. So often, Gangplank gets put up in a priority, and so many highlight reels where, especially where Palm, for example, gets that 4-man barrel here. Hang on, finish that story later.
Black shield. Sorda is going to dodge out of the way. Heal again from Casa.
But the TLDR is just kill the barrel. So many highlight plays could have been prevented if people just auto-attack the barrel.
And that's why I say prioritize vision right now, because you don't want to have to face check a brush.
Yeah.
If a barrel explodes on multiple people,
Maybe a catch. Gorilla does combo into Stake. Chain though out. Gangplank Gold's going to zone them away. This is not a bad fight for the Flash Rolls, but the ulti out from Nick. It's good. There's actually a kill. Barrel does get it. Spam jumps in with a Flash ulti, but Carter's already taken out Prey. Flash Rolls, double kill there from Gangplank. Gonna keep running. Kuro's forced to flash out.
Maple's blue buff runs out, so obviously no more barrels. But that was so close.
Fair enough.
If Prey's traps connected on Stake there, that would have been a reset and a cleanup fight. They just landed just shy of Stake, and he managed to walk out. Didn't die to the Jinx ultimate either. And then really good barrels there from Maple, but overall, good fight here from the Flash Wolves.
And Flash Wolves actually got themselves line up a Baron steal, but the Flash Wolves looking to take control of this game.
Just wait out the queue right now. You don't want to let Hojin get a free shot in there. Gonna land another one onto Maple. Still dangerous for him though.
Have to be careful. Teleport up for Smet, but he's not alive.
Hojin, here's Stake.
Oh, goes in, kills Agent. That's gonna give him the Baron. Casa so low, but he heals himself to safety. Flash Wolves get Baron.
Stake with the big plays, jumps over the side, and he has the cover fire to get out.
And the patience just overall, not only on this Baron play, but also being so many towers down here on the map. Flash Wolves haven't really panicked. They haven't really made any moves saying like, oh guys, we're so far behind. They realized they were only a couple thousand gold at best behind. And they've really been playing to the strengths of their composition. Yeah, well executed poke composition. Let's watch that fight again.
All right, so Smeb obviously on the front line, starts it out with the slow.
Look at traps now.
Gorilla uses everything that he has on it as well, and they sit in this Gangplank ultimate. There's the poke that lands from both of them, and now that's the barrel chain, and he gets it to the back line as well. The big deal though, Karsa goes in and takes down Prey. You have to be very confident on the AP Nidalee to go for that.
Sneaky Kuro finally steals a Q blue buff. Oh, sorry, that's his own blue buff.
He steals his own blue buff. He claims it again, yet another one. So that's the story of the game. But overall, Stake narrowly escaping death there twice in that fight. Almost gets pinned into the wall from the Gnar ulti. Yeah, so close. He managed to survive. No resets there. And Flash Wolves ahead with Baron with a Pokemon. Baron buff is the best against and with poke compositions.
100% agree with you there. And I have to say, Stake probably the most underrated player coming into this.
He's in trouble. They're going to keep going. Gangplank ulti's going to slow him down. Stake winds it up. That's a kill for Flash Wolves. They're going to keep things rolling. And they're just going to keep starting the siege. They're ahead in gold. They've got the Baron. They've got so much momentum here.
It's so hard to deal with this. Yes, you have AoE wave clear from Jinx. It's physical, so Baron buff doesn't really negate it all too much, but you have to walk up. Look for NL. His ultimate is still available. Look at Prey. His cleanse is also available.
And Flash Wolves continue poking up that Baron siege minion. It's almost impossible for Ku to get through. NL's going to move forward. The barrel's up for poke. Instant wave clear as well. That is going to be a turret.
Yeah. Barrel stacking gives you a lot of wave zoning potential at the turret, so you can block them completely off of the turret, not to mention all the poke that's coming through. And Flash Wolves able to clean up a lot of the standing gold.
Yeah, both Nidalee and Gangplank serve a similar role when it comes to sieging. So much zone control from that poke, whether it's a spear throwing at you, the potential barrels being placed, Gangplank's ulti can be placed, and more importantly right now, if a fight breaks loose, Sword Art can actually engage, pop ulti, and have Zonias ready to zone in these fights.
Once again, that's why we mentioned the wards that Ku needed to get down for vision control. They also need them down for teleport flanks.
Smurf core, they actually are going to go in. Ulti out from Varus. Maple flashes himself to safety. Gorilla goes down. The Flash Wolves are just riding such a huge wave.
What is Ku gonna do? They need an ultimate here from Smeb, but he's too low. They're backing up. Inhib's gonna drop.
And Ku are now 10,000 gold behind almost. Their mid inhibitor has fallen. They're safe, careful play, and just a few well-played team fights. And all of a sudden, this game's turned completely around.
And it all started with a single cocoon to knock Kramer out of the lineup. NL comes in.
I was like, where are you going with this, Grubba?
NL plays Varus, and Varus, honestly, this team comp, Danos just pointed out, we have to draft around NL's poke champion Varus in the bot lane, and they did, and Ku Tigers weren't ready for this much like hidden poke.
Exactly. Honestly, it's a very intelligent comp drafted around, as you said, the signature Varus pick here for NL. Woo, shots fired there at the bench.
Good old as Ku. Honestly, I think just can't believe they're in this position. They were in the mid game. They had control. They didn't have a big lead, but they had everything in place, and they just couldn't do the next step. Flash Wolves held on.
Yeah.
And then one team fight in this game is completely blown away.
Yeah, I have no more qualms about giving blues to Maple. I would give him every single blue. You deserve it, my
Why
friend.
didn't you give him any sooner? He could have.
I'm bowing right now.
But honestly, we actually haven't really seen Karsa poking these fights with blue buff, so let's keep it at a draw for now. But overall, doesn't matter who gets the blue buff, there's just so much poke on this Flash Wolves lineup right now. Baron buff has expired though, so they don't really have that protection cushion from those minions right now. They will die faster. They still can die if Prey gets the reset, because he's building towards his third item right now. If he gets the last Whisper, he's going to negate some of that armor that's built up, but it is incredibly hard for him to position and dodge all that poke coming at him.
Yeah, the outer turrets here are pretty much trivial for Flash Wolves to knock down, so they have this giant war chest now.
And a huge Baron power play here, as you can see on your screen, 6,500 gold.
The biggest Baron power play from the entire tournament so far, and we'll see that's why you won Baron with poke compositions. We talked about it earlier. Ku were behind or slightly ahead in gold and massively ahead in towers. If Flash Wolves could hang out and even out those towers, they would swing the game back.
Yeah, and I just want to tack on to your poke composition, built around the favorite champion for NL. 19 is the number of times that Nidalee was banned away from Karsa in the normal season. Talk about it so much at the very beginning, but he has really been outstanding. Let's see if they can
see why. Smeb looking for the flank, NL gonna keep moving. Smeb now just caught out of position. Karsa gonna try and chase him down. A fight on two fronts. Smeb will flash out. They're gonna keep moving. It's Stake! Wants to go in! Goes in for the wild growth sound. Doesn't quite go for the ulti. Looks for the dome. Doesn't get it. Maple's unstoppable though.
They got the flank, but you're gonna have to retreat on all sides here. Flash Wolves just turn and fight. They're gonna take down the inhibitor turret here fairly easily.
And that's what you want to, the moment you notice you're gonna get flanked, you want to engage on the weak side, at least get that fed away and then turn around. But Flash Wolves so far heading gold. If this was even gold, this could have been beautiful for Ku Tigers, but yeah, they're starting to drown. There's just almost no plays left for them to really come back into this game.
They need to do everything they possibly can to wave clear and hold out. It's going to be very difficult for every blue buff you're going to do that. All right.
It's a game of blue buffs, man. Story has to be told.
I see you.
Well, at least right now, blue buffs have been hotly contested, but the Flash Wolves, honestly, in a commanding position now. Actually, 10,000 gold ahead in this game. They've knocked down 2 inhibitors and in a prime position to close out this game. I guess the only question left is, can they? Because Ku, they are capable of a comeback.
They do. They are capable of a comeback. You know what? They expended so much in that last attempt at a flank, though. The teleport for Smeb down, flash for Smeb down, flash for Kuro as well. And obviously they have 2 inhibitors down, so this next Baron becomes so difficult for them to face check the poke team. All you have to do as Flash Wolves is continually bait the Baron, throw at your poke. Your binding is eventually going to land, and they're going to be able to get a lot of damage down. Ku have to be so decisive here. It's just very difficult for them to pull off the play.
And that is the nature of the poke composition just in general. They're so binary. When they get ahead, it's so hard to combat against them because the only way to really fail is to drastically get caught. And Flash Wolves have played with enough patience, enough distancing from the opponent to not let that happen. And they've shown that they really know how to play these type of compositions. And obviously, if Pokemon's get behind, it's really easy to walk over them and kill them, but didn't happen this game. Flash Wolves setting up for that Baron.
And now Flash Wolves, they have started it up. Ku, I don't know if they can really approach, but they have just fully committed the poke. Still moving out, and else tanked a lot of damage. Smeb, he's going to be the one pulled in, but he's Mega now. This could be tricky. Stake. Black Shield. Huge slow off there from Gangplank. NL almost gets sniped by Jinx Gorilla. Straight into the backlines of Flash Wolves. Player well sword on. Flash ulti's on. Is there at Stake? Dunks a Smeb. As oh my god, Prey. He's going in, but he gets cut down by Nidalee. Karsa once again assassinates him.
And this was almost the best way it could play out. Instant Baron, no poke setup before Ku Tigers can commit. Smeb gets an ulti, but it's just too little too late. This was the best case scenario for Ku, and it wasn't enough.
Yep, all that Ku have left now is the Lulu. There's no way he's going to be able to steal this. Plenty of vision for Flash Wolves, plenty of members left up on the field. They're gonna grab the Baron, and again, the poke off with the Baron, plus the massive gold lead here. This is Flash Wolves' game to take.
It certainly is. All that's left is the Nexus, as we're gonna watch this again.
Yeah, usually we want to set a poke before this Baron, but already get NLS at quarter HP at the start of this fight. Look at Stake, he's gonna get Black Shielded, I believe, to dodge the ulti, and that's big, big. Sword Art is now gonna move forward and zone with his ulti too.
That binding onto Hojin, he gets caught in the middle and immediately blown up. Great zoning there from Sword Art. It separates the team and allows Stake time to get his kill. Prey was going in for the crit.
Yeah,
he wanted the crit reset right there, and he almost got another auto attack off.
But it was Karsa landing a mark, I believe it was a spear, and then instant flash follow-up, and that's the difference right there. If he missed that somehow or didn't have flash, Bray could have immediately killed 3 people there, but...
Karsa has no hesitation going into cat form and going for the executes. Multiple times he's been able to cut Ku off at the knees.
And now Flash Wolves are going to just go straight in here. This mid inhib has respawned, and they're going to look to try and find something. Hojin was peeking over for a flank.
Look at the
poke
flank
is still
works.
there. Oh my god, Gorilla goes in, but a great Black Shield by Sword Art. Now Flash Wolves 5v4.
Gorilla goes in, Gorilla goes down, and that is going to be an inhibitor here. With the Baron buff, they can just sit around and Baron empower the double lines of super minions that come in.
And I love me some flank wards when you're playing poke composition, because that is the weakness. Suddenly you're like, where is Lee Sin? Well, he's behind us, get kicked in. But that doesn't, Flash Wolves don't allow it to happen. In addition, it does seem that Morgana seems to be a strong pick against a lot of these meta champions.
Yeah, when I saw the first 3 picks here in Champion Select 4 Flash Wolves, I was fairly worried that they were going to go, that LMS route of too much melee, and not enough wave clear, but they finished it out really nicely with the last 3.
Kuro almost got one shot there as Gangplank's really coming out. Flash Wolves now going to look to take the final inhibitor and really put the nail in the coffin of Ku. Tigers Ku have almost nothing left to defend. And the Flash Wolves on the brink of another Game 2 upset. If you guys have limited watching time, highly recommend Game 2s, because apparently these are the big ones.
Yeah, and just this group in general is about to get so excited. CLG, close game against Flash Wolves. Dianos then tore it apart, said it was horrible. Ku Tigers were going to win, but now Flash Wolves, they turn it around. They're at the verge of taking their first win at Worlds.
Hojin tries to assassinate ANL, but he doesn't get it. Flash Wolves might just be Ku here. One Nexus turret is down. The Super Minions in the Baron are doing too much. Ku Tigers too far behind. Can't do anything. What is up with the upsets? And the Flash Wolves, a well-deserved win. Found their competition, found the fights they needed, and were able to very, very convincingly close that out.
Ku Tigers were not ready for the AD carry switch here.
No. Or just for the poke in general. When I looked at this lineup initially, you saw some elements of poke, but once you really saw that Dragonfly play out, you start to realize just how much zone control Flash Wolves were offering. And then also Stake, criminally underrated it seems coming in. It almost became a joke. Stake absorbs in the top lane, he doesn't do anything, but so far, 2 really solid games from him, so props to the Wolves.
And I think, like we've already alluded to, everyone on Flash Wolves stepping up this game. The top side of the map looked good yesterday when they played against CLG. Karsa, Maple, and Stake, even though Maple looked a little shaky in the lane, did step up, but the bottom lane change, what a difference.
But the change this time was, Ku Tigers weren't running any hard catch. So they had no point and click CC. Remember, Mako, for example, with the Tibbers, you had Cocoons. Nothing was in that lineup for the Ku Tigers. The best catch they could have was a combo from Alistar followed up with traps. A couple of times, those traps were just a little short from Prey. And then these fights get so incredibly hard because of the distancing the Flash Wolves managed to acquire in these fights.
Gangplank barrels plus the double poke coming out from Nidalee and Varus.
Black shields.
Black shields and the bindings to set things off. It came together so well at the end of that Champions Select. I don't think Ku were even ready for it.
Nor were we.
They were, exactly.
I mean, we were joking about Varus AD carry, boys. But
well, yeah, because we're like, oh yeah, we know, NL plays a whole bunch of that. He's the one subbing in, but he showed why he had so many games on it and why they had success. I honestly don't time in the future in this.
Karsa's nearly also fundamental in this competition. Even the little things like the heals occasionally, you don't really keep track of that, but poke comps, they occasionally get hit back, but then if you can sustain up, you have Black Shields. A couple of really nice ones from Sword Art as well. Gorilla went in multiple times, but Alistar W now is a little slower. It is easier by a small margin, and that could be the difference to stop those combinations.
I love that you mentioned Sword Art, because given the caliber of player that Gorilla is, We heard about Sword Art. The whole thing is that he protects NL. You know, his AD carry. He's, you know, the big brother almost. He did an amazing job that game. Absolutely outstanding.
I think, yeah, all the guys that were in charge of the skill shot champions definitely deserve some praise in this. And Maple as well in the mid lane with the gangplank. Even though he was constantly shoved in by this Lulu that had permanent blue buff, he was able to hold on. He didn't die, and he was able to stack the bank plank up to get the Infinity Edge Trinity Force combo, which is what he was looking
Bank
for.
plank, not quite as bank plank as the old GP10 back in the day, but the most important part is for this match is now CLG up next. They could actually get in first somehow in this group, and we'll have to see how hard they play, how much advantage they get against Pain, I believe, and then we can see how this group will play out, because if Pain, for whatever reason, and next week could be just a joy to watch overall.
Yeah, even in the first 2 days, a lot of unexpected movement here.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly, after seeing the Flash Force play, CLG struggle a bit against them, but really clutch it out. CLG, look at this next game. They're probably thinking, oh, it's fine. Like, let's just take it easy.
CLG
they must win this next game now.
Beat Flash Wolves. Flash Wolves beat Q. I mean, by proxy, CLG #1. Just like I picked him.
Very well.
Transitive property of
I did miss the
Worlds.
fact that Flash Wolves would be Ku, because Ku's my #2, so that kind of doesn't hold up. But yeah, transitive property of Worlds.
And again, Ku, a team that was kind of expected to, I think, do very well, but can certainly have a feast or famine sort of style. We saw a bit of famine that game after the feast in their first one. And it was crazy because they had everything in place. And then the Flash Wolves just said, you know what? We want to win this game. Turned it on. Sword Art goes in, gets aggressive, huge team fights, and that was all they needed.
It's just so rare to see in this metagame a team be up so many towers and still not have that large gold advantage, because it just goes hand in hand usually once we see these games. But yeah, Flash Wolves hung on and then even out that gold.
Well, let's get a bit more for an inside perspective on the Flash Wolves' first win here in Paris. We're going to send it down to Shocks.
Thank you so much, guys. Joined here by Steak from the Flash Wolves after a fantastic victory over the Ku Tigers. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I mean, an amazing game from your side. You guys went for a poke composition, which is hard to execute. Tell me why this versus the Ku Tigers.
Because we have Gangplank in the mid, so playing a poke comp is a lot easier. Yeah, and Never Lose, his main is Varus. So we're pretty confident with that comp.
Yeah, we know that is his main champion, and it's quite interesting because Kramer got put on the side and NL got put in. Tell me what happened kind of in your team after yesterday coming into today.
Oh, we prepared NL for this match earlier, so it has nothing to do with yesterday, yeah.
All right, very interesting. You guys definitely showed up. You actually had two very good games both today and yesterday, and you're quite the underdog coming into these matchups, especially versus someone like Smeb. How do you deal with that? Because it seems like you're just doing fantastically.
Well, it's pretty easy to go in the game knowing that I'm gonna be the only one to troll our team. Yeah, so like Maple's gonna carry me no matter what, and NL's gonna carry me no matter what, so it's pretty easy, yeah.
Well, that's a nice way to look at it. Finally, now that you have this victory and you've seen what happens in the group, how high do you rate your chances for getting out of the group and getting into the next round?
I think we're gonna make it through, like, I don't know, I think very high.
You can be confident. This was a fantastic win. Congratulations,
Thank you.
Steak.
Thank you.
Some more insight. We're going to go back over to the guys at the desk.
Thank you, Shocks. And yes, a very solid win for them. I do want to kind of work through this one incrementally because I think there's value in going step by step. So starting in pick and ban, Yamato, I feel like some people looking at the composition that was drafted by Flash Wolves would initially have some fear of the double melee, triple AD comp that was drafted and how it might play out throughout the game.
For sure. Like, I've been talking so much about Darius' strengths, and I feel like poke composition kind of forces the enemy team to walk into you, and Gangplank and Darius is just perfect in those scenarios. And Ku Tigers' composition didn't really have enough engage to kind of cut inside that team composition.
I don't know if I feel like they didn't necessarily have enough engage. I feel that it was misplayed. Smeb, who is normally a very good Gnar player, Ku Tigers are very good around playing around the Fury management on Gnar. It was just bad this game.
It was terrible.
And he was teleporting even for some of these endgame fights with very little Fury. They were trying to engage from the front. It's not going to work in this composition, right? You have a form of engage with Alistar. You can follow it up with Lulu. The other thing about this draft that I find curious is that Prey is not really a Jinx player. And I've seen him playing it in solo queue, but I really wasn't impressed by his Jinx play in this particular game.
Yeah, and honestly, you have to kind of see this coming, too, in the pick ban phase. When they put in NL, we know he's a Varus player. You look at Karsa, most banned champion against Flash Wolves is Nidalee, banned 19 times during their season.
Yeah, not only that, I mean, yes, I think that's definitely very valid. And if you're Ku, are the Rek'Sai and Gragas bans really worth it to leave up GP, Darius, and a pocket pick Nidalee for Karsa? They just looked a little unprepared, a little sloppy here. I think their gameplay in the early game was quite good, though.
Well, so some stumbling there on the side of Ku. But to your point in the pregame about, you know, actually looking at Flash Wolves' draft, as you felt that was one of their weaker points in their game against CLG. They made many improvements playing to the strengths of the different players on their team. However, now I want to move into the early game. Let's go 0 to 15 minutes, because what we saw immediately was dictating across the map by Ku the way that this game was going to be played.
Yeah, and I think they had a very good read on what they were going to do in these lanes. Giving up that first blue buff over to Lulu allowed them to put this immense pressure onto the mid turret. They took it down very quickly, and we saw a scenario where Ku was up 5-2, looked like they were very comfortably in control of this game. But instead of getting the vision and then setting up the engages by using TP, they decided to sort of awkwardly fight straight on, and you can't fight this composition that the Flash Wolves are running from the front only. That's just not going to work. It's too easy to kite.
Yeah, I have to disagree with you. I think the composition, it was just so polarized. I think that, sure, the TP engage, it worked once for the Gnar, but when the TP was down and the Lee Sin tries to engage, it's so hard to do that against the Morgana. It's very hard to catch people with Lee Sin when the Morgana is on the enemy team.
But you can always run them around the map. We saw them taking dragons out from underneath the poke because they could get through the dragons so quickly. So there are ways to move around the map and take objectives while you're waiting for the teleport to come back up. But even when the teleport was up, it was used badly by the Ku Tigers. It was not used right.
Zyrene, I want to look at where the game then changed, shifted gears. At about 16 minutes, we saw a play from Sword Art in the bot lane, you know, coming back as the turret was dying, flash in, ultimate, completely changed the pace of the game. Up until that point, Flash Wolves had been on the back foot. This was the first kind of active move that they had made in the game to say, we're going to do something about slowly losing.
Yeah, they kept getting so much out of the bottom lane, too. The TP coming down here from Stake. And then that's a TP that you cancel on Smeb's side. You cancel that TP, and then you continue to push out your top lane, and you might get a turret for that. But instead, goes over to Flash Wolves. They're able to group up under this turret. They take it, and they get to push this down. Big win there for them. And this was a lane that, coming into it, you know, you said, thank God the NL is in here instead of Kramer. It ended up being, thank God for that, because they just kept pushing the lane in, causing so much pressure, getting constant cleanses out over and over again, which gives Sword Art this opportunity to go in and make plays like this and put pressure onto them. So Prey and Gorilla were kind of locked down into that lane.
Yeah, and I'm wondering where you go in the future here. Do you ban Varus Sivir and then the Nidalee and then, say, really force them to mix it up and maybe put NL onto an AD carry that he's very uncomfortable on? Because I just remember, you know, seeing this guy at IEM, and he was so underwhelming. Yeah. I was just...
Well, it's an interesting thought, you know, the fact that they have shown up here and said, hey, look, there's a composition, there's a style that we're entirely comfortable to play. It's going to force all the rest of these teams mid-group stage to adjust the way they approach Pig Ban against this team.
But I think the biggest issue in this draft was that, like, Ku perfectly lined it up for them to pick a poke composition. They had the poor engage, and the matchups just kind of lined up perfectly, just because, like, the matchups were good on the side of course, Flash Wolves.
All right, well, there's one score left to settle today in Group A. Don't go anywhere, because CLG takes on Pain Gaming when we return.
Both teams looking strong. Ku maybe favored, but anything can happen here at Worlds.
Flash use Sword Art trying to drench things out. Maybe enough with the rockets out as well. Prey will flash, but GP already gets first one onto Alistar. It's good. The barrel does get it. Smeb jumps in with a flash ulti, but Carter's already taken out Prey. Smeb will flash out. They're going to keep moving. It's Stake. Wants to go in. Goes in with the wild growth sound. Doesn't quite go for the ulti. Flash ulti's on. Is there at Stake? Dunks Smeb. As oh my god, Prey. He's going in, but he gets cut down by Nidalee. Ku Tigers too far behind.
Welcome back, everyone. Right now, the North American LCS Summer Champions, CLG, are gearing up to take on Pain Gaming in our final clash of the day. Here you see some fans of the team as well as Shocks taking a moment to spend some time with the crowd out there in Paris, France. Now, CLG pulled off a win yesterday, but it was in no way flawless. Rather, Monty, I know you have some opinions on the way that they played that game out.
They just didn't play to their compositional strengths. They were not willing to group up and try and siege turrets. And their shot calling honestly looked like it needed a lot of work. I think that had they not landed that cocoon at the end, it was really the Flash Wolves game to lose.
Yeah, and the Flash Wolves actually put a little bit of perspective on that whole game with just beating Ku. But objectively, though, Zion Spartan was underperforming. That was not a type of performance we were used to seeing from this guy who was playing really carry-oriented stuff in the top lane. Still got a carry champion, but was just getting destroyed by Stake and Karsa.
All right, well, ultimately, they'll need to pull it together, rather, if they want to start Worlds 2-0 and take sole possession of Group A.
I have to say that I'm thinking about the game, Flash Wolves versus COG. It's like Flash Wolves kind of gave them that game in the draft, thinking that COG kind of played their favorite team composition and still played so poorly, which is shocking to me.
Yeah, they really lucked out on CLG's side. They were able to get Lulu, Darius, an Elise, the best jungler, one of the best mid laners to flex. Just really, that's a gifted comp to them.
Yeah, it was. And I don't think they're going to have such an easy time this time, because if anything, we can say Pain's drafting was at least solid, and they had a very nice early game execution as well to sort of get a slight early advantage.
Yeah, we were more than impressed with their early game. Unfortunately, you go up against the likes of Ku, who will, if given the opportunity, close out an even game past 20, 25 minutes. Now, one last time, I'm going to put you guys on the spot. Zyrene, I'm coming to you first. Who's taking this game?
There's been a lot of upsets today, but I'm still going with the favorites in this. I'm going with CLG here. I'm not going to go with Pain. I feel like CLG, they are probably going to come out on top of this group, considering the performances that other teams have been having, in my opinion.
Okay. I'm going to take CLG. I still think Ku will take first place in this group, but I think that CLG should be able to overpower Pain here. But just given what we've already seen in Group A, it does look like it's something that's much closer than I had initially anticipated.
Finally,
I have to say Pain Gaming. Shockingly. My mind is
ladies and gentlemen, the first
body.
time that the desk is not in agreement.
So, let me tell you why, right?
Please.
I think like Pain Gaming has shown some good qualities, and I feel like COG with their best composition still showed that they lack that mid game and late game, and I feel like Pain Gaming can punish that.
All right, well, there we have it. The first time we have a split desk. As we kick it to our casters for picks and bans, Kami admits he has a lot of admiration for CLG, and this is a matchup he's been waiting for a long time.
Well, I think CLG is a great team, and we're looking forward to playing against them. I know my bot lane is really looking forward to facing CLG's bot lane, so we're happy for those games as well. And I'm a fan of Pobelter as well. I've watched him for a long time. Not only Pobelter, but I'm also a fan of Hotshot. I started playing League of Legends by watching Hotshot stream, basically. And so I'm really looking forward to playing against CLG as well.
Well, Kami had a pretty good game yesterday. He's going to get that chance now to take on Pobelter and CLG. But before we get to Champ Select, let's check out the teams. On the blue side, for Counter Logic Gaming, we have in the top, Zion Spartan. In the jungle, Xmithy. Their mid laner, Pobelter. AD carry double lift, Aframu there to complete rush hour. And of course, their coach, Zixlol.
And I gotta agree with Aframu, or I have to agree with Kami there. I'm looking forward to seeing the matchup of these bottom lanes, Double Lift and BRTT. Very outspoken AD carries, very emotional guys. Now, for the international wildcard team from Brazil, Pain Gaming. Up top, it is Mylon in the jungle. Sir T at mid, as we just saw. Kami, AD carry is going to be BRTT, supporting him, Dude, and their coach, MIT.
But looking at the matchup, stylistically, I think one opening can be Kami's playstyle into Pobelter's, if Pobelter hasn't changed up, because obviously it's a new pass. But traditionally, Pobelter gets a lot less resources, leans back out in lane and farms. That could open up Kami to roam. We said the same about it yesterday. It didn't really actually end up happening because Pobelter convincingly kind of won his lane. But I want to see some Kami TF plays. I really like the way he plays it. I think that pressure will be needed because as much as you're excited to see that bot lane, I think 2v2 CLG's bot lane will absolutely smash Pain Gaming's.
And I think Kami, in the first game we've seen from Pain, the only other one we've seen, he was a huge element of the potential to win that game. He's the star player of Brazil, the star player of his team. If anyone's going to make it big for Pain, not just in this game, but in Worlds, it is going to be Kami.
Definitely agree there. We'll see if they do try and target him in the champion select here. First off the bat is going to be some hard engage, taking away that Malphite.
Yep, he's gone away there, so not going to have that here as Pain do pick a ban. It's Gangplank, very common ban here in Paris. Is an almost insta-ban from CLG, going to take out the Darius.
Yep, Juggernaut's falling left and right. Lulu may be left open, actually has a lot lower win rate than we expected here, that Lulu pick overall. Let's see if they actually bait CLG into picking it. Also, to keep your eye on junglers, because Elise seen a lot of favor here. Early drops, early picks for that champion very, very often.
Yeah, Smithy is so good with a lot of the Cinderhulk junglers, though. I don't think that CLG would be too sad about giving it up. That being said, yes, Elise is on the board, so they won't give away the first pick to CLG.
Not anymore. They just banned it out here. Elise off the table, so Pain Gaming, even though like Smithy, yeah, as you said, you know, very, very big on the Cinderhulk junglers, just don't want to deal with that cocoon throwing menace.
Yeah, there is something, it's so interesting about Smithy because he spent so much money on just individual wards in the early stages of the game, and then that delays his sight zone, but it sets up the first stages of the vision to set up for the rest of the team, and he has to be on something safe to get that first line down.
Well, unfortunately, Crepo is not going to get his wish, at least for this game. Kami's Twisted Fate was the final ban there for CLG as Pain, with 15 seconds left to decide what they want to take away. We've talked a lot about priority picks. We've seen Mordekaiser banned 100% of the time.
This may be the first Mordekaiser, but nope.
Not yet.
Pain Gaming even must hurt.
It must
the
hurt.
Brazilians. They got their one, but you have to ban it out. Lulu's open right now, and I'm looking at Braum. Even though the champion has a surprisingly low win rate, I think it might even be as low as 0 so far in the tournament. Somebody tweeted that at me, so I have to double check. But Braum, the tier 1 pick, 0 and 8. Our stats guy Sultry whispers in my ear just now. So 0 and 8 so far for Braum. So coming into the tournament, it was top pick, top ban. Suddenly just doesn't work anymore for these teams.
Yeah, I mean, still a strong champion. The record here also could be just because everyone prioritizes him, both the teams that are strong and the teams that are not. Anyways, though, he's not going to be first round priority here. CLG did get their hands on that Lulu, so that does signify a place out here for CLG. It did work out for them before, you know, double lift on some sort of end game carry there. Last time using Jinx, this time we'll see what they go for. And it does play into probably that Pobelter Lulu mid, so he can run that low econ mid laner.
So Kami not on an assassin this time, but picks the Orianna, and we've seen that matchup play out. It just, what Lulu does decently well in lane, Orianna just does better, and that's why this matchup actually propels forward for the Orianna. We saw Expected do it too, stayed even, managed to build very offensively, didn't have to get any defensive items, and then landed that 4-man shockwave, but obviously some setup is required. Still possible here to do the same thing for Pain Gaming. Kallista's open, Annie's open.
Yeah, plus, you know, this is a signature champion for Kami. The Orianna has been playing it for so long. Surti also very happy. So comfort picks here for Brazil right off the bat.
Well, big players going to need to make some big plays on the champion as CLG consider their next few picks here, looking for second and third in this draft. 10 seconds now. And CLG, after the insta-lock, Lulu have really slowed things down. There's the Lee Sin there for Smithy. And we may see Braum could get his first win here in the World Championships.
Again, though, no Hearts TC, and a lot of these lineups in these games here at the World Finals have been looking great on paper, but then you realize if there's no targeted Hearts TC, these teams are so good that they can play around that. That may be the start of your demise. So I need to see if either of these teams actually pick some target TC. Think of an Annie, think of any lockdown immediately. Can help you facilitate these fights.
And we have seen, you know, with Origin earlier today, the combos, the AoE combos, the massive impact they can have with just a single team fight. If you win a giant shockwave or something like that, you know, you set up with Annie. Speaking of Origin, this was the exact combo that they ran as well. They could be looking to pull the same thing off on CLG.
Look at Crepo, the prophet there, predicting the Annie Kalista.
I mean, I'm not a prophet. I'm just looking at Origin's game overall here. Yeah. Pain Gaming, they were in the studios, they were getting ready for the game. Twitter's like, that looks like a good composition, let's run it.
We'll see how it works out here for Pain as they've got one pick left in this draft. We pop back over to Counterlogic Gaming. Really picked a lot of strong utility, can flex the Lulu if they want to, so they need to complete the draft of these picks, and it's Tristana Olaf that they settle on.
Yeah, speaking of the Juggernauts, you know, Lulu, you need not only the AD carry for the late game, but also some sort of other threat in that top lane to speed up. Olaf is perfect. This was the original combo used in North America quite a lot.
And this hover, sorry to interrupt you there, but this is actually a throwback to All-Stars where the French casters in-house would always ask the crowd, Spartans, what is your profession? And they would go nuts.
They're doing it right now.
They're doing it right now.
Shut your mouth. Yeah.
Let him hit it. Ships and Oil are going crazy already, so it's a good throwback here from the youth French player here in Paris. But to touch back on the actual things at hand, I think Olaf here is a fantastic pick. I love it with Lulu. I love it against these hard engages, these hard stunts. He can just run down Kalista.
Yeah, also, I mean, this CLG comp is really, really high intensity mid game here. Tristana can get them to that point where they have enough money to start grouping and roam around, knock down turrets very, very quickly, because you put up the Braum wall, and then Tristana, just one explosive charge is going to take out at least half a turret there. So they're going to look to try and chain that early gold and then get Zion. Once you get one item on Olaf, he's backed up by a Lulu. He can just try and run train.
Yeah, Nah does complete the draft there for Payno. Surprisingly popular pick here in the first 2 days of the World Championships. Remember, this is our final game of the evening as we get a little further through these groups as the teams play more games. But, gentlemen, the draft has completed.
Yeah, really looking forward to see what CLG does with this game. Pain Gaming do have a tendency to go incredibly long in their games, and then facing off against a sped-up Olaf late game, a Tristana hypercarry, potential Zeke's on the Braum. That's going to be hard to deal with for Pain Gaming.
I've learned something in the last 2 games, though, Crepo. Let's not start talking about the team fights. Let's talk about that level 1.
Yeah, let's go back. Late game doesn't matter. Who's going to face check whom?
It's not It's not if they face check 5
it's
on 5
where.
level 1. Exactly. It's going to be where do they go and who's going to have the advantage. Because once again, they do have the same bottom lane.
into Annie.
And exactly. The Annie can charge up her W, also obviously the Incinerate in the fountain on the way there to get the AoE stun. But Braum, no slouch. If they see one person out, they also have the Olaf. So a lot of ability to chase down if CLG do sort of get the momentum. Did they get the first jump in that level 1? Definitely something to watch out for. But again, we've seen the effect of the AoE from Annie if they face check a brush.
And more importantly, double teleport on both these sides here. So we can see explosive bot lanes. We could also see a complete snooze farm fest if they respect the teleports. Depends what these teams bring to the table.
Well, we'd like to know what you guys are at least thinking. Who are you calling this one for? Tweet at LOL Esports with the hashtag CLG win to cheer for the North Americans, or for PNG win to cheer for the Brazilians, and we'll see who you guys are backing in our final game of the evening. The French cast are doing an excellent job of hyping up the crowd. They're going insane right now, if you can hear them. And again, a tight game here for both teams. We would have thought maybe, just a standard CLG game, but after seeing the last few games of the first 2 days, a very tight final game of day 2.
Yeah, we had a tiny problem with BRTT's mouse, but it should be resolved, so we should be able to get into games soon enough here. So yeah, I'm excited. This could mean just so much for this group, for these teams. Pain Gaming could cause the upset here, because after all, they're the dwarf in this group. Nobody expects them to almost take any games, but they have proven that they can get relatively close.
And you talked about that bottom lane. I'm still very excited to see it. It's only added to that there's every single person in this map can join the bottom lane.
I wish these teleports could be disabled for like 10 minutes, because just in a 2v2 isolated spectrum, Tristana Braum into Annie Kalista is such a fascinating matchup, mostly because you can flash Q aggressively as Braum, but it never happens.
Do you even play bottom lane? You know it's not 2v2. It's always at least 4v2, 5v3.
Well,
it's always 2v4, 2v5. I never get any TPs.
And now 5v5, as we do have an invade from CLG. Welcome onto the Rift for our final game of day 2 here in Paris.
What's their T? A lot of teams have been doing this. They double ward, send their jungle out to bait, illusion that there's just scouting, and then they run into...
Oh, it's happening again! Level 1 denied! They're going in! Huge double stun! Fire Spot's already dead! First blood goes to now. Sortino gonna pay the price. Kami trying to kite around. Mylon in trouble. Double is going nuts with the jumps. Mylon, does go down. Afro gets the next kill. Kami almost dead. Another 3 kills
in a level 1 invade.
Pain Gaming. Fool me once, start talking about team fights too early, Crepo. You gotta touch on those level 1s, baby. We're almost back to the preseason dragon spawning. Everybody rushed down there.
Get to that bush.
It's exactly what we prepped here. The Annie in the brush. Zion throws his axe at Sir T because they saw him. They thought Belter was the one pulling off the bait. They thought Belter was distracting him, and they were going to get the jump on him. But defensive wards from Pain. Annie in the brush. They didn't throw the axe at the brush because he thought they had the target in sight, and Zion paid the price.
But Pain Gaming were so happy that they got 1 kill that they forgot they didn't realize, guys, we just used all our damage. And then CLG, they pull the trigger. It's actually very, very audacious of them to do that, being one man down and still getting 2 kills on them. So good game read here overall. But I love that play, and I think we'll see less of that later as the tournament goes on, because that Surtees was given the illusion that they were spread out, scouting, because he was just hovering around, acting, you know, Oscar to him for that first spot. But Pain Gaming, they were looking in that brush. But enough about level 1. Let's get to the game.
One more thing though, the follow that the Braum pass is doing so much work there with the Q. He's so strong in the level 1s. Now they meet up in the 2 vs 2 up top, and Pain do have the advantage with the minion wave shoving already. Pobelter though getting the early zone onto Kami. He's got the early level 2.
Look at his wards though. He bought 2 wards immediately.
Okay. Yeah, wards very important because so many flashes were blown. You mentioned that, you know, it was very risky for Pain, you know, stick around after, you know, getting that first blood. They had to burn a lot of exit flashes. Kami in the mid lane, Mylon up top. It's the 2 solo lanes that Lee Sin is going to be looking for. Smithy, not only is he on one of the best early game ganking junglers, one of the most mobile, as soon as he hits level 3, he's got everything he needs in his kit, but he also still has his flash as well.
And he's now going to take a blue buff here. Ooh, Sentinel just missing that there.
I think you may as well not cast Sentinels, because they're so deceptive, because you constantly think, oh, we didn't see the jungle, but you know, what jungler at this level is going to get walk in and get combo hit? Unless it randomly turns around right here.
It's going to kill it now.
No.
He's getting his attack speed. Yeah, he could have gone up there.
Why would you kill it?
Well, you get
gold,
10
man.
gold. Come on.
But now they know where you are.
Didn't want to go for the gank up top.
Well, we do see standard lanes in effect here,
because you never know if Rek'Sai's waiting there as well, because they have Tremor Sense. They could be, you know, prepping a counter gank for you. If any gets an AoE stun off on level 2, level 3 champions.
You're right. I yield.
By the way,
I had just begun.
They've been going absolutely bonkers here in the mid lane. Pobelter and Kami, we heard Kami talk about the matchup. They are really fighting each other in these early levels.
Just on the bottom lane too, that Gnar Olaf matchup, traditionally Gnar propels ahead of these Juggernauts because he can keep the distance the same way and he can just keep hitting you repetitively. However, Olaf landing an axe can change that entirely and swing that around. So very interesting matchup overall.
Yeah, in this matchup, I actually really like Olaf, as long as the Olaf has some support. Because he can all in on a mini Gnar pretty easily, just continue to pick up axes. Since the long lane, there's so much distance for him to work with. If you're good at throwing the axes, you just throw it to land on the model of your enemy, then you can immediately pick it up and you can chain those. If there's some support from the jungler, from the mid lane, you know, all these teleports that we're talking about, then Olaf, he can pick and choose when to have the engage.
Well, top lane not going too badly now, pretty even, but Kami struggling, 10 CS done already and used his teleport.
Yeah, Pobelter in that mid lane, making a name for himself.
Good Surtee, pings the brush here, no wards there for CLG. Pobelter just used 1 teleport, so if Surtee can get behind, he actually pink warded too, so very invested in the top lane gank here for Pain Gaming.
I do definitely agree with you, by the way, on your earlier point about the Sentinels. I think people overhype the, oh, we're moving around the Sentinel. It's pretty slow, easy to maneuver around.
It just gives you so much deceptive vision, because what does it grant you? You walk into the jungle, oh, we didn't see the jungle. Yeah, well, he's going to walk around that.
Yeah, it's
Smithy now, gets spotted on the jungle ward there.
Oh, Braum passive honor as well.
BRTT could be in trouble, but Doublelift actually gets out of the way. So he's actually not here anymore. We've seen junglers on opposite sides of the map, but the 2v2, what Kami wanted or what his team wanted, they are getting it.
Zion goes in aggressive. He actually gets the worst of that trade here. Mylon. Oh, he ran into the backswing on the boomerang.
It's not getting
He's
a lot of
baiting
mileage.
with it. That's
not getting a lot of mileage out of those axes here.
He's
Smithy revealed again on the ward. This is the second time that same ward has spotted him. So fool me once, and I'll not gonna do that saying on air. I always screw it up.
We've certainly seen it.
Shame on Xmithy, TLDR.
We've certainly seen Xmithy be fairly committed to the Zion ganks early on, so paying a lot of attention there.
Oh, the Ute face checking!
Oh, not good news. Braum passive, not quite there. And this top lane, in so many ways, is very volatile.
Yep, again, love this defensive ward in their tri-bush. They do see it coming, but 13 immediately goes in.
Yeah, kind of hard with that. Good warding, actually, from CLG to spot that one out.
So many interesting dynamics in this lane. Obviously, you have the double range duas from BRTT and the Utes Annie, but at the same time, they have to posture consistently. They have to stand behind creeps, because if they get connected, Mylon really doesn't like those creeps, it seems. So he actually just wants to push in them base. That's why he uses his ulti.
Yeah.
But Xmithy.
Round 3.
Third time's a charm.
Ding, ding.
No,
same ward, but he's so far deep. Can Zion land an axe? Did he hit it? I don't think he did.
Mylon needs to line this up well. Can he get the hop? He gets the boomerang. He's going to get aggressed. Oh, great cue from Xmithy, but there's the hop to get him to safety.
Yeah.
As a jungler, efficiency, go away.
No comment. You can walking over the same ward 3 times, Crep. I think you can do the math on that one.
Well, let's check in with the rest of the lanes now then. As we've seen top Xmithy can't quite get the ganks down.
I think this is being stuck in play patterns outside of, like, with normal level 1s in mind. Obviously, that ward, that lasted 3 minutes. There's no way that was a trinket ward, but Xmithy in his mind is like, okay, he spotted me, trinket ward. Minute later, it'll be gone. Ah, unlucky, it was still up. Minute later, it has to be gone by now, but it was actually a green ward due to the explosive level 1, so it changes a lot of these early game dynamics.
And the thing is, you can go for those ganks where you just run over the ward, even if you know it's there, but you just want to run over it. But for that to work, you have to have very good setup with your top laner, because Zion was so low, it was so dangerous for him to start that up with the axe and try and get close to Gnar, because Gnar could easily do enough damage to turn it around on them.
After going double lift here, no ward anymore.
Yeah, well, Mylon almost gets knocked out of it. The stun's going to go down, though. Afro does land it up, but he doesn't have an ulti. Damage is good. They get a flash forward. Ignite should do it. Mylon will go down.
Why didn't you flash any earlier? Really good delayed ignite there from Aframu.
Yeah, Zion Smithy can't get it done. Double lift and Aframu will take over. Same path taken down the river. Ward finally has expired, and they're able to get the turret. The turrets will trade, but COG got the extra kill out of it, and this leaves Pobelter all alone in the mid lane. We're so focused on the sideline and the ganks that both junglers have concentrated on the opposite sides of the map, but all the time the junglers are showing gives more time for Pobelter to isolate this matchup with Kami, where he's increasing his minion lead and taking so much health off of the turret.
And we're swapping things around here. You can see towers getting low both in the other side. CLG already took one in the bottom side. Xmithy trying to defend here in the top, but BATT and Dude, the French player on the Brazilian side, trying to make it happen, as Pobelter's also been applying quite a bit of pressure.
Yeah, here's the roam from Aframu. Hex into the...
Good as well. Double lift is there. Shockwave does not connect.
That was some really well executed play there. Kami had his flash, but he couldn't do it because he was polymorphed. Then he got knocked up by the Braum, and even if he flashed later on, double lift comes in. That tower going down, that is a big, big swing here for Counterlogic Gaming.
What time is it, Crepo? It's rush hour, baby! He actually looked at his watch, by the way. They just...
I don't see how this information is relevant to you, Kobe. But
they just made a play, bottom side, grab the kill for their team, swing mid, not only get the kill, but also, since Pobelter had done so much work on that mid turret, they open up the map. The all-important mid turret down. They're able to get the deep vision. Rush Hour doing so much for CLG this game.
CLG at 10 past 10 in the evening right now. 16,000 gold against 13k of Pain Gaming. Let's see that again. Just watch
technically.
What's the volume more from Pobelter here into that knockup. That is some CC chain. I love it. As a support main, this makes me very, very happy.
And the Shockwave, of course, fizzling there towards the end. Really tight play there from CLG. And they're up 3,000 gold already at 10 minutes in. We talked about CLG can have strong early games despite good late game. And they've had a really good start to this one.
Yeah, and if this tower, I don't think Pain Gaming really... They over-respected CLG. That tower should have dropped a lot earlier. Now, good zoning here from Smithy and Zion Spartan. They really want to deny that gold, even if it's just a local gold. That gets the Pain Gaming, especially when his matchup switches back. Doublelift right now has the breaking point in this Kalista matchup. She's not yet finished Bork, but she's going up against a BF and a pickaxe. That's where Doublelift can just get so much instant damage done. And yeah, start 1v1ing the ADM carry. 2v2, they win too. So really, really big breaking point here for CLG.
You can see how active Aframu and Smithy are being now as well. Trying to add to that all here. There's mobility boots very early on, but Afro getting him around the map.
And even home guard upgrade on him. He's getting out there to make plays.
Certainly is there as Pain do pick up the tower in top lane there. Going to move that gold a little back, a little closer back to even. But Pobelter has been such a bully here in this lane as well. He is very far ahead of Kami, almost 20 CS clear right now.
Yeah, we mentioned it earlier. Level 1, all flashes blown, 2 wards purchased. Constant shove from Pobelter, the easiest way to lose it. Forcing Kami to make mistakes under that turret, dropping CS.
Yeah.
Again, it's not much, it's 10 CS, but it means a lot in terms of pressure too. Pobelter is always ready to move first.
So here's the line that you now take as Pain Gaming. We want to look at this match from their point of view. They need to clear out this CLG deep vision. You know that CLG were just in your jungle. You know that they left wards down here, and CLG are a team that, in the past, have gotten overconfident when they get this far ahead. They've gotten early leads so often that sometimes they get a little overconfident with trying to take multiple objectives at once, because CLG are a team that strive to be really efficient with the amount of objectives they're taking at the same time. If Pain can actually defensively ward, then maybe they can use this Anti-Kalista to try and pick somebody off and try and get a comeback rolling.
Well, you can see CLG, a very quick dragon here in this game as they do take the first one. Yep, do take the first one. They're 2-1 in turrets as well, sort of padding that lead out here as Pain will move themselves down to this bottom side.
Yeah, Surti found a pink ward in his own jungle, replaced it with a pink ward of his own. Here we see Dude and Surti moving in. Gets warded out though by Spartan, but they want to get that tower down. Gonna see a likely tower trade. This is where Mylon has to be careful. If you see the enemy top laner in his zone of his tower, likely that the same thing will happen to you. So get the hell out of dodge, try and farm some jungle at best, but get away from that turret.
Well, Zion might have to pop his ultimate here. Let's see if they force it out of him. Just gonna take the hits.
Yep, BRTT kind of knew that he couldn't continue there, so they'll try and take the tower instead. Double Lift, though, we've seen this a lot from Tristana. Mows down turrets with the spells in the early game. Pain will get one in the bottom side, but CLG are about to take another.
Yeah, early tier 2 boots here on BRTT too, so he'll delay his Blade of the Ruined King even more. Struggling to stay even here. Pain Gaming, they do have some elements of hard crowd control effects, like the anti-tibbers, like the knockup provided from Fate's Call. So teams that fall behind without any of this hard to see have an incredibly hard time coming back, but Pain Gaming still have the tools to close this gap, just like Kobe mentioned, if CLG follow up on that tendency to get slightly overconfident in the mid game.
Oh, really splitting the map at this point. CLG are finally going to chase Pain out of their red side jungle.
Look at that from Mudo.
Good flank here. Oh, the ball's actually caught him. Now they're going to keep moving through. Great ultimate. He pulls out with the Fate Skull. Shockwave does land on a few, but Double Lift's already gotten a kill. They'll trade back and forth. T will die. Now the reset here for Double Lift. He's going to keep jumping. 2 for 1 there. CLG win that fight. 3 for 1, sorry.
Yeah, 3 for 1 exchange here. CLG flanking Pain Gaming. The Fate Skull wasn't enough. Immediate ultimate there from Afro2, and yeah, they just got caught. There was no way they were gonna win that fight. So cut your losses.
Huge flash kick. Kami in trouble. Does die to Zion Spartan. His ex-Smithy goes full NA on the Lee Sin plays.
Yep, so they're definitely going to be able to finish off this turret.
Yeah, doesn't even leave me time to finish my point. Damn you, ex-Smithy!
Still got the Lee Sin mechanics. Certainly on lockdown of CLG, only getting further ahead in this game. Almost 5,000 gold now. CLG going to see if they can continue momentum. Smithy on the aggressively Sin, the Warrior done. Infinity Edge must be here as we do have a replay.
Yeah, so let's look at this chase because Afromu, yeah, he's going to sacrifice his life because he goes right in the middle of the team, but he lays out the carpet here. And even through Kami's ultimate, the shockwave hitting, CLG just power through. Zansarn on the front lines. Double Lift doesn't hesitate to jump in over the shockwave.
Yeah, that ultimate there from Afro was certainly even flashed into it. He tried to escape and then he found a Braum at the other side. Dude should have probably just ulted himself over the wall, making it a 1 for 2 because that was an unwinnable fight. Even in a 5-man shockwave.
Yeah. Also, I'm pretty sure that that was before the shopping from Kami and he hadn't completed his Athenes. He was sitting on just the rings and the chalice there, so not a lot of AP to back it up yet.
And speaking of items, as we do see blue buff over for Poe Belter, Infinity Edge is done for Jinx. We've got the Need to See Large Rod now for Lulu and the Black Cleaver for Zion Spartan. So CLG is starting to power up in this mid game.
And if you're a starting NAR player, you can also see why Mylon here goes for the Black Cleaver instead of throws him out. Eventually throws him out, won't be useful against an Olaf at all, so you just want to shred that armor, try and kill him before he runs you down. But at this point, Zion Spartan is just in a good spot. He's still behind the CS, but the kills and assists make it so that he's relatively even, and CLG will always have a member defending him, assisting him. They're playing way better as a team right now compared to Pain Gaming.
And the Tristana Siege, what we've seen from CLG, quite a lot in their ascendance to #1 in North America in summer. They're going to keep trying to siege down. They've got 4 turrets already. Going to be working on this bottom one. It's down to about 30% health already.
And honestly, just very impressed with the way Paul Walter has been playing here so far. Yeah, he got Lulu twice, which is relatively straightforward champion to play, but he has done incredibly high kill participation in a lot of these games. I think yesterday he was involved in literally every kill. So far, 7 out of 8.
Not only that, he's also won his lane both times on Lulu.
Certainly impressive there. Kami said he wanted to play him. Maybe regrets that statement now, but Pain still putting up a fight here, defending this bottom side turret. Mylon sticking in the top side, does not have his teleport though. But CLG look to be prepping just for the next dragon. CLG will clean out this wolf camp, actually getting a bit more active around the map, trying to keep these waves up. but Dragon is back up in 40 seconds. Pain needs to make a decision. When that comes up, are they going to fight for it?
I think not, because honestly, we talk about, trying to set up defensive vision all the time, and we talk about clearing out CLG's vision. And even that is such a dangerous prospect for them. Really what they're hoping for at this point is a counter engage where CLG try and push into a turret, something along those lines where they're walking in and it makes it easy for Kami to land a very big shockwave.
And ever since Baron has been placed on a 20-minute start time, except for 15 minutes, some teams have actually found issues closing out games or knowing what to do when they get this far ahead and towers fall this early in the game. So CLG's approach right now is just to deny as many mini objectives. Small jungle camps, vision trades, dragons to boot, and then just keep the pressure up. And then eventually, around 20-25 minutes, then you can start looking for that Baron. But there is no rush at all here on CLG, and that's what makes it so hard for Pain Gaming to find an opening. Unless they push and overextend mid, it's so hard to catch him.
At the beginning of the season, it took a long time for teams to realize that you can't just continually throw your bodies at this inner line of turrets, because that's how you give up your early leads, overextending in that mid game.
Deny resources. Raptors to prevent the Oracle buff right there, the Wolves so that little Spirit doesn't spawn, and then you go back to your jungle, get some more gold, and then you continuously keep growing that gold advantage, and then you can start throwing your bodies at those tier 2 towers.
CLG are certainly starting to pack that snowball. I think they've got it to the top of the hill. They're going to push it down now and see how big it can get. 5,000 gold up still, but they did take another dragon, so on the clock now for a pretty good 5th dragon timer. Now sitting 2-0 up in dragons and 4-2 up in turrets. The items do keep coming. Pobelter and Mylon gonna just sort of brush past each other. Mylon will complete the back, but Pobelter even just clearing waves bottom side now on Lulu.
The advantage mid, that's a lot of teams used to be able to do in the assassin meta. Even if you don't have an assassin, you just split push 1-3-1, keep that pressure up, and eventually Pain Gaming, because they're losing all these individual matchups right now, 1v1, 2v2, they have to send more people to deal with one side. That's when teleport transfers over to the other side of the map, and you yet get another advantage. It's an objective, vision, whatever you want. CLG seem to be more in control in this mid game than they were yesterday.
Yeah, definitely. It's up to Pain right now to try and find some fight with a numbers advantage, because while we keep mentioning the double teleports for both teams, and yeah, people can join from across the map, the channel time for teleport is extremely long, and you can burst someone out before they arrive. So trying to even it up that way is what they're looking for. They've got the Annie to start it all off. That would be their #1 hope.
And that's something, hang on here.
That's target. Not quite there. Xmethy gets low, but he flashes out to safety.
And that's something we've seen on Western teams as well. That teleport, very often a little late. Very often when we watch the Eastern teams, both LPL and LCK, those teleports coming really early, very often cancelled when unnecessary, but I feel that's something where Western teams need to improve a lot more. Just trigger happy on teleports.
Or not cancelled like we saw last game with Smeb.
Let's see, Pobelter working on Mylon. So much damage already, and the Lulu hasn't even gotten that second big item. He's actually going to take this maybe by himself. Yeah, no pressure there coming out from Annie. CLG, again, very methodically, just getting themselves a bigger and bigger lead. This, like we've mentioned already, much more control from CLG, even stealing the blue now as well. This, 20 minutes in, it's been a great early game, but a very clean mid-game now as well.
Oh, interesting teleport here from Zion Spartan, looking to cut him off. He pops the ultimate.
Find someone, it's actually Kami and Surti. The knock up there from Lulu. Huge damage out there from Zion. Smithy rides in to get the kill and does secure it.
That teleport only went, halfway across the jungle, but he was just able to cut off Kami there, and not even the flash is going to save him. CLG jump on the opportunity, finally catch Pain Gaming outside of their base, and now they're going to Baron bait.
Yep, CLG copying TSM with their Juggerlock composition here. We see Zion Spartan again, no ultimate this time though.
And Aframu does not have his. They're going to need to find someone. Mylon's flashed out. Xmithy looking for the flank, but he gets knocked up. That's not enough. BRTT now is a 4v4 will ensue. Mylon, good scoop back to keep himself safe, but Afro will get the kill and double. Smells blood there as he rocket jumps straight forward.
Good move by Pain. If you're getting flanked, always engage on the weak side of the flank. They take out Xmithy, but they're just forced to end up training 1-for-1. So CLG is making moves that at worst go even. Very, very controlled aggression here from CLG.
Yeah, it could have been better from Smithy there. You do have to constantly keep track of the rest of your squad when you're going for a flank, so it doesn't get turned around on you like that. Here comes the stun on the beard.
Quite.
If only Pixie passive procs 2 autos.
That would be ridiculous. As CLG will back away from their siege in the mid lane. Mylon is back. So gonna have to be a bit more careful as everyone can be around here, but the control out of CLG for Vision, you can see them just massacring wards in Pain's red side jungle.
Yeah, plus they've got the trifecta of pink wards around Baron already set up to clear out so much of this true sight inside the red.
And look at just how dark that Vision is. Pain Gaming now have to face like all those brushes that are being shown by the observers here. For all they know, CLG is right now on Baron with a 2,000 health Baron buff. They find him in the brush though. 30, good scouting, that's really good job, but you gotta go with patience. And CLG know that now Pain Gaming, they took their time scouting those rushes. Next time, they'll just insta-rush Baron.
But, you know, they've given up the positioning here on the mid lane, and Pain trying to get towards the turret. They are half-heartedly coming over. It looks like CLG have just forfeited this mid lane turret. So Pain Gaming gonna take the last outer now.
Yeah, might pay for that Baron bait with a turret. They certainly will, as Pain Gaming have done a great job playing reactively, but sort of keeping up with CLG. This lead has not shifted for so long.
Well, they have to be careful. CLG will cede one turret, but they're not going to let two go, so Pain have to be careful not to overextend.
Yeah, but look at the wave in bottom lane, though. Just gotta dodge the Q from Xmithy. He has to go in. Good zoning by Surteed. Good cancel!
Knock-up! Xmithy kicks it, but it's not nearly enough. Solo here as they do tag Kami. They're going. Shockwave lands on the 3. Doubles caught up. Facecore's going to move in. Annie down there as well. Zion, those got Orianna into the back lines, and Zion is going absolutely nuts. They're trying to kill BRTT. He will die, but Mylon will fall as well.
Mylon was way too late. Pain Gaming need to communicate better as a team what they want to do. They could have turned that around if Mylon TP'd instantly. But right now, Double Lift looking to clean up
BRTT does fall to Double Lift. And CLG find themselves a 3-for-2 team fight win.
Again, that 3.5 seconds of channel time for a teleport is enough to turn the tide.
I mean, the 3.5 hesitation before the channel is...
That's not... the lag?
Lag. Playing at lag. It's the only lag you have left is teleport lag. But yeah, really good turnaround there from Pain Gaming, but they were in a good position to also keep split pushing. So Mylon told his team, guys, I got a free tower here, just back off. They could have backed off. Good cancel from Surteed, but hesitation. Obviously really easy to spot from us here, but it's all happening in real time for those guys on the stage, so gotta keep in control. That's why shot calling is so important for these teams.
Yeah, and sometimes you want to put faith in your team that they'll be able to disengage so you can try and get an advantage and you continue split pushing bottom. If they're able to pull off that disengage and deny CLG the combo there, then by taking that risk, they gain something on the other side of the map.
Well, Pain actually going to start this Dragon. CLG a little late on the recalls. They might not get this next Dragon. BRTT though caught. Kami will protect him there with his ball.
Flying from Zion Spartan.
Oh, Zion runs in. Rek'Sai does get it. Pain will get the Dragon, but at what cost there is Kalista already down. Kami getting fired upon by Double Lift, who's going nuts. As now Mylon going to get aggressed on. The stun is there from Annie.
That should be Baron. The two main carries here for Pain Gaming down, so CLG should probably make a beeline up there. As we said, they have plenty of pink wards already down.
Yeah, I really like that vision.
They're just setting between Explosive Inhibitor and Baron right now.
Yeah, they're just pick what you want. Only good choices left for CLG right now. Poblater wasn't even in that fight, and you really see just a little bit of aggression from the Kalista forcing her down, and then Zion Spartan can just move in, flank. And it's so hard for Pain Gaming to move in, because even though CLG stopped baiting, those pink wards, they stayed there. They don't go down anymore. Unlimited duration on those wards. You just see a steal here from Surteed, but so hard.
Caught Afro. In fact, Zion's going to try and zone them away. Does not have his ultimate just yet, so this could be a bit dangerous. Baron getting low, but it feels like CLG want to commit on this one. Double. Actually, no, they'll back away.
That hesitation from CLG not immediately moving up there can be the difference. You know, a couple of seconds of DPS time on Baron. Double teleports for Pain Gaming, and Kami's able to come in. Threat of a Shockwave Rek'Sai is definitely threatening enough. They can burst it down, so CLG don't want to take that chance of throwing away such a huge lead and allowing the Baron to be stolen. So they call off their attempt.
They play with the necessary respect, but even though we're now 15-5 ahead for CLG, Pain Gaming still have the combo. We saw Origin do it, they were behind too. We saw an earlier fight here, Surteed now on the front line, some Orianna shield here, but look for Annie, look for Dude. Tibbers with Fate's Call, or Flash Tibbers with the Orianna ball combined. That's what Pain Gaming are looking for. Science Spartan is looking for Inhibitor.
Yeah, it does get the ulti out of Rek'Sai, but isn't going to go all the way in. CLG have done some recent shopping. No, Double Lift actually sitting on a big stack of gold, I think. But they are going to start Baron once again.
In vision. What's changed now that CLG is willing to take the 50-50 compared to before?
Maybe they just have to think they have to take it here. They're going to move in. Are they going to get the
Smite
steal?
was ball.
They're going to keep moving in. Dude's going to get
100.
Timmons is good, but Dude's getting very low. Double moving up. Pobelter gets the kill. CLG was a ruse all along. Mylon's going to get stunned up out of his crunch. Now Megano has to move up, but Smithy is low. Kicks on Nakami. They'll take him out. And CLG get what they want.
And BRTT chase Zion that whole way down the river. Double F still chasing though.
Certainly still going. Smithy runs in. Huge roll out from Mylon. Might be enough. BRTT trying to turn it around, but Zion and Double Lift far too far forward. Get a crunch all the way through. Pain as BRTT will die for the ace.
And poor shot calling again. Kobe, you shouted it was under 1.5k health, that Baron. Surti could have easily channeled over and stolen it with a shockwave, and then Pain Gaming could have disengaged, cleared waves, maybe drop an inhibitor, but they took a very bad fight because Surti and Kami were in position to steal Baron. They were over the wall when Dude flashed Tibbert, so just poor communication.
And Zion Spartan, so intelligent there. He's able to gain BRTT's attention. He chases him halfway down the river. There's no Kalista there. Soaks up a lot of damage only because he knows he can teleport right back in with home guards. Cuts off the rest of Pain Gaming, and they're able to take down 2 inhibitors with that Baron bait.
Yeah, CLG get a massive boost there in this game, as they're practically 10,000 gold ahead. They'll steal the blue, they'll go back and recall. Double from Vampirix after the Bloodthirster very quick.
Surti have to go all the way around the wall. Dude's doing his job. You can expend your support for a Baron. As a support main, I will agree with that. Just sacrifice your life, but get something out of it. Good ulti from Pobelter, by the way, too, because it keeps Smithy alive for the kick on Kami.
Is that not the worst feeling? You go flash Tibbers as Andy.
Yes, it got him.
And nobody, no damage there, no follow-up of any sort. After move, towing the line there. Mylon does get a great ultimate, and Surti actually channeled with the knockup there, but it just was too little too late. With Zion coming in with the teleport full bar of health.
Yes. BRTT was really happy getting 3 members pinned into the wall. Brunon's proccing on all of them, but too little too late, as we said, because they're just doing different things. If you want a team fight, sure, they could have won that if Kami and Surti went around, but they weren't looking to team fight. They were looking to steal, so Pain Gaming need to get on the same page with each other.
Yeah, Afro also had the unbreakable wall up for the first half of that while they were stunned, so blocked a decent amount of it.
And CLG, as a result, getting very close to closing this game out, have 1 inhibitor left if they want it in the top lane. Dragon number 3 only, or 4, sorry, total, but 3 for CLG will be up. That's unlikely to be a win condition in this game. CLG can do Baron, but right now, they're going to take this tower and get themselves truly 10,000 gold ahead.
Yeah, they can just push him in top lane, then disengage back to the Baron again, forcing a very, very long distance face check. Look at all those rushes that have been cleared or dewarded by CLG.
Double F so unbelievably threatening right now. 909 on Tristana. Has the Quicksilver completed on top of it. Base of the mountain and Braum to protect him.
Poor Sentinel gets killed there by Double F. They know what brush they're in right now, but...
There's a lone ward outside the Baron that can maybe spot CLG moving in and out of that. So Pain Gaming are just going to rely on the fact that they haven't seen anybody pass there.
CLG cutting him off, though.
Yep, now going to try and look onto Kami. They want to fight. They're going to move in for it. Zion pumps his ultimate out there from Afro as well as he pumps down the Glacial Fissure. Shockwave's not bad, but Kami will die. Zion low. Mylon scoops him out of the way. But a double kill there for Olaf as CLG are going to run forward. They know they can finish things off. Aggressive flashes. Double Lift goes legendary here at Worlds. And that's going to be game. CLG will knock it down. They will have a...
So yeah, there have been some good plays. That was the good play. Perfectly timed spam.
We've been tracking team fights, level 1s, but synchronized icon usage is something that we really have to track at this event, and CLG, they take the crown with that one.
Yeah, Ku had a really good one. They were the first to do it with that ace, but there was a little bit desynced on a couple of them. That one, very close to completely in unison.
I mean, just need that good shot caller, you know?
Well, a few, I think,
is that the true measure?
I think a few mishaps here and there by both teams, honestly. We talked about indecisiveness maybe being a killer, but at the end, CLG, they have a great start to the game, a great mid-game, stumble maybe a bit towards the end, but do clean it out, and again, much improved from game 1. CLG, after 2 days of play, will remain undefeated.
I mean, a couple of trends still confirmed there. We see why Pain Gaming have elements of solid play, but also why their average game time is so long, because some of the late game team fights just not on point, not good communication. And CLG, a lot of focus on that Baron overall, but in the end, they didn't even need it. They didn't even get it. It was just a means to an end here for the bait. Eventually, they found Pain Gaming, but still need to work on those crisp Baron baits because they left some openings for Pain.
Yeah, and with that, they are the only undefeated team in their group now. So a lot of mixture early on here, and we'll see if the trend continues.
Yeah, and that Flash Wolves upset does, like you mentioned, give CLG a strong chance. I'll take first for now, I believe, but we'll see if that continues moving through. Good to see CLG make such big improvements. It can only mean good things, especially with the Flash Wolves getting it upset.
Yeah, just look. I'm really looking forward to the second half of this group stage when these teams start facing each other again. Obviously, we're only like 2 games in, but watching Flash Wolves face off against CLG again, how the pick and bans evolve. Will CLG keep getting Lulu right now? So they have 2 wins, 2-0 on the Lulu. People give it to them. But Pole Belter, Lulu generally known as a very relatively weak laner, but he's using really good wards on the side to keep pushing in. So, yeah. And those level 1s, feisty.
Oh, man.
We got all 3 level, every single game we had a level 1 5-on-5. It wasn't like a little skirmish where they were like 2 people. Full commitment by all these teams.
And Pain, I think, like you guys mentioned, have also shown some strong signs here. What do you think they can do, kind of looking at the rest of their group? Like, if one thing sticks out in your mind of what you would clean up, what do you think it is for the Brazilian side?
I think if you look at the replays, the fights that Pain Gaming lost convincingly have some glaring errors in them. Like that fight around the Baron where it went under 1.5k health, they could have stolen it. That is easy to analyze, but to get the problem realized for them is how they lose track in the early game as well. They consistently fell behind CLG, a lot better roaming, a lot better vision. That level 1 too, they could have just got 1 kill and out, but once they get a little passionate, they get 1 kill, they kind of tunnel vision. That's a mark for a lot of teams here, and you really need to be able to judge teamfights as a whole, and that's where shot calling comes in. I don't know who is the main shot caller in Pain Gaming, but they do need to work a little bit on that.
Yeah, calmer heads prevail, especially in the mid game when there's so much movement across map. And we get to the points where the side lanes are recalling at the same time, but before the point where the first line of vision wards have been put down, the most dangerous point in the game.
And so we are prepping an interview with Zion Spartan. I believe that will be with you shortly, but CLG, I already said it, much improved after their last game here, but I feel like it wasn't super clean, like how dominant they were in North America.
Yeah, I would love to see that game again with the teleport coming in earlier here for Mylon in that mid lane fight, but, you know, CLG, they end up winning, and that's all that counts. 2-0 for them.
Well, certainly 2-0 now, and Shox is standing by with CLG's top laner Zion Spartan, so let's at Worlds.
Thank you very much, guys. And of course, first off, congratulations, Zion Spartan. 2-0 on the group. Pretty good start to the tournament for CLG. Talk to me about this game because there's been a lot of upsets today. And then they came out with that Kalista, Annie, Orianna possible combo, and it got close a couple of times. Did that influence your mindset in the game at all, or did you just have your eye on the prize?
Yeah, we saw the game against KOO, so we knew Pain is not a team to be underestimated, especially in the early game. They came out ahead of KOO. And we were really scared of like the level 1, and they did have like a pretty smart level 1 strategy, but we still got ahead because we had Olaf Braum level 1, which is ridiculously strong. And I wasn't really that worried about the game, but I definitely made sure that I was 100% focused and we were playing as a team. And I think today we played a lot better than we did yesterday, especially with my own play. And I'm a little bit more happy with how we played today for sure.
I want to talk a little bit more about that because I had the Rush Hour bottom lane here yesterday, and they didn't go into much about that game yesterday, saying that, well, we knew we had it in the end. What do you think your team could have improved on, or maybe you specifically?
I think there's just like a couple small things that game that we could have been a bit faster with, you know. Could have played team fights a little bit better. But honestly, there wasn't anything too major that was like really bad that game. It was just kind of like a slow, solid win.
Yeah, and you are 2-0 on the group right now, and that fits perfectly in the kind of things you guys have been saying before the tournament, saying that you're confident that you could go all the way. So let's step back from that and then look at what is a thing that we don't know about CLG, or a thing that you think has the biggest growth potential, maybe a specific player that we don't pay attention to, or a specific element about CLG that will be able to grow throughout this tournament.
I think people don't give enough credit to our coaching staff and also Afro. Afro does like a really good job with shot calling and helping us improve. And I think that's something that's helped us this whole year, especially this past split, is that we're just constantly improving. Like during the Korean boot camp, like we had like a rough start, but we definitely just learned so much. And playing all these foreign teams, we're learning a lot, and I feel like we're improving a lot. And I owe it to my teammates and the coaching staff for just working hard and helping us improve. And I think that's like the edge that we have.
The edge, eye is on the prize. Finally, I normally wouldn't ask this on a day 2 of a tournament, but since you guys have been really outspoken about going all the way, looking at the rest that's been happening in this tournaments and opponents you may be facing, what is up with all these upsets and #1 seeds getting upsets and just those trends overall? What do you make of that? Do you think that makes the road possibly better for you guys?
And part of the reason is that there is no Samsung White this year. There's no team that you watch their play and you say, wow, like this team is so far ahead above the rest that they can just crush the whole tournament. And you see like Flash Wolves beating KOO, you see Origin beating LGD. These teams are close. All these teams are good, and anything can happen. And no team is better than the other team, so this is like bound to be the most exciting Worlds yet, and I'm really loving Worlds so far. I'm really excited.
I think we can all echo that. Maybe finally, do you think you can get to the level of Samsung White last year with, you say, the perfect setup that you have?
It's really hard, but it's possible. I mean, they were insanely good, but that's we can aspire to be better.
Yeah, definitely. Well, congratulations 2-0 on the group so far. Zion, Spartan, CLG off to a fantastic start here at Worlds. Guys, take it away.
Thank you, Shocks. Gentlemen, a slightly more decisive win there for CLG this time around. But what I want to start with is these crazy level 1s that we've seen now, right? We had the Braum invade on the... Looked as though it was going to go the same way, but CLG able to pull out 2 kills to 1 here at the beginning. And I know, Irene, since you were the last person who spoke about those level 1s, I'm going to hand it to you again.
I think that when you have Braum on your side, you should be invading every time. And then they paired it with Olaf. It's just a great pickup there. It did look like it was going to go the other way, but then the stun came out. They lost the first blood, but they still ended up getting the 2 members and almost 3 afterwards. When there's a Braum, you should be expecting the invade. It's what EDG did, and I think that that's kind of the strategy you should be going for, is multi-pronged.
Credit where it's due, though. I mean, when we look at the bait that Payne set up there, it was a very clever level 1 from them. Just maybe not the right team composition to do that with, I would say.
And that's where I want to kind of go with this, is as we've seen some of these interesting level 1s come out and the patterns that have been formed, and then Payne, you know, making a change based on the patterns they had seen come out, where can we expect level 1s to go? Since today seemed to have a lot more aggressive level 1s, will teams start to trend back towards the line of scrimmage? Are we going to see less, you know, trading of their jungles for lane swap warding and more straight up fighting in the early game?
I think you should be going for the level 1 if you think you have the superior composition as many times as you can. That's why I'm like saying Braum every time. Annie, you can get it if you want. But I thought that was a very unique back and forth there in that level 1. That the fact they stood in that one brush as well, the brush by Raptors, because every time I watch a CLG game, their invade is always red side invade on the opposite side, whichever side it is, has the red, go in, send people into that bush, have other people go up, and then you place wards on the sides and just get one by the gate, put one up above near the turret. It's always the same. And this was actually a very different one this time, where they sent 4 people and just had Pobelter be bait. Because then it ended up being almost a 4v5 over here, but Pobelter got some of that action. But definitely composition strengths. Look at your strengths right away. Can we even level 1 them? And that's what you need to analyze.
Personally, I do not like level 1s. Like, they're entertaining, but there's like...
Are they a little scary for you?
There's like this sense of, like, there's always like a gamble and a risk. And I like to be, I like consistency. And there's almost no consistency in these level 1s at all. Come on.
All right, well, consistency and efficiency for Yamato. I do want to jump into the game, though, and I want to look at what CLG may have done differently this time to have more of a steady increase in their gold lead than they did yesterday.
Yeah, for sure. Like, the Rush Hour bot lane, they are always winning their lane, but in this game specifically, they're transitioning that pressure to other lanes, which they didn't do yesterday.
I think that's something about CLG that has been a big part of how they found success in the second half of the split. Was Tristana and Ashe, I think, are their 2 strongest picks in the bottom lane, because you transition that power so easily. You start winning that lane, even with Tristana, you're going to auto push, eventually get the turret. The same thing, and you just get to throw arrows down and always be ready to engage. Even when you rotate just a couple seconds earlier, you can still take advantage of that window. So I feel like those are 2 of the best picks on Double Lift, and it showed right there as well.
Yeah, and what I liked about what CLG did this game was they continued to keep the tempo of the game up. They kept putting pressure on turrets with the Tristana. They kept knocking down those objectives, taking the dragons. Their rotations looked much cleaner than we've seen. And that was my big point with CLG coming into this group is, could they take those early leads and adequately snowball them, play it out properly? And this time, in this game, they did. Not only that, but I want to talk about Doublelift, because we'll get another stat after this last game, but I thought Doublelift was amazing this season in the summer split in the LCS. And in the first game of this series, he had over 1,000 damage per minute and did 47.8% of his team's damage on that Jinx in game 1. And it wouldn't surprise me, having watched that last game. It's not going to be that high, but it's going to be a significant amount. He is really on an individual level performing quite well.
Well, part of what works in combination with that is the Lulu. And that's what I want to point to is Crepo's point about the fact that they've gotten Lulu in both games now. And is this a thing that, I mean, Lulu in the tournament has gotten such high priority, but somehow CLG has landed with Lulu on their team both times. And as a low economy mid laner in Pobelter, seems like the perfect champion.
Well, he's still winning lane with it as well. Even though it's low economy, he's still shoving the opponent out of lane, winning the lane in CS and getting more pressure. Bot lane comes in, and then they get to do the whole take the turret thing.
Right. And we see CLG. We can ask, what are the common factors? Not only the Lulu, but fast pushing AD carries. Jinx in that minigun mode, Tristana with the explosive shot. So even though the compositions have had different aspects, to me, these were very similar compositions in the way that they played out. So fixing the game 1's issues into a faster snowball this game was a good step. But what else do they have? That's the question that's still on the table for CLG.
Now, final point here, and this is somewhat of a tournament-wide thing. With that game, Braum picks up his first win, so he's now 1-8. This is a support that's had, incredibly high priority placed upon him, and yet is not doing well. Yamato, what's your take on why teams are struggling with this champion?
I've always felt that Braum's biggest strength is in the lane matchups against these AD carries that rely on the power and their Q ability, like Sivir, like Corki, and we haven't seen that at all in this tournament almost. I don't think we have seen a single game of Corki. So that is like the biggest factor to me.
So simply that the AD carries who are strong in lane are falling out of favor.
Yeah, exactly.
Therefore, the combination is less important.
Also, Yasuo. I mean, we can talk about this. That combination of the wind wall and the unbreakable is just really, really strong at controlling the map and at stopping sieges, setting up very preferable team fights. And that's been a pick that I thought we'd see here. Not every game, but sometimes is that Yasuo coming. We've got a lot of Yasuo players in both mid and top lane in this tournament. We talked about it yesterday. But that's another champion that, when paired with Braum, really magnifies the strengths of both champions.
Yeah, I thought LGD was going to take it and put the Lulu top instead of the Malphite. Put the Lulu top, pick a Yasuo. They also had a Braum. Be a great Yasuo composition with mixed damage. Didn't go for it. Honestly, I think the fact that Braum was 0-8 before this, just unlucky.
Well, struggling. Yeah, there you go. Just
I agree.
Struggling as of yet. Now, over on Twitter, you guys have been calling out some of your highlights with the hashtag World's Big Plays. Now, Sushi Flavored sent in, what an amazing win from Origin against LGD. Soaz doing his best Xpeke impression. Let's take a look.
Soaz can make up for his mistakes from last Worlds against OMG, and they're going for the main.
That is coming
the main kick inhibitor, and Soaz extinguishes the ghosts of his past. There's a very bump for LGD, but it's gonna be enough. No way. Soaz says, I can do it better, and Origin beat LGD.
I love how Freak is like telling this story. He's extinguishing the ghost of his past, and everybody's like, "But the Baron, though."
I don't know if that was quite as dramatic as the Xpeke. The game really wasn't on the line there.
Vladimir doesn't lend himself to very dramatic play.
Going to win that game almost no matter what.
Yeah.
So maybe it was fun, but I don't know if it was
think the
legendary status.
The larger aspect of it is the fact that they won the game, right?
Yeah.
Upset a team that was looked at as maybe one of the top 3 teams coming into this tournament.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I put LGD in the top 3. Just looking at the individual skill on that roster, I think the quadra kill that came through and the fact that Origin had that wombo combo in the mid game with that was a big play for myself there. That was pretty much not so much the catalyst, but the result.
And, it has to be said, these are best of ones. We're going to see some upsets. And it's been very rare that we've seen a team actually 6-0, a group at the World Championship. So we're going to encounter some of these games, and I'm curious if this pattern's going to continue. Maybe we just got a big upset day. It certainly was fun to see the upsets today, but will that be a trend for the next week and a half? I guess I'm not so confident that that's going to be true.
All right, we got plenty of games to go. Now, with another day of international competition in the books, let's see how the groups are shaping up. In Group A, CLG are sitting alone in first place, 2-0. Tied for second is KOO Tigers and the Flash Wolves. Then Pain Gaming is in fourth with 2 losses. Group B was off today, so Fnatic and Cloud9 are still on top over there. SK Telecom Network Gaming reign above Group C, undefeated, against H2K and the Bangkok Titans. And after their first day of play, KT Rolster and Origin are up 1-0 in Group D above China's LGD and North America's TSM. Now, that may all change tomorrow as we start the day with a clash of the Titans, Edward Gaming versus SK Telecom T1. Later on, LGD will face KT Rolster, and Xpeke's Origin will square off against Bjergsen and TSM. The action picks back up a little earlier tomorrow at 2 p.m. Central European Time and 5 a.m. Pacific, so do not be late. But gentlemen, those are some huge matches tomorrow. Let's talk about them for a brief moment.
I'm really excited about tomorrow.
I mean, we get to start the day with EDG SKT. I mean, when you look at that matchup and the way that both of these teams have been playing, we haven't seen a true test of either of them yet. So the question really is, are they going to approach this in a more standard fashion and feel each other out, or is one of them going to come out with something wild? How do you see these two teams butting heads?
It's like the real question is, how far ahead are they looking? It's like, how much do they want to reveal in this matchup? That is my question, because like the first seed out of the group is important, but how far are they assuming they will go regarding of their seed?
And if I was both EDG, now we've seen only a very small sample size of games. If I'm EDG or SKT, maybe I'm thinking right now, well, there's some upsets that are happening to these other teams. I'm very confident maybe against any team, regardless of my seed. Therefore, I am not going to show absolutely everything until it's necessary, right? So it's going to be exciting. It's going to be a great game, but I'm not sure how much we're going to see.
I think both teams are extremely prideful. So I would not be surprised if they both came out and said, we need to beat you as a statement. It wouldn't be past characteristics of SKT and EDG both to do that. I feel like these aren't teams that go easy on an opponent just because we could possibly end up in a better scenario afterwards. I feel like they just want to crush the group as much as they can.
I think intriguing, too, is that LGD KT Rolster game.
That got a lot more interesting all of a sudden.
It did again. It gets far more interesting given the results of today.
I want to see that game really badly. Like, I just want to see, because LGD, they had very, very pronounced weaknesses. You saw TBQ get picked on in Champion Select, and then we saw they've relied on Imp. I want to see them expand. I want to see them have Godvion more of a threat. I want to see Acorn have some better TPs, too. And then you go over to KT, and, man, they dropped the ball on that one as well.
I actually disagree about KT dropping the ball. I think they had a little bit of a hiccup in that early lane swap, but then they immediately fixed a lot of the issues, and they were in pretty much cruise control that game.
Sorry, I was thinking about KOO. I was thinking about Smeb. My bad. Yeah, Smeb someday. My bad.
Yeah. I think KT looked very powerful, very patient and reserved, and willing to allow their opponents to make mistakes. And TBQ, he made a lot of mistakes. And with these bans, is this a weakness that has been exposed in LGD? Can this be replicated if he has to get onto the Vi or a lesser jungler pick that maybe he isn't quite so good on?
Yeah, I think you keep doing that. I think you keep testing him like that until he finds an answer. Make him find the answer.
Finally, I want to go to you, Yamato.
It's like the more I think about LGD as a team, it's like the core idea is individuality. And I feel like they put all the responsibility on one person, which was Imp. I feel like they should expand that, put a lot of pressure on Acorn, put a lot of pressure on GodV, and they can play on that, because I think any team that faces LGD should try to deny that as much as possible, because as a roster, I think like individually, they're super, super good.
Of course, I want to close this out. Battle between NA and EU. Origin and TSM, we can't forget that. Origin had a very solid showing today. TSM, a little bit of a struggle. Quickly, thoughts on this matchup?
I agree. I mean, after seeing how well Origin played today and how good their preparation was, I feel, for attacking LGD, I expect the same thing coming in against TSM. And especially if Xpeke keeps up that performance, that eliminates a lot of the threat from TSM on Bjergsen.
That's what I was going to say. The terrifying thing is that Bjergsen was the best performer today on TSM, but Expeke showed up. And so a mismatch that we thought might have been there may no longer be there. It's going to be an uphill battle for TSM. Well, stay tuned because in just 15 minutes, Quick Shot, Jat, and Officio will be here to recap all of today's action on Worlds tonight. For us, though, we need to call it a day on behalf of myself and the entire live broadcast team. Thank you for joining us, and we'll see you right back here tomorrow for more Worlds action.
Both of these regions are so far undefeated in the World Championship.
Here comes a wave. They're trying to
Plus one gets after too early.
Comes with the knockup. Plus one takes a lot of damage from the turret. Someday gets slow, gets taken down.
Can win the game for them. And the big game for score. In comes Nagne. And it's going to be a bloodbath there. Here comes the Chaos Stuff.
Korea 3-0.
Pushes him up, Felica moves. Felica back.
Extinguishes the ghost of the past.
Origin takes down one of the contenders.
Look at totally 007 here. One more.
And SKT takes it, GG.
Gonna get a knockup on the Cassine. They're gonna keep running his depth. He's hopping. He doesn't have that much damage, but he's gonna try. Flashes burn. First blood to Mako.
A very clean win to stay undefeated after 2 games.
Barrel does get it spammed. Jumps in with a flash ulti, but Carter's already taken out Prey. Smith will flash out. They're gonna keep moving. It stakes. Goes in with the wild growth sound. Doesn't quite go for the ulti. What is up with the upsets?
When I get solo killed by the Brazilian faker, I want you to be right there for me. Don't worry, dude.
CLG will knock it down. Much improved second game.
faire les Gavinx, pick and pass, left of Left of exceptionnel. Qu'est-ce qui se passe? Slowly but surely get enough damage that he has to. He's like, for LGD, but it's gonna be enough. Soas says I can do it better. And Origin beat LGD.
And today was another epic day in Paris where some of the best teams in the world continue their battle for the Summoners Cup. The 2015 League of Legends World Championship reaches the halfway point in the first week of the group stages. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Worlds Tonight. I'm Quickshot. That's Jet, and unfortunately, this is Deficio as we're here to talk about day 2 of Worlds. 6 more games, 12 in total. Let's start. Hometown, Europe. Origin taking down LGD, the #1 team from China. I mean, that is a massive upset already.
Well, it's funny because before the day, a lot of the people were talking, and all the experts were giving their predictions on Twitter, and pretty much all of them were exactly the same, and all of them had LGD beating Origin. But in the back of people's minds, especially here, thought, well, maybe it could happen. But this was literally like 3rd to 4th place in the group predicted by most versus 1st place. And the shockwaves from Peke, the whole game was just amazing.
Yeah, Peke wasn't bad. I mean, Peke was the most criticized player.
Coming into this tournament, we were like, Peke, he's played
he was
for a
not
long
good.
time, but he's no longer performing at the same high international level.
We had so many stats showing how Peke was like the worst mid laner from a major region coming into Worlds. It doesn't matter when you hit Worlds.
He's gonna pull off the shockwave, the wombo combo. I think just for Origin, and I think we have gotten so used to when some of the top teams from China, from Korea play European and NA teams, like, there's no chance there's going to be an upset. You know, the European team is going to lose. And now we start seeing more and more of these top teams dropping games because, again, some of the other regions are really picking up the slack. Origin and Fnatic and, of course, CLG is really looking better and
it's strange. We're feeling like a lot of that has to do with the strategic choices early in the game. Because we did a lot of talking beforehand about the way teams would be playing the lane swaps.
and how it seemed somewhat chaotic in China, and how in Korea they almost never did the turret trade. But North America and Europe were doing the turret trade heavily. And in the past, every time this has happened, we're thinking, oh yeah, Korea must be doing it better. So everyone else is going to fall off here. But it actually seems to be a little different so far.
Yeah, I mean, talking about Korea doing it better, North America and Europe doing it different. TSM in the same group, then losing to KT Rolster.
Look, that was for a whole different reason.
Yeah, okay, but hang on. Neither team came away looking particularly great. Like, TSM were on different pages, right? They were all over the place. They all got caught at different points. Regardless of the fact my boy Bjergsen did well in lane, everybody else in right outside of it.
Yeah.
But even KT Rolster, they only really got ahead because TSM made mistakes. Now, maybe that's a little bit of correlation causation.
Yeah, it's a little bit of hyperbole, but it's mostly true, right? Like,
well, I think looking at that game, KT more forced the mistakes from Team Solomid when it came to how they came back in the lane swap. When it came to punishing Darius, at least, he was left on his own. It was like, where's Lostboy, where's Centurion to back him up? So they punish it. The same thing didn't happen for Someday, who played that a lot better.
Specifically, yes, Someday did play better than Darius, but I don't think that's because Darius was forced into a mistake. Like, the first time Darius died, he had just seen 3 people. He assumed they were doing Dragon. Total assumption.
Okay, that one I agree
And then
on.
went to get fired.
That one I agree on.
Right? And that's just the beginning of the snowball. The rest of that game was like a just routine rotation around Dragon Pit, and they run in just like, oh, let's just bow in different directions for no apparent reason.
That one play, though, you highlight, if you look at how TSM was on the map, they're not giving Darius any chance to do anything. So, like, either he walks down and try and get some farm, or he just walks away and he falls even further behind because, again, Centurion and Lostboy were on the top side of the map, where Wild Turtle was already doing fine in, like, a... It still doesn't work for them in the early game. That's something they have to fix because now Origin showed up big time. So you have 3 very, very strong teams, and now Team Solomid needs to pick up the slack.
They're in a whole bunch of trouble.
They are.
They lost in the worst way, too.
Look, I'm assuming they're out, right, in my opinion. This is KT Rolster. Like, that's on the schedule for them in the same group. Like,
yeah.
How important is this going to be for fighting now for first, second?
Team Solomid has to beat Origin later in the day, and then, of course, now they got to hope that LG can then take down KT so all the teams can tie each other after just 2 games away, because I think it's only 1 game each in this group here, and it's only 2 games for the other teams, but we're starting to see trends instead, and like LGD showing that...
Yeah, I think most of the pressure is on LGD now,
Yeah,
because they were the unanimous favorite in this group.
Yeah.
It was almost assumed they were going to be making it out because they'd beaten EDG and they're the #1 seed from China. But now that they've already lost to a team that wasn't even predicted to get second in this group, if they start 0-2, since they already were under so much pressure, right through the roof.
Talking about pressure, KOO Tigers, #2 seed. Look, not a lot of eyes on them really coming into this. Some mixed expectations. Nobody expected them to drop a game to Flash Wolves.
Now, KOO Tigers is such a weird team. Some people probably expected Flash Wolves to win that one. This guy maybe wants to take the credit for it.
I didn't officially predict it.
But I kind of said it randomly in a joking manner, and then you take full credit
so
for
on
it.
Worlds tonight, we're going to have to spend time on this Flash Wolves KOO game because Flash Wolves is going to beat KOO.
Well, we're doing it, right? Like, we're doing it.
Hey, okay, KOO Tigers in that game, I think in the pick and ban phase, it was somewhat disrespecting some of these key picks Flash Wolves has shown before, like the Nidalee for Kaza. Why would you ban the Gragas instead of his Nidalee pick? I know maybe you want the Lee Sin matchup still, I don't buy it. At the same time, you give away Gangplank to a team who then plays Varus as an AD carry with the guy that just subbed in. I feel like you're setting them up to build this massive poke comp, and you just got punished for it.
A couple things. NL always plays Varus. That's one of those things you should have known, and they ended up target banning probably the wrong person since they didn't target ban away his best champion. Every time you're banning, I feel like you need to go for the delta of the champion you ban versus the next closest champion. But Karsa's the best champion is Nidalee. The best champion for NL is Varus, and even the Gangplank, you could tell he wasn't comfortable on it. But by the time the late game hit, it was just ridiculous.
Just the power you have. Like, oh, okay, here's a team fight starting. They're gonna like chase at us. Here's a massive ulti. Here's barrels that's gonna like one-shot your AD carry basically if you move forward. You're not gonna deal any damage, and we have all the poke in the world.
You know what I loved about that as well? Is in the post-game interview with Steak, he's like, Sharks asked, what about the swap from Kramer to NL? And he's like, no, we planned it. We knew coming into this game this is what we wanted. Like, this means Flash Wolves had a strategy. They were trying to play the poke. They, planned it ahead. What else have they planned for the rest of this group? Because, of course, CLG and Pain now looking at it and going, well, CLG's looking good, but a surprise upset, just
showdown
more games.
between CLG and KOO the next time they play. That's not a game tomorrow. They have the day off, so
they have the day off. Yes, so this group is not playing tomorrow.
Till Sunday, yeah.
Some more scouting time for Flash Wolves.
Yeah, potentially.
Sure.
But, I mean, how much scouting? They already said they have individual plans for all 3 of the teams. So by the time Flash Wolves plays the next game, it's going to be a total.
Come on, those plans change when you see teams playing, and now we start seeing this meta.
Still.
Yesterday, we didn't see any Lulu. Today, we saw, what, 3-4 games of Lulu?
Yeah, and 2 Lulu losses, right?
Yeah, but
you said she was OP.
She is OP. I mean, the thing is,
she lost twice.
Yes,
How could she possibly
She lost
be
a
OP?
few games, but she was always ahead in a lot of the games where she was played, and she wasn't the main reason the team lost. But like against Coup Tigers or Flash Wolves, it's so smart of them being like, oh, this team is normally really poor in the early game. So let's draft a siege composition that can just get time to scale up and then group and then start hammering away. And there is so little Coup Tigers could do against
specifically,
it.
there was so much poke. Lulu and Alistair, while they can be tanky and really hard to deal with, are actually really bad against poke. You can't preemptively shield poke most of the time, and Alistair can't use his ultimate while he's getting poked, because then he's just completely useless.
And
Not to mention the Morgana in that game that you just Black Shield. Obviously, Flash Wolves did a lot to play, but a lot of that actually was decided in the draft.
Yeah, I feel the same too. But now, you're talking about potential, talking about strengths of teams, blah, blah, blah. CLG Coup is the matchup we're looking forward to. CLG, questionable performance yesterday. And now today, obviously a stronger win against Pain, especially once they got out of the laning phase. Are they looking the real deal? Because the EU teams that are winning are looking stronger.
The CLG, they're looking like the alpha dogs in this group right now, even though they haven't played Coup, which is kind of strange. And the, quote, inferiority that was shown in the Flash Wolves CLG game isn't looking so bad now that the Flash Wolves have beaten Coup Tigers.
Oh, I like that.
Everything is relative in these groups.
A little bit too early for me, though, to really call out again who is the heavy favorite, despite CLG being 2-0, because that Flash Wolf game was so close between them. I think just, again, the more games we get under our belt, right now we're just looking at the trends. What is the team showing? Are they doing the same they did like back here in their own region and coming into it? Have they changed anything? Are they playing the right champions? That's what we're looking at now. And that's why CLG has been looking good, because they have some good picks, but they also gotten a little twice. Come on. Gotta get rid of that one.
Protect the Double Lift has now won 2 games at Worlds.
Yeah.
I hate it. Yes. Unreal. Old school, right? But it works. The last time he was here. Favorites in the group, obviously CLG looking good. Pre-tournament favorites, EDG and SKT, they've not been tested yet, both sitting pretty. They play each other. And let's also remember, in the group, they are with H2K and, of course, the Bangkok Titans.
Yeah.
Bangkok Titans have been just hammered. I mean, it's been a difficult group stage for them. H2K, glimmers of hope, but I think some of the individual players not really up to the task.
I agree on that one.
So let's look at both sides, because it really is kind of a two-horse race.
So with H2K, I think what we're seeing for them is kind of the opposite that we see from Origin, CLG, and Fnatic right now, because those 3 teams have shown they can handle these top teams individually, but also on a macro level. With H2K, I see some good moves in the early game strategically, but I think player-wise, they don't follow as well. There's too many individual mistakes, and they get like punch out, they get a little bit too greedy, and that's why they don't manage to do a whole lot in their games.
It was one of the worst things for them coming into this group. I think in some other groups, maybe they would take some games, but they're literally against probably the 2 best teams at Worlds.
I mean, it's an impossible group almost.
Right, and when the group draw happened, as far as the overall quality of the games at Worlds is concerned, I was really happy about this group, because you essentially had 2 of the weaker teams at Worlds with the 2 best teams at Worlds. So the rest of the groups would end up being really competitive, and we're getting that now. And then tomorrow, we get to have the EDG SKT game, which I'm really excited for.
I can't wait. I mean, how do you predict it? Because the only thing
You don't.
Come on, all right,
EDG
come on.
is going to win.
Worlds tonight. I'm putting you on the spot tonight. I want you to predict.
All right, EDG is going to win.
The analyst desk has had predictions all the time, so you're going EDG.
EDG is going to win. First of all, SKT plays a lot around skirmish in the early game. EDG can match that. That's what we saw at MSI as well. I think Mako and Clearlove, those 2 guys together will beat Bengi and Wolf, as they did at MSI. And also, I mean, okay, my only question here for EDG is Amazing J. I'm not been too impressed by him yet. If he steps up to the plate and goes even at least with Marin, EDG takes the game.
That's a swinger for me. I think Marin is going to crush in the game.
So we're split here.
So
EDG, SKT?
Yeah, I think SKT will win. I've been a big Marin fan for most of the split, only because he was super high gold share, super high farm jungler, top laner on tank junglers, and people were like, he can't transition to the carry top laner. Then he just destroyed on Fiora in the H2K game. Add that to Bengi playing really well, add that to Faker being Faker and being on form here at Worlds, and I think they probably take him down, especially considering the Chinese teams have shown some pretty heavy struggles so far.
Except for EDG.
We'll have to.
But again, 2 fairly easy games.
Okay, well,
it's going to be super close gaming, no matter what. We don't even know if they want to show anything.
I'm passing this note
At least one of us
Dash.
is wrong.
Well, thanks. Powers of deduction are
I had to
incredible.
make one proper prediction.
Listen, let's look at the schedule for tomorrow really quickly, because the one thing we haven't touched on is, of course, Group B with Fnatic, IG, Cloud9, IHQ, and And like my eyes are on that IGC9 game tomorrow to see how well Cloud9 are going to perform. They surprised everybody against AHQ. Let's assume Fnatic are the favorites against AHQ, but yeah, IGC9.
IG really needs to bounce back. I mean, what they showed yesterday was not acceptable for them. There were too many mistakes in the draft and in the early game. But again, they are a team that swings a lot, high highs, low lows. They need to get up towards the highs if they want to beat C9, and they should be able to. They're going to be favorites still going into that game. Again, we've only seen this team play once, so IG is my favorite to take it.
Yep.
But if they underperform like they did on day one,
I mean,
they'll lose.
It's so hard to balance the recency of results versus the month of research that went into these things. And I so heavily favored IG coming into this group and so heavily disfavored Cloud9. But those one games were so ridiculously swingy. I'm really excited. I get to cast all 3 of the final games tomorrow, I think with Crepo and Doa. So those will be great. The IG C9 game, I'm with Fischio. I think IG will probably bounce back. C9, I think, is doing a really great job of harnessing the power of the underdog. Like, they are really motivated by the fact that nobody believes in them and everyone is completely
Was it the 6-step plan to world domination?
Yeah.
If memory serves.
We are in the midst of the 6th step.
I'm aware of that. I saw what happened with Vigar middle. Like, this is actually happening. So yeah, Cloud9 versus Invictus tomorrow. They were actually behind us while we were chatting here on Worlds Tonight. Guys, thank you for chatting. We've got some predictions locked in. We'll see which one of you is wrong tomorrow for SKT EDG.
He's wrong. I was about to point me.
That's it. Yeah, you guys are both wrong. Whatever. That's it from us here in Paris, guys. We will see you tomorrow as we continue the World Championships.
Both of these regions are so far undefeated in the World Championship.
Here comes a wave. They're trying to get
gets after too early.
Comes with the knockup. Flusboy takes a lot of damage from the turret. Someday gets slow, gets taken down.
Can win the game for them. And the big game for score. In comes Nagne. And it's going to be a bloodbath there. Here comes the Chaos Stuff.
Korea 3-0.
Switches to my feet. Very good moves. Get back.
Extinguishes the ghost of the past.
Origin takes down one of the contenders.
Totally 007 here. One more.
And SKT takes it. GG.
Gonna get a knockoff on the Cassine. They're gonna keep running his depth. He's hopping. He doesn't have that much damage, but he's gonna try. Flashes burn. First blood to make him.
A very clean win to stay undefeated after 2 games.
Barrel does get it spammed. Jumps in with a flash ulti, but Carter's already taken out Bray. Smith will flash out. They're gonna keep moving. It stakes. Goes in with the wild growth sound. Doesn't quite go for the ulti. What is up with the upsets?
When I get solo killed by the Brazilian faker, I want you to be right there for me. Don't worry, dude.
CLG will knock it down. Much improved second game.